rugby.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. Police believe a man shot dead in Melbourne's inner southeast last night had links to organised crime. The 53-year-old man was walking along Almeida Crescent in South Yarra at 11:40 last night when he was shot multiple times. He suffered life-threatening injuries and died in hospital. Detective Superintendent Jerry Porter says another man was with the victim at the time. He wasn't hurt but is currently not providing any information to police.
I can confirm that there are associations, but again, it's too early in the investigation for me to say that whether or not any of those associations are linked to the incident that occurred last night.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says Australians have an opportunity to write a new chapter in the nation's story by voting to support the voice to Parliament. At the Garma Festival in northeast Arnhem Land, Mr Albanese will emphatically reject calls to delay, defer or cancel the upcoming referendum. Speaking to the ABC, Mr Albanese says he's confident Australians will take up the gracious request made by Indigenous Australians to help improve outcomes.
That is the form of recognition Indigenous Australians have asked for, and listening so as to achieve better results. It's the means to the end. The end that we're aiming for here is how do we close the gap? We can't continue to do things the same way and expect different outcomes.
Meanwhile, the Northern Territory is receiving a $4.7 million funding boost from the Commonwealth to improve engagement in the AFL. The funding aims to improve participation amongst First Nations women and girls, as well as at-risk youths, by expanding programs in the Territory and providing pathways to employment. The AFL's CEO-elect Andrew Dillon says the funding will help ensure the AFL is a sport the whole country can access.
The power of football is not lost on the AFL. It's important for the Territory. This enhanced investment also will allow the AFL to continue to invest and give back to the community up here.
There are concerns 2 years of rain has dramatically increased the number of foxes living in urban areas. Figures from Agriculture Victoria show there are 16 foxes per square kilometre in Melbourne, compared to between 4 and 8 in agricultural areas. Pest animal manager Richard Francis says pest animals like foxes, deer and rabbits are becoming more common in the city. He says the prolonged wet period has increased numbers.
There's been plenty of feed out for a whole range of their prey species. So foxes have had plenty of food, so their young have survived, and as a result, their numbers have increased.
Thousands of people have gone on a rampage through a park in New York City after a video game giveaway descended into a riot. The BBC's Andrew McNair has the details.
Police have described the scenes in Manhattan's Union Square as a riot. People caught up in the chaos likened it to a war zone. The influencer Kai Cenat told his more than 10 million followers he'd be giving away 300 PlayStation 5s, prompting thousands to flock to the area. Video footage appears to show people flinging bottles and chairs, setting off fireworks and clinging to the roof of Kai Cenat's car as he tries to escape. Police said people took spades and axes from a nearby building site and that several officers were wounded. They told reporters the social media star has been detained and wouldn't rule out bringing charges against him.
To sport, and Japan is looking to continue its strong FIFA Women's World Cup campaign, facing off against Norway in the round of 16. Fraser Fife reports.
Japan chalked up 3 consecutive victories while scoring 11 goals and conceding none to cruise through Group C. The Nadeshiko's Hinata Miyazawa remains a favourite for the Golden Boot as the tournament's leading goal scorer with 4. Norway lost to co-host New Zealand before a draw against Switzerland and an emphatic 6-0 win against the Philippines. Switzerland is also set to face Spain. The Swiss were unbeaten through the group stage with a 2-0 win over the Philippines and scoreless draws with Norway and New Zealand. Spain is coming off a 4-0 defeat to Japan but has put in strong performances against Zambia and Costa Rica.
And Geelong will look to push back into the AFL's top 8 when it faces off against Port Adelaide at Cardinia Park. In other games, Nick Haynes will play his 200th match when the Giants take on the Swans. Collingwood plays Hawthorn, the Crows host the Suns, and the Eagles are on the road against Essendon. To the weather now, and there's a strong wind warning for the central Gippsland coast and east Gippsland coast. For the state, cloudy with isolated showers on and south of the Divide, becoming partly cloudy north of the ranges. For Melbourne, cloudy with a medium chance of showers. We're heading for a top today of 14 degrees. Tomorrow, a possible shower, 14. Monday, partly cloudy, 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 12 degrees. ABC News.
What's your favourite Aussie animal sound? Are you mad for magpies? Keen on the koala? Do you like to wallow in whale song? Or maybe you're team tree frog? How about whatever it is that lyrebirds do when they're actually being lyrebirds? To celebrate National Science Week, the ABC is looking and listening for Australia's favourite animal noise. Find out more at abc.net.au/sound.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL. This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling.
100% pure footy. The Lead.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
The lead items for round 21 of the AFL. A dazzling opening term from the Dogs showing what they're capable of, jumping to 5th on the AFL ladder and delivering a fatal blow to the Tigers' finals hopes.
Loose footy at half forward for the Dogs. There is Liberatore again, getting it out to Poulter, who unleashes on the left, and Jamara on the line. Spinning, twisting and marking, just snaps on the right very casually, and Mara's making his mark in this opening term. 4 first quarter goals. The Bulldogs running up a score, 44 points. Tim English, after the siren, his kick won't score. But the Diamond Dogs put in a Friday night gem. They win by 55 to make sure they sit fit.
After a week focus on concussion protocols, does the AFL need to change the rules as the Tigers struggle to get Jacob Hopper off for testing?
Bailey Smith onto it for the Bulldogs, gives it to Trelaw, he's crunched by Hopper. Ball comes out again in front of the benches.
Doctor for Richmond just checking Jacob Hopper. It was a head clash between Hopper and Trelaw.
And there's no doubt that second doctor was trying to get Jacob Hopper to come off the ground for a HIA after that heavy clash. Jacob Hopper wanted no bar of it. That doctor is now watching the vision and he's now standing up. I think he wants them to get Jacob Hopper off the ground.
Yeah, he's coming off. You just look at that sign. They want him off the ground.
I think this is where runners aren't allowed on the ground at the moment. This is where if it's a suspected concussion, the runners should be able to go straight out there.
A buddy like no other, Lance Franklin calls time and immediately leaves the building, letting us all to reflect on what we witnessed and his contribution to the game.
He was pretty emotional and devastated that could be the way it's finished. It certainly sounded like he'd made the call there and then. Said that last time he had a calf injury like that, it was in the same spot. He'd missed probably 10, 12 weeks of football of training. This was over the pre-season, 10 to 12 weeks. So he said, I'm done. I don't think you ever feel left by Lance Franklin. But the reality is the game moves forward and we'll move forward.
Hello, welcome to The Lead. 4 rounds to go in the home and away AFL season. Matt Clinch with you for Grandstand AFL. The Western Bulldogs 55-point winners over the Tigers last night. Key defender Liam Jones will join us. We're at Docklands for Essendon and the West Coast Eagles to kick off Saturday afternoon footy. Adelaide and the Gold Coast for our South Australian listeners this afternoon. And then the twilight, Hawthorn and Collingwood. And tonight, Geelong and Port Adelaide and the GWS Giants taking on Sydney. Cameron Ling was a part of our Grandstand AFL call team last night as the Diamond Dogs delivered in their retro jumper, delivering their best opening term in 12 years. Lingy, welcome to you.
Great to be with you, Clinchy, and you, Rammer, as well, and good afternoon to everyone out there. That's the Western Bulldogs that just get you thinking, get you asking questions of what they can do in September. It was a superb performance, an efficient performance, which is probably what I love the most, Clinchy. There wasn't a lot of mucking around. There wasn't a lot of over-possessing. There was great, hard, clean footy in the contest, and then they took it forward. And the forward line got going. Jamari Ugle-Hagan set them up with 4 goals in that first term. Aaron Norton was very good. They were dangerous at ground level. I know I'm not going to get carried away because of what I witnessed last week in Ballarat from the Dogs and at different times this season, so I can't go full on with the Dogs. But when you see that happen last night, you can't help but think, perhaps the Dogs, we should be thinking about them when the September whips get cracking, but I still don't know. Maybe a few too many questions still to come.
Adam Ramanauskas is alongside me. There was 2 points separating the Western Bulldogs and Richmond heading into last night's match. The Bulldogs with their highest score of the season, 126 points, winners by 55. They jumped to 5th. The Tigers are now in 11th and the gap has started to open.
Yeah, well, good afternoon to Wall. That gap looked a lot further than 2 points last night. If you look at the ladder, it was a simple domination in the first quarter by the Bulldogs. Richmond had 3 of the top 15 possession winners only in that first quarter. We know the dominance of Ugle-Hagan, but Caleb Daniel also hitting the scoreboard, which he doesn't do that often in the first quarter. But I think it's all about Marcus Bontempelli. The conversation around who's the best player in the competition at the moment, for me, is closed. He's just been simply brilliant this year. And just that mark, Lingy, I think it was the third quarter, going back with the flow. He didn't have to do that. The game was sort of done and dusted by that stage, but just show he's at the absolute peak of his powers right at the minute. It's a pleasure to watch him play football.
In our ABC Footballer of the Year, Lingy, he's alongside Nick Dacos with 24 votes. Who'd you give the 3 votes to last night? It was pretty tight once more between he and Libba.
Yeah, Libba can probably consider himself pretty stiff over the last month that he hasn't got 3 or 4 best on grounds. He keeps getting the 2 votes and he's been brilliant, but he's just being usurped by the very, very best in the comp. The 3 went to Bont again last night. Rama's right. He does it all in the contest. Then he's dangerous from the contest. He uses the ball beautifully. He senses moments and he nails them. He goes forward and kicks 3 goals, but he just sets a standard that is so high. That mark there said to the rest of his team, not just within that game, but for the rest of the season, this is how we must play if we're going to achieve something. And why wouldn't you get on board with him? He's the very best at it right now.
And the other part of his game is the defensive side. He's averaging 7 or 8 tackles a game, and simply, once he's tackled that player, you're not getting out. He's that strong at the moment. I just love watching him play football. It's sort of like it's Paddy Cripps last year. That was like Paddy Cripps coming out and showing how. Now Bont's been doing it for a long time, but I think this season, if you look at just individual performances, Lingy, it's been just total brilliance from him.
Yeah, I agree. How's this the combination, Rammer, just in pure numbers? Last night, Libba and Bont, 20 clearances between them, 22 inside 50s between them, and 21 tackles between them, let alone the fact that, how good's my maths here, 63 touches between them as well. In all the ones that really matter and impact the game, clearances, inside 50s, obviously you've got to win the ball as well, tackles. They, as a pair, as a combo, are just dominating.
But it's the part of the game that really frustrated me with Richmond last night. I think those 2 players for the Bulldogs they've been hot for the majority of the year. And it just didn't feel like the Tigers put a lot of effort into those 2 matchups. It's like, okay, we can go sort of head-to-head. I would have loved to have seen Tim Taranto starting with Bontempelli everywhere. Taranto's a terrific clearance player himself. But it's sort of like it was a bit of Russian roulette. It's like, well, what? You've always got to take away the opposition's strength. The opposition's strength last night was simply Bontempelli and Libba. And at no stage I felt like Richmond tried to take that strength away.
The voice of Adam Ramanauskas alongside Cameron Ling. Matt Clinch with you on the lead. You can join our thoughts with yours, 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774 on the SMS line. We'll touch back on Richmond, but it felt like a 5-day break. Yeah. No Dustin Martin, no Trent Cotchin. Dylan Grimes are laid out. It felt like they'd fired their best bullets and there wasn't much left in that opening term.
Well, and it was a tough game last week for the Tigers, Lingy. I think you may have been there at that game. But it took to halfway through the last quarter for Melbourne to truly break Richmond in last week's game. So you could see that there was definitely a letdown from that. But then to carry it over into that first quarter the way Richmond performed, as I mentioned, they had 3 players only in the top 15 possession winners in that first quarter. It was pure domination.
The other part
really
has
was.
been the Bulldogs forward line, in which they had Jamara Ugle-Hagan led the way. Aaron Norton and Rory Lobb combined for 10 goals up forward. Liam Jones, who's going to join us, had 8 intercept marks despite their injuries down their back half. So is it a different looking Bulldogs to what you've seen earlier in the season?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's a different look in the way they moved the ball and got it into that forward line, which I think is a big, big plus. I think 3 or 4 weeks ago I said, give me 50 or 60 less possessions, total possessions for the game from the Dogs, but get it forward more. I reckon they did that last night. I've been pretty critical of Rory Lobb throughout the season. I think that was his best game of the year for the Dogs. I don't know if he's kicked more goals in games throughout the season, but his competitiveness, his work rate, his threat in that forward line was constant, so it allowed Jamari Ugle-Hagan and Aaron Norton to go to work pretty isolated, and then they had the Smalls buzzing around trying to pinch a couple. I thought Riley West was excellent in his ability to get to contest, put pressure on, just create little things. He finishes with 2 goals himself, Riley West. One of those lightning-fast handballs. I said to him last night in an interview after the game, it gave me bad flashbacks having to play against his old man. And he had some of the fastest hands in the West, that bloke, Scotty West. And Riley did that last night. So that forward line just had multiple options on the move. They were never really competing against each other or with each other, which would have then allowed Richmond defenders to help each other. But I think that started with their ball movement. They got it forward more often, quicker, and gave them a chance.
The voice of Cameron Ling with you on the lead. The Western Bulldogs, the Diamond Dogs, were sparkling last night. 55-point winners over the Tigers. A man who played a key role in their defensive half was Liam Jones. He's been good enough to join you on the lead. Liam, welcome. Thanks so much for your time. What were sort of the reflections after such a damaging opening term?
Yeah, it was obviously a great way to start the game. I think, we started really well last week down in Ballarat against the Giants, but to come out the way we did, it was just, that's when the game's the hottest, and for us to put up 9 goals in the first quarter was, it was awesome.
Liam, well done on the game last night. It was a terrific performance. Just from your own, you looked incredibly athletic, springy, fresh, whatever you want to call it. Was that one of the, I suppose, the positives out of getting an arm injury, that you were clearly able to train a bit and had your legs and had your fitness, and you hit the ground running perfectly?
Yeah, well, I think with having an upper limb injury, other than waiting for the scar to heal, after 10 days I could run immediately. I could continue to do leg weights and continue to do weights as much as I could on my right side. And it was basically just like a pre-season sort of set up with the rehab guys and the conditioning guys, and physios looked after me really well. And I think there was a few timelines thrown around, but I'm just very grateful I got to come back really soon and play out some footy, with the run into finals.
Well, you certainly hit the ground running beautifully. We were speaking just before you came on. It felt last night like there was a real intent for, especially your midfielders, to get the ball forward quicker. Maybe 1 or 2 less handballs around the contest and get it forward. Were we right with that assessment? It felt like it was more of an intent for faster entries.
Yeah, I think it's something that we've looked at over the last maybe month or so, that potentially once we get shoulders out and we're looking forward, we maybe don't have to look for the sexier option. We've got a lot of talent up forward, like in the air and on the ground. So if we can get it in there and then defend off the back of that and get some in and in plays, the talent up there will take care of the rest, and we saw that last night.
Liam, just take us through your injury, because we've seen in the past players break their arm and then they can come back in a couple of weeks, but obviously the severity of yours was at the extreme scale. Can you tell the listeners what the actual injury was and where the break was and why it took the amount of weeks it did to get back into playing?
Yeah, so I just got kicked in my radius. So there's 2 bones in the forearm there. So I got kicked in my radius and broke it in 2 places. There was fractures up the top closer to my wrist, and then a quite significant fracture closer to my elbow. So the plates got put in there, and I think because they were a little bit in bits and because they were really spaced out, one up near my wrist and one near my elbow, that sort of was the time frame sort of dragged out a little bit, because I just needed those bones to heal with the plates in there and all the screws and everything. But 6 weeks was probably the minimum for bones to heal as a general rule. So yeah, I've got back to play in 6.5, so I was really pleased with the recovery time.
And you mentioned you're able to run reasonably quickly and start doing leg weights, but what about when we were able to start getting back into marking contests and even just simple marking with both hands and fisting the ball out, which you're so good at. How long? What was that timeline?
I could mark with one hand with a really big brace on. Basically, when I started running, so that was quite okay, and I could kick. Marking, I'm trying to think now. Was maybe about halfway through, and it was just something that, gradually felt better and better as the timeline went on, and then had to slowly just build into some contact stuff over the last week, just to be comfortable with going out in an AFL game and getting it hit and being in that sort of hard-faced contest. So. It was just sort of, as you know, like just ticking off the boxes and being confident in it. And, as long as the doctors and physios give me the thumbs up that it's, at no risk, then I'm good to go.
Take away the injury, your form this year has been absolutely terrific for the Bulldogs, and they clearly missed you when you were out of the team. You're into your 30s now, but you had the year off. But you've looked like you've come back fitter, stronger, even a better footballer. How were you able to maintain your fitness standards, your playing standards, your competitiveness when you didn't play football for 12 months?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I've fractured my patella at the end of the 2021 season and missed the last couple of games for the Blues, and I had a really good rehab. And when you sort of get injured towards the end of the season, instead of having some time off, you're always going through rehab. So I was in really good condition when I stopped playing, and I think just out of habit a little bit, and also pride in signing with Palm Beach, I definitely wanted to take pride in my performance, and I thought I was in really good shape, so I wanted to maintain that. And I was working in a gym up there, and I just was getting in really good habits that I'd sort of learned, and I sort of didn't want to waver, and I didn't want to go and eat junk food and just get on the beers and that sort of thing. So I remained in really good shape, and I feel like I've been eating really well and probably as healthy and as fit as I've been. And then to get the opportunity back again, I certainly wasn't going to leave any stone unturned. So the fitness staff and everyone's been great, and my body and my mind feels really good, and I think it's definitely freshened me up.
Western Bulldogs defender Liam Jones is with you on the lead. Liam, it's Matt Clinch here. Just in terms of, having been out of the game for 12 months, had much changed in the time you're away and playing in Queensland, and then returning to the Western Bulldogs, the side in which you started your career? How different was it to return to the club where you'd begun your AFL journey?
It was very different, but also a lot of familiarities there, obviously, just with... I only live 2 k's down the road from the Whitten Oval, so just driving up the road and walking in the doors again, everything was quite familiar, and a lot of staff that was there originally was still there. Obviously, a lot of turnover in the players, but it's just almost felt like just going back to an old high school or the home that you grew up in. So I felt very comfortable, and was just grateful for the opportunity to get back. And the game, obviously, a massive step up in intensity, but I feel very grateful for the opportunity to sort of be tested from day one. We've got some really talented forwards in our team, and us backmen have to, try to hold them down all through pre-season. So I always knew that if I could hold my own against those guys, it was going to hold me in really good stead for the upcoming season against other forward lines. And then just trying to learn off Rowan Smith and our defensive structures as much as possible. All defences, there are some things that carry over, but then there's, the little things where you've got to learn to defend with a new group. And I felt like I've just tried to be a sponge and try to learn as much as possible from Rowan and Bevo, and they've been great.
You would have got some good practice at one stage. The Bulldogs forward line was looking like a four-headed monster, and the opportunity to play on Norton, Ugle-Hagan, Lobb and Sam Darcy. But it feels like the best defenders now are intercept markers, and then the ability to try and expose opposition by quick transition. Was that an element of your game? You realised that when you returned, you'd have to try and adapt that style?
I think so, yeah. I was open to however they wanted me to play. In the past, when I first moved to defence, I was probably a little bit more of the lockdown arm across, sort of just try to stop my guy from having any impact. And then, tried to bring in that intercept side and reading the play, just coming off best position. So, Rowan Smith's been great about teaching me that disposition and my starting points, and I feel like it's given me a bit of freedom in my game and to back myself when I get a read on the ball, and also defend my direct opponent when I need to as well.
Liam, we saw another couple of examples last night of players who were subbed out of the game due to the concussion protocols. Did the medical staff at the Dogs have to address anything during the week just to talk about the fact that what the process needs to be? There's going to be, as there always probably has been in the past, but an overabundance in caution and really trust that the medical staff, hey, we're going to probably bring you off the ground possibly when you don't want to come off, but you're just going to have to listen to us. Do they have to address anything like that, or did they during the week?
I think it's something that we'd sort of recognise was a massive thing in the game, and in the moment all you want to do is go out and play, and if you feel like your bell's rung a little bit, sometimes you can feel back to normal straight away, but that's where I think that having the live footage where they can rewind and have a look and see how you have reacted from some head knocks like we had with Alex Keith last week. I think Alex felt relatively good afterwards, but the doctors, took that decision out of his hands, and we know that they've got our best interests at heart, so just got to listen to them, and we do the test, and at the end of the day, if they make the decision to step out, then we know it's good for us, and it's only the 10-day protocol, so I think it's good where the AFL's moved with that, and I think players just need to trust in the people making the decisions, because sometimes you can feel normal again, but there could be some long-term effects that you just want to be really careful with those sort of things.
So Liam, what of the Dogs for the remainder of the season? So your second half last week was ordinary, I think, and then this week the first quarter against the Tigers was terrific. You're currently sitting fifth on the ladder with Hawthorn, West Coast, then Geelong in that last game. Are you guys good enough? Do you feel like you're capable? Do you feel like your game's in perfect order? Is there things that you still need to work on? Because we all feel the talent's out there. There's no doubt the talent's out there, but do you guys believe that?
I certainly believe it, yeah. I think we've certainly shown, and as you said, our best, I think we can compete with anyone in the competition. It's just, I think like any team, we just, the momentum ebbs and flows, and it's just being able to handle that momentum and make it as small as possible and defend well in those moments when the opposition has really good momentum. Has probably been our issues for most of the year. When they get a run on, they probably get too much of a run on. So I think if we can continue learning and reviewing our game and have a good run and play some really strong footy like we did last night for the rest of the season, anything's possible, I think, for this group. And yeah, I think I'd be confident coming up against any team. I think we've got the talent out in the park, and I think we've got the game style. But yeah, just need to be really diligent and defensive minded, I think, in those moments when teams, when the momentum does change.
And we ask all our guests this to finish on a Saturday afternoon. So you have the weekend off. It's that time of the year now. What do you do for this weekend with it off? Do you go and watch the Twos play? Do you go and find a quiet beer somewhere? Do you go to the gym and work out? What do you do?
Our Twos play at Port Melbourne today against North Melbourne. So just about to head to watch that. It starts at just after 1 o'clock. So we'll go and watch that, and then not too much. I'm a bit of a footy head, so I'll just probably come home and watch footy tonight and just eat some good food and relax really after a pretty solid night last night.
I had a different final question to close with. Who's had a better season, Marcus Bontempelli or Tom Liberatore?
Oh, that's tough. I think they both tie into each other, but I think... yeah, I don't know. It's a really tough one. They're both awesome players. And wouldn't probably beat a
good answer. Great answer.
If Marcus Bontempelli played full-time forward 50, how good a forward could he be as someone who plays on some of the best in the game?
Oh, geez. He could, I reckon he could kick 50 goals quite comfortably, and just, I think the things that he could do in his creativity, you could put him one out in the goal scorer, he could roam up the ground, as a centre-half forward. I think he'd be an elite backman as well, so I think he's just one of those unbelievable players that you could put him anywhere and he'd be a star. But obviously he's in that sort of one or two best players in the competition this year in that midfield. So I think that's where he has to be, but it's good to see him up forward and kicking goals as well.
He's certainly firing, and so are the Bulldogs at the moment. Liam, always great to catch up. Thanks for a bit of an extended chat, and enjoy the VFL this afternoon.
Great, thank you very much.
Liam Jones from the Western Bulldogs, victorious by 55 points last night. Joining us on the lead, Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas.
Marcus Bontempelli's going that well. Even if he stayed as a midfielder, it feels like he kicked 50 goals in a season.
Yeah, exactly.
I was having a bit of a chat to Sir Swamp Thing during the week, and we've got him for 7 best on grounds this season.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of 3 votes, which I just think catches the... There's been a lot of hype about Nick Dacos, and rightfully so. But I think the Bont, maybe his impact on the game has never been greater.
Well, I think Swanee had a really big year. And then the following year, he didn't win the Brownlow that year, but then the following year he started kicking goals. And that's the year that he won the Brownlow medal. Look, without looking at the stats, I feel like Bond's kicked more goals than ever this season. It just feels that way, like another 3 last night. So I'm just waiting, Liggy, for one of the boys. Oh, what are we doing on the weekend? Yeah, I'm going to have a bender. I've had a few last night. I'm going to go again. I'm going to do a Cameron Ling and Jimmy Bartell and take a keg over to the assistant coach's house this afternoon. And we're just going to have a lock-in in the backyard around the fire.
Even if they were to do that, Ling, I'm not sure they're going to tell us. They're certainly not going to tell their player managers, that's for sure.
No, I think you and I need to invite ourselves over, wouldn't we, Rammer? And say, we'll meet you there.
I don't think we'll do you and I, Lee. The fire, a bit of footy on, and a keg. Oh, not too many better atmospheres for me.
Your thoughts on the SMS? 0437 774 774. Ian from Melbourne. Hi, guys. Subbing out players. Maybe Hopper was in such a concussed state that maybe he was not aware of the situation to come off. The suggestion is exaggerated, but if players don't want to come off, maybe just a gentle taser, if there's such a thing, may do the trick. Tigers fan, 5-day break, so many outs, so many players with a handful of games. Not sure why anyone thought the Dogs are champions based on this depleted Richmond side. Laurel in Rushworth, great to have the ABC commentary in my lounge room once more. Looking forward to the weekend's call. And Paul from Geelong, the Doggies were amazing. Their stars shine, but love the effort by the underrated draftee of 2018 in Riley West and Latham Vandermeer.
Can you just go back to that first? Who was that first text message
from? M in Melbourne, around Jacob Hopper.
Yeah, so last week Alex Keith was subbed out of the game by the Bulldogs up in Ballarat. Before he even took the test, they had subbed him out because he's had a recent history of concussion. He then, after he was subbed out, then he did the test. He passed the test. Okay, so he was all good, but the doctors realised his history, what he had gone through, and they made the decision on that. And Alex was quite comfortable with that, and yet disappointed that he didn't play the game. But what happens if he just got another slight knock? You don't know. Like, particularly these guys that have had recent head trauma, sometimes you do have to protect them from themselves.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I don't have a big issue with the process of last night. Yes, in a perfect world, Jacob Hopper leaves the field immediately, but it was one of those ones where the doc checked on him, probably had a quick conversation on the field and just thought, no, he seems okay, but I just want to go back and look at this vision and just make a quick assessment. The moment he looked at the vision, he thought, no, I need a better look at this. They then tried to get him from the field. Now, the only thing, and you played it before, Clinchy, in the call, I said, the other element I would add is a runner is able to go on the field at any time to go and get a player who the doctors would like to undergo a head injury assessment. So the runner rules that are in place of when runners can take the field go out the window for when there's a potential concussion case. So that's the only element I would add to that. But Richmond still attempted to get Jacob Hopper from the field as soon as the doctor thought, I don't like the look of this vision, let's get him off, let's get him assessed, and then they make the right call. So this isn't one that should blow up into anything controversial. Last week, absolutely, so it should. This week was a process, while not perfect, was certainly very well handled, I thought.
But what people have got to realise, a player with the adrenaline rushing through them of a game, or I'm right. Like, some of them just got no idea. Like, there's simple questions that a doctor will ask really, really quickly. And it might be you might get a number wrong or a letter wrong, and that's just a warning sign. Straight away there, the doctor would hear that and go, oh, but the player won't realise that because they're so in the moment of the game and what's happening, and adrenaline is just pumping through their body. We have to protect them from themselves at times.
And at the moment, if we're a little bit cautious over the top as a result of what's been taking place, then maybe that'll be it. Obviously, this conversation will re-emerge once we get the finals. There's no week off in the lead up to a grand final. Yeah. There's going to be a lot more debate. But what did you think about Lingy's suggestion that the runner should be able to come out and get a player off the ground in that scenario?
Absolutely. The runner should run straight out there and drag him off.
So you got one vote from us,
yeah,
Lingy?
Grab him by the ear, Lingy, and get the kid off. Like, there's no issue. The sooner you can assess a player, the quicker you can make a decision on a player, and then that gets transferred up to the box, and then the coaches can start to plan from there. But I do want to say this. So if Jacob Hopper then passes his concussion test and the like, if it's preliminary final week, Lingy, and then Richmond win the prelim final last night, is he allowed to play? Is he allowed to play next week? Well, how does that work?
So let me just get this scenario right. They choose to have an overabundance in caution, and they sub him out, but he has passed the concussion test. Yep. He has not entered the concussion protocols. It's a Richmond decision to bring him from the ground, just to be overly cautious.
Correct. Yep.
Well, then my stance would be he has not entered the concussion protocols. Therefore, he should be available to play, provided he passes the tests in the coming days. He never enters those protocols if he's passing all tests and doesn't have concussion symptoms, and it's simply a Richmond choice to sub him out.
Well, then I think it's my understanding in the case of Alex Keith this week, he wasn't allowed to play.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Well, I think I don't feel like that's right, or it should be right, because if the Western Bulldogs made a decision, you know what, his history is this, there's a bit of a knock, not sure, but you know what, let's be totally on the side of caution, we'll bring him off, but he passes every test and doesn't display concussion symptoms at all, to me he's not in the protocols.
And we saw with Mary Fowler and the Matildas that this is a policy which is in the AFL and isn't in other international sports as well. There is a GM of footy role going at the AFL. I think he's not putting his hand up. Lee, we don't want to lose you.
No, I'm not putting
it.
The problem is Lee's got too much common sense for that role.
Hey, they can do with some common sense at AFL House.
You know what it has pushed me more and more towards, and I didn't think I'd budge in this, and I don't know if it's going to be that popular, so maybe that role's no longer mine to take there, Clinchy, with your suggestion. I want to scrap the AFL pre-finals bye, and I am now shifting towards having a week after the prelim final to allow a real still abundance of caution in prelim finals, to allow those players who may be subbed out with a minor thing like last night or Alex Keith to still be able to play in the grand final.
It's what the NFL do. Yeah. So they have the week off after their, let's call it, prelim final. But what it also allows is players that are a little bit sore. It allows them that extra week just to try to get all those ailments out, because they want their Super Bowl, our grand final in this case, to be the absolute showpiece game where every player is as fit and as healthy as they can possibly be.
Adam Romanascus, Cameron Lee and Matt Clinch with you on the lead. Just closing in on the events of last night. We'll just tidy them up. Luke Beveridge with his thoughts on the Western Bulldogs' premiership chances.
Yeah, we haven't beaten the Melbournes and Port Adelaides and Collingwood, but we've been close. So that gives you some encouragement that you're not too far away. But first of all, you've got to get there. So we just got to really concentrate on going to Launceston and and bringing our best again against the Hawks, and just chip away and hope that we get in, and then it's a new ball game. But we've got to get there first.
Western Bulldogs coach Luke Beveridge post game last night. Are they the fifth best team in it in your eyes?
The fifth best, yes. Yeah, I think that's fair. They're better than St Kilda.
I think GWS and Carlton are in that conversation at the moment. I think GWS are playing some good footy. I think Carlton are playing some very good football at the moment.
So final word, what's your big question mark around the Dogs? What would you like to see to have them as a genuine finals contender?
I think it's consistency with their their next rung of player. So, last night they got, again, good games out of Treloar and the like, those type of players.
They look better with a Johannesson Richards off the back of a stoppage.
So they're the players. Like, if they can get consistency of performance. So last week against GWS, it simply breaks down in the second half. Yep. Like, you can't just continue to rely on Libba and Bond, as good as they have been. Ugle-Hagen's not going to kick 4 1/4 too often. Liam Jones has been a really consistent performer, but he's only a couple of weeks back, Lingy.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ramo. That's what I need to see. It's funny when you ask about who the fifth best team in the competition is and how crazy this ladder is. Giants and Carlton, I agree there. The Adelaide Crows are almost the 5th or 6th best team in the competition right now, but they might not make the 8.
No, they've got
and they've had their slip-ups.
They've staggered over the last couple of weeks.
So it'll be interesting
but
to
they
see
were
the Crows.
unbelievable last week.
Yeah, but again, it comes down... So those teams in that part of the ladder, it comes down to personnel. So as soon as you lose a couple of players that are decent, you see the performance dip really quickly. So... That's in Essendon's case today. They've lost a couple of players. They dip. Adelaide, Rochelle, Butts, Nick Murray, they lose. Rankin, they lose. And their performance just dips.
So the Gold Coast Suns at the Adelaide Oval today, it's just a must-win for the Crows to at least stay in the conversation. Just final thoughts on the Tigers. Here was Andrew McWalter, their interim coach.
So Doggies are always a high possession team, and we are a low possession team. So the disposal difference is probably not that significant, but the contested and the tackle one is really significant. And that just has to do with the fact that I said that they were able to fight through our tackles all night. We just couldn't stick them. They were too strong. They were willing, and they tackled us. Our inability to get through them was really significant on the night, and it was a disappointing part of the game.
Interim Richmond coach Andrew McWalter with his assessment on last night.
I love that from Andrew McWalter, Lingy, because to have the ability after a game, you're still in an emotional state, I think, at times. But to identify where the game broke down really quickly and really easily for the Tigers in a press conference, which is 15 or 20 minutes after the final siren. It's simple. He spoke to his fans in a simple way. This is why we lost the game last night. Our tackling wasn't good enough, and our contested football wasn't good enough against a high possession team. A supporter goes, "Yep, that makes sense."
That makes sense, and they couldn't sustain anything through the middle of the ground, and unfortunately, the Taranto-Bontempelli matchup didn't work. I know it wasn't a tag, but Taranto just gave him too much room, tried to have him at stoppages. And then the Jack Graham, the horse had bolted. The Jack Graham to Bontempelli thing didn't work. I can't believe that it's going to be, for me, if I'm an opposition scout, when we saw what Richmond tried to do with Bontempelli last night, I'm going to be studying Hawthorn for the next 2 weeks. So this week's game... Sam Mitchell's been quite open. McGuinness is going to Nick Dacos. Next week, McGuinness will go to Bontempelli. There'll be clubs taking note of, if we can just blunt the influence of those two incredible players within their teams, we need to find somebody who can do that role for us to take away a Dacos influence, to take away a Bontempelli influence, because right now they are the best couple of players in the competition, with a Toby Green from the Giants and a couple of others. Looking to Hawthorn, who are being quite open that they're going to play McGuinness here, could hold a key or two to the teams that are in the top 4 or 5 on the ladder.
The voice of Cameron Lang with you on the lead. So the Tigers with St Kilda, North Melbourne and Port Adelaide in their last 3 games. They'd have to win all 3. That would get them to 12.5, and they'd still rely on results falling their way. How do we assess Andrew McWalter as to their coaching process will start? They've got their panel to try and decide the next coach of Richmond. He's been the man who sat in the chair, and it feels like, if they had have got to finals, that would have been a pretty big block of evidence, and now it'll come down to the best coaching criteria and potentially the best game plan.
Yeah, I still think, finals or not, I think I've seen enough from Andrew McWalter to be really positive about his chances of getting the job and being a really good coach going forward. He's He's been really well spoken. His messages have been spot on in the media, which isn't necessarily the most important thing, but fans want to hear that. I think he's got players back playing some of their best footy. I think he's been smart with his tactics. Even watching last week's game, they went toe-to-toe with a very, very good Melbourne team in a high-quality game. Fell short. That's a little bit of personnel, a little bit of some of his older players. Just can't go anymore for 120 minutes. I've seen enough from Andrew McQualter to be really bullish on him being the next Richmond coach. And if he misses, I don't think it'll be too long until he's a senior coach in his own right at another club.
Yeah, where do you see Richmond in 2024? Are they a potential competing top 8 side with Tom Lynch back in?
They are.
The inclusion of Hopper and Taranto this season with another pre-season under the belt, potentially a couple of retirements at the end of the year. So.
Yeah, I think the retirements will probably come at the right time and how Richmond want to do that. But I think they've proven in the back half of this season they're still more than capable. And whoever the coach, I think Andrew McQualter's done more than enough to get the job, whether they play finals or not. Richmond, I don't think, could ask for any more in the way they've played the game in this second half of the season since he's come on board. So they can feel safe in that decision, whatever decision they make. But the Tigers for 24 and beyond, well, that's what they're building for. Like you look at like a Samson Ryan, who they've unearthed, Tyler in the background, Miller. Like those taller guys.
Coulthard in the last couple of weeks has been exciting.
Those taller guys are the ones that are hard to find, Lee. I think you can go and sort of get Taranto and Hopper and fill those gaps, but the taller guys and developing those taller players in the right way to go, well, this is what we need you to do. Are you actually capable of doing it? And I think they've shown enough this year to say, yep, we're capable of doing it, and it's a bright future.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Ahead of the match today between the Bombers and the West Coast Eagles, Essendon coach Brad Scott will join us just after the 1 o'clock news, so we'll bring you that in the lead up to this afternoon's match. Some of the other key topics of the weekend, the retirement of Lance Franklin on Monday. A superstar of the game as he salutes on his way out, adds to the intrigue and the mystery. He doesn't speak as he makes his announcement and leaves it to those around him in Tom Harley and John Longmire to give his contribution to the game words. But how do you reflect upon the career in which we witnessed for Lance Buddy Franklin?
He's already headed to the Gold Coast, hasn't he, to just put the feet up, buddy? He's a smart man. What else could I say that hasn't already been said? He was just a joy to watch. I hated playing against him because he frightened the absolute bejesus out of me, because he could just destroy a game, he could turn a game, he was always threatening. But then when I had the pleasure of working in either the radio or TV commentary box and Buddy was playing, you could have just given me a box of popcorn and just like I'm on the front row as a fan and just sat there and just watched the show. He brought so much joy to football. He was threatening at all times. All the focus was on him, and he delivered time and time again. He's a humble, high-quality person. He was a student of the game. He loved footy, even though we didn't often get to hear it because he was such a quiet guy. He studied the game. He worked hard on his craft. He understood his opposition. He understood his team's strengths. And he had this constant, massive spotlight on him. And it didn't affect him. He just played great football. I mean, what a player. Congratulations on a wonderful career, buddy. And enjoy retirement, putting the feet up.
The reality is, it's why adults came to watch the football, and it's why kids started to play football, because they wanted to be like Buddy, and an adult thought, geez, I wish I could have been like Buddy when I played football. So, look, he was just, from an athletic specimen, I think we're going to be hard pressed to find another player at 6'6" that could move and do what Buddy did.
We changed the game, didn't he? From your traditional 4 forwards of Lockett and Dunstall and those sort of play out of the goal square forwards to having the athleticism and the ability to get up the ground. And unfortunately for Cale Hooker, stride away from defenders and just make them look silly with his ability to finish. He was a natural footballer as well as an athletic freak.
I do have a question to both of you. So the question used to be, who would you prefer, Jonathan Brown, Nick Riewoldt or Matthew Pavlich?
Yep.
But I think now you've got to throw Jack Riewoldt into that. You've got to throw Buddy into that. And you've got to throw Tom Hawkins into that. There's 6 of them now. I think that, like, if you look at modern forwards since sort of 2000, I'm not including sort of Matthew Lloyd in that list because he was probably more your traditional full forward. But those others, they weren't your traditional full forwards. They still kicked so many goals, and probably Matthew Pavlich was a little bit more versatile than the others. But I think they're the modern forward where the game's progressed to, Lingy.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Ramo. That's a great call. And you could have a wonderful debate about all of the strengths of all of those guys and who you'd want and who you'd put around them and everything like that. I think for careers, Buddy just stands above because of, not just the goals, but everything that he brought to the game. But for any particular team, you could slot any one of those in and you could make a wonderful case for just how special they are. And you're right, they're modern forwards. It's different. It's not standing the goal square. We're going to clear out the 50. The opposition are going to be really dumb defensively, and they're going to go with all of our forwards who go up the ground, and we're going to give you an entire forward 50 arc to just lead and go up and mark the ball. They had to get up the ground. They had to get back. They had to deal with team defences. They had to deal with the +1. They had to do all this. And they did it. They all did it, and Buddy certainly did it. For all his skill and athleticism that you were just describing there, Clinchy, throw in aggression as well. Don't worry about that. He had a little bit of that fear factor as well. He loved nailing somebody with a big tackle and just landing on top of them just to stamp himself back into a game. He had that little bit of mongrel there that all the great forwards have.
So Lee, the debate will be he didn't win a premiership in Sydney through the journey of that contract. But the value that he added to the Sydney Football Club team, all Australians, goals, etc., etc. But I think in terms of the way now he's shaped the market in Sydney for the next generation of Isaac Heaney, Mills, Toby Green, Stephen Cornelio, those type of players, football's now, rather than being a rugby league dominated Sydney, Bondi area, those areas, football programs are now in schools. The rugby league programs are coming out of schools, and AFL programs are now going into schools. So I personally think it's mission accomplished.
Rami, you probably know this better than me because you're in your other role as a player manager. You are seeing the talent coming through. You watch the pathways. You understand the under-18 championships and things like that. Am I right in saying, anecdotally, the talent now pouring out of New South Wales is just outstanding for potential draftees?
Yeah, it's credit to both Sydney and GWS, the academy systems that they have created, but it's also credit to the players that I've mentioned for what they're actually putting into the northern markets and encouraging these young kids to play football. And Sydney, both Sydney and GWS, the experience that they give fans now coming to watch an AFL game, that these young kids simply want to play the game.
Adam Ramanauskas, Cameron Ling and Matt Clinch with you on the lead on the SMS 0437 774 774. Catherine asked the question, equally important, is Port Adelaide still the second best team in the AFL? Might come back to that on the SMS as well. Pete from Wood End, where is the Tigers' depth? Can't complain when they had Cotton and Martin out, but only 2 players. The Tigers era is over. And Grant wondering from Hobart who we're picking over the Blues and the Saints. We'll come to that in just a moment.
Just on Port Adelaide, if they lose, they will most likely be 4th on the ladder by the end of this round.
Yep.
So I'm only assuming here that both Melbourne and Brisbane win. So Brisbane have probably got the harder game against Fremantle over there. But who would have thought Port Adelaide could, the way they've been playing for so long of this season, be 4th at the end of this round?
Absolutely. All sorts of possibilities still with 4 rounds to play in the home and away season.
What's the word? Machinations.
Machinations, yes. Good for the ladder predictors amongst us, which we found out Lingy is one of them, although the Cats might have a bit more uphill work to do without Mark Blitzhavs and Tom Hawkins. The top brass of the Gold Coast Suns going to Italy in chase of Damien Hardwick. Have you ever heard of stories like that, Rama, where, you'd hope if he got the signature, then at least Dimmer would upgrade to business on the way back. But
first class, or private jet, one of the two. Look, one of my all-time favourite stories is what I do Monday to Friday is when Essendon traded for Ben McAvoy. When Hawthorn traded for Ben McAvoy from St Kilda, which is still a head-scratcher for me. But Ben McAvoy and his now wife, they were over in Cambodia at the time. Right. And getting phone reception and working out time zones and the like was a little bit tricky, it's fair to say. But I finally got Ben and he found a little spot of reception and I told him, look, this is what's happening at the moment. He goes, what are you talking about? Yeah, he thought I was having a lend of him initially. Yeah. I said, no. Hawthorn want you and St Kilda are happy to trade for you. I said, you've got 2 hours to make a decision. So
in Cambodia.
So he basically went down to breakfast with his wife and said, look, this is what's happening. And I needed an answer out of him. And then the next part, because I couldn't jump on a plane and go and see him, and just the time wouldn't have worked. So he then rang me back and said, yeah, let's do it. Because he was still contracted to St Kilda at the time, and then he becomes a 3-time premiership player at the Hawks.
So able to get the job done over the phone. What about the notion that Mark Evans wanted to see Damien face-to-face, Lingy, to try and get an indication from him whether he'd want to take the job?
I find that strange because I subscribe to the theory it's already a done deal and there's been conversations pre all this.
You think Mark Evans just needed a little Italian holiday?
Yes, club. Can you pay for me to go over there? I just want to get some sunshine and get out of the cold weather. Mind you, it's not that cold in the Gold Coast. It's all a bit strange. Sure, face to face. Maybe he still does need some convincing. That can be the only reason because you can do it on Zoom these days or whatever particular avenue you want to use via the internet. It's Yeah, I think it'll turn into a nice fun trip for everyone. But I think Damien Hardwick will be the coach of the Suns. Don't worry about that. I have not wavered from that for one moment.
Just can't quite sell it the same way as you can over a bowl of pasta and a bottle of red if you're face-to-face in Italy. It must be said, it sounds pretty appealing at the start of August if you're in cold old Melbourne. So ahead of Essendon and West Coast this afternoon, of course we close out the lead as we do every week with Lee's Last Word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player and Australian Football Hall of Fame member Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and Chris Scott and the Geelong Football Club.
Toughest opponent? Probably Cameron Ling.
I say it every week. Thank you, Swanee. Appreciate that. This one relates to a text message you just read out, Clenchy. Well set up. You built some suspense for me. Is Port Adelaide still the number 2? No, they are not. The number 2 team right now, the biggest contender to the Collingwood Football Club, is Melbourne. They have finally unlocked the missing ingredient, the ability to score. Score well, score easily, score efficiently. The last 3 weeks, they're averaging about 106 points. The 7 weeks prior to that, they were averaging 66 points for. So what they've finally done is allow themselves the potential of being scored against a little bit more and backing May and Lever and that a little bit more one-on-one, giving them a few less protections through the middle of the ground in order to score a little heavier than themselves. The forward line's much more mobile. I know Grundy's gone out, Ben Brown's gone out, unfortunately, but they've got a more mobile forward line. They're spitting mids forward. They're being more aggressive at stoppages. They've got mids on the forward side of the stoppage and giving that little bit less protection, but they are scoring, and by doing that, they are playing so much better footy. They are a really, really good team at the moment, and with all that's changed, they're the number 2 for me. They've jumped ahead of Port and Brisbane. They've got a great midfield. Clayton Oliver's still to come back in. Rock solid defence, high quality defence, and they can score. You put that formula together, and they're the number 2 contender to the Collingwood Footy Club at the moment.
Lingy's Last Word with Melbourne as the number 2. What do you think, Rama?
I'm going to disagree with Lingy.
Hey, we like a bit of disagreement.
I'm still on the Brisbane bandwagon. Okay. I think once it all... I know Will Ashcroft is definitely a big out, but I think they've built better depth now through the middle of that ground. So, yeah, I think Lee and I can argue over Melbourne and Brisbane. It's going to be a fascinating final series. It's going to be such a good final series.
We might get an answer this weekend, so we might revisit this in the next couple of weeks.
But what I will say, the contenders right now, they want to start playing their best football. This 4-week lead into the finals, if you look at history, every premiership team, the last 4 weeks of the season, that's when it's just started to roll.
In a word, Rammer, who have you tipped out of Geelong and Port Adelaide?
Cats, last chance, Lingy.
How do you feel without Blitzavs and Hawkins?
Without Aaliyah.
So no Aaliyah for Port Adelaide, yep. Charlie Dixon.
And no Dixon. Yeah, it's a must-win. I think they just find a way. Then they got the Pies the following Friday night just to make it a bit harder.
Yeah. And the Saints or the Blues, Slingy, tomorrow?
I'm the Blues. I love the way they're playing. They're more aggressive. They're attacking more. And you know my thoughts on St Kilda, Clinchy. I won't go back there again.
As Ross says, though, the ladder doesn't lie, so they get a chance to put it all on the line tomorrow against the Blues. Lee, thanks as always for your contribution. Look forward to chatting to you again next week.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Cameron Ling with you on the lead. Adam Romanascus to stick around for the pre-game. Our South Australian audience is off to the match between the Gold Coast Suns and the Crows. Don't forget, if you missed the lead today, it's available under the best of ABC Sport.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says opponents of the voice to Parliament are looking to mislead and confuse Australians ahead of the referendum. The federal opposition used Parliament last week to question whether the voice to Parliament would lead to a national treaty with Indigenous Australians. Mr Albanese's at the Garma Festival in northeast Arnhem Land. He says the No campaign is sowing confusion.
The No campaign seem to have given up on finding arguments of why people should vote no on what is actually before the Australian people, and are therefore saying, look over here, look over there, at a range of other issues that are actually not what is in the referendum.
The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the United States is pausing a number of assistance programs for Niger. It follows last week's coup in the West African nation. Countries from the West African bloc ECOWAS are demanding the reinstatement of Niger's deposed president, saying they've agreed to a plan for possible military action against the military junta. Thousands of people have gone on a rampage through a park in New York City after a video game giveaway descended into a riot. The BBC's Andrew McNair has the details.
Police have described the scenes in Manhattan's Union Square as a riot. People caught up in the chaos likened it to a war zone. The influencer Kai Cenat told his more than 10 million followers he'd be giving away 300 PlayStation 5s, prompting thousands to flock to the area. Video footage appears to show people flinging bottles and chairs, setting off fireworks and clinging to the roof of Kai Cenat's car as he tries to escape. Police said people took spades and axes from a nearby building site and that several officers were wounded. They told reporters the social media star has been detained and wouldn't rule out bringing charges against him.
A crackdown on prison officers in Ecuador has seen a number of wardens and other staff members arrested. A wave of violence in Ecuadorian prisons last month left at least 31 people dead. Authorities say raids on prison officers have turned up drugs, banned weapons, explosives and ammunition. Police in Victoria are continuing investigations into a fatal shooting in an inner-city Melbourne suburb. Courtney Withers reports.
Police tape marks off Almeida Crescent in South Yarra this morning as multiple officers here continue to investigate the circumstances surrounding the shooting. Police say emergency services were called to the street after a number of shots were fired at a man walking along the Crescent at about 20 minutes to midnight. The man suffered life-threatening injuries and later died in hospital. The circumstances surrounding the incident are yet to be determined. However, detectives say it appears to be targeted. Residents who live inside buildings on the cornered-off Crescent have been prevented from driving in.
Police are investigating a fatal house fire in Victoria's northeast. Emergency services were called to Dees Street at Benalla following reports of a fire early this morning. The body of a person who's yet to be formally identified was found inside the property. Arson and explosive squad detectives are attending the scene. Tasmania's leading greyhound trainers had his licence suspended by the Office of Racing Integrity. Eliza Closer explains.
Anthony Bullock is being investigated after drone vision taken last month by animal rights activists allegedly showing gruesome and disturbing images of his greyhound training facility at Exeter. The Office of Racing Integrity on Thursday said it was aware of a video circulating online showing conditions inside the property. In a statement, Director of Racing Justin Helmick said it was appropriate to suspend Mr Bullock's licence until the conclusion of the inquiry. A report in relation to the inquiry will be publicly released once it's completed.
The WA Police Union is urging the state government to prioritise comprehensive social programs targeting at-risk people to help reduce crime. It comes after figures from WA Police revealed the number of assaults against officers had increased by nearly 20% in the past year to 1,447. The rate of assaults against officers increased in 10 of 15 policing districts. Switzerland is set to face Spain in the FIFA Women's World Cup round of 16 in Auckland. Switzerland were unbeaten through the group stage with a 2-0 win over the Philippines and scoreless draws with Norway and New Zealand. Spain's coming off a 4-0 defeat to Japan, but has put in a strong performance against Zambia and Costa Rica. Japan will also take on Norway in Wellington. ABC News. You can get more news at any time just by downloading the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Marks out to the right, steps on goal, superb finish.
Turns, whacks it straight through the middle. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
AFL. On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know. Essendon are looking to back the 4 points and keep their season alive as they host the West Coast Eagles from Docklands in a must-win game for Brad Scott's side to stay in touch with the top 8. The Bombers just outside, but they've dropped 5 of their last 6, including their last 3. But they do unleash their prize number fifth pick, Elijah Sardis, who comes in to make his debut for the Bombers. The West Coast Eagles winners last week against North Melbourne, their second win of the season, and Adam Simpson hoping they can bring that momentum here to Melbourne. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. The roof is closed, so there's no worries as to what's going on outside. There's no late changes with Alwyn Davey Jr. and Greg Clark, the sub, for their sides this afternoon. Jess Webster to call the action alongside me. Welcome to you, Jess.
Hello, Clinchy. Good to be here. And they say winning form's good form. So West Coast, obviously, that breakthrough win against North Melbourne last week, they come here and no doubt the spirits would have been lifted throughout the week after finally breaking that 16 losses in a row. And then for Essendon, as you mentioned, their season's slipping away from them. They have to win. They have to win big, gain some percentage if they're any chance of making the top 8. So plenty to play for Essendon. I think we're going to see what they're about today. And as for West Coast, anything can happen.
Adam Ramanauskas, you've heard him previously on The Lead. Welcome to you, Rama. Big afternoon for the Bombers.
Yeah, big afternoon. I'm looking forward to the 5th pick wearing the number 5.
Yes.
You want to have another go?
Elijah Sardis.
No, it's... Look, I was really happy for West Coast last week. Getting that win against North Melbourne, it's been a horrible year for the Eagles, but to see, I think, the joy on a few of those young kids' faces and the like was awesome.
And Becky, welcome to you, straight from training.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, straight match gym this morning. I didn't break anyone, which is always the worry at match gym, so we got through.
Let's head straight down to the boundary. Lauren Borden's been joined by the Bombers coach.
Thanks, Clinch. I've got Brad Scott behind me. Thank you for your time pre-match. You kicked 8 of the last 10 goals against Sydney, couldn't get that win, but are you confident you're going to start this game like you ended last week?
Oh, well, there's always a sense of the unknown to that, and all you can control is the way you prepare. And a big part of my job on game day is to get the players in the right frame of mind to get out and compete. And there's a lot of variables in football, and the things that are in your control is what you've got to focus on and not worry too much about the what ifs. But all the signs during the week and our preparation's been really sound, so yeah, we're well prepared.
There's a lot of excitement around Elijah Sardis. Can you tell us about his mindset as he heads into this game, and where's the famous number 5?
Yeah, well, he's really excited. I mean, like a lot of young players these days, particularly the early draft picks, they feel like they're ready to play from day one. Unfortunately, Elijah hurt his knee in the pre-season, so he missed the first half of the year. But he's played 7 games now in the VFL, and we've been very patient. And he's shown really good signs. And to be honest, we could have played him earlier, but we wanted to set him up, to succeed and not play him until he was ready. And he's an exciting player. He's got a burst of speed, and he really, we hope he builds into a player that fills a need that we really have.
Let's head upstairs to the box now for some more questions from Adam Romanascus, Nathan Burke, Jess Webster and Matt Clinch.
Brad, for all the Bomber fans this year, I think the gains can be clear to see. But in your opinion, what was the couple of areas that you needed to break down in the early part of the season, I guess, to bring the Bombers to where they are now?
I think there's probably a couple of things on and off field, Rammer, to be honest. The off field, it sounds very simple, but it can be very difficult at AFL clubs, and that's just to have absolute role clarity in terms of system and structure. And I think all clubs probably struggled a little bit coming out of COVID with a lot of mixed roles and people doing a bit of this and a bit of that. And the first step for me was just to clearly identify everyone's role and hold them accountable to that. And there seem to be a lot of people trying to sort of help in different areas, but we just narrowed the focus down into the absolute role clarity. And it's the same on field with roles, but we're building a new system that's going to take us some time. And while we've seen some improvement throughout this year, our big focus has been on individually improving players and then working them into our system. So I think when you look at players like Caldwell, Hobbs, even experienced players like Langford, they've all got better. So that's a good tick for us.
And I think what a lot of people sort of fail to remember is Essendon are still a very young team. Now, albeit it's never an excuse, but what do you put there? So we mentioned it's lost 5 of the last 6. There was a little losing streak in the middle there. How do you turn that around with a younger group of players to make them continue to believe the way they're playing is the right way?
Oh, I think it's been pretty easy for us because while, I think we've probably had, 2 games, Geelong and the Bulldogs, which we're really disappointed with the way we played. But even in some of the other losses, we performed well. We just weren't able to sustain it across the 125 minutes. And that's the challenge in modern footy, particularly when you're a young side. But, we certainly don't, we haven't highlighted the fact too often that we're young because we think we're capable. But clearly, you look across our list, this group of players is going to play together for a long period of time.
Brad, Nathan Burke here. Sort of go back to your coaching, and people don't sort of realise that coaches actually get better year on year as well, just like the actual players do. How much did you enjoy the time off to really sit back and go, right, get rid of all the peripheral stuff that always sort of pounds you when you're coaching and just pull out the big rocks of what makes you a really good coach and sort of get back to that basics?
Yeah, I think it's really important, Berkey, to have time to take stock. And, I think we all try and do that to the best of our ability in the off-season. But, the reality of being an AFL senior coach is that it's relentless and it's all-consuming. So, I did really enjoy the time I had away, and I had while my mindset was I was moving into administration for the rest of my life, really, or my working life, I did have some time to think about, what are the things that really matter? And the thing that attracted me to Essendon was that, just this renewed focus on football. And I know that sounds silly because every club should be focusing on football, but clubs are massive these days. There are all these other imperatives, and what I was guaranteed is that I'd be able to focus on coaching the team and all the other peripheral stuff would be secondary. And the club have held up their end of the bargain on that, and I can focus my attention where I think it's really most important.
Have you found, or did you identify some bad habits you might have slipped into, and you're making sure that you're not going to slip into those?
Yeah, I think it's just getting so caught up in the day-to-day and the week-to-week and, not taking time to step back and have a look at the big picture. And that's probably why, this year I've been, while excited and excited for all Essendon fans that, we played some good footy against good opponents, it's the big picture that I'm firmly focused on. So, we'll endeavour to win every single game we play for the rest of this year, but we won't do that at the expense of what we're building long term. And that's evidenced by Nick Cox playing a big chunk in the VFL, Elijah Sardas playing 7 games before he's ready to play AFL footy. So that has been our focus, and I'm really confident it'll hold us in good stead going forward.
Brad Scott with us on Grandstand AFL. Brad, it's Jess Webster here. I wanted to ask you about a young player named Harley Reid, one of the contenders for the number 1 draft pick. Played in the VFL today for the Bombers and took a big hanger as well. Obviously, he's part of the AFL Academy program, trained with the Bombers during the pre-season. Have you had much to do with him personally, and how would you describe him as a player?
Yeah, I've had a fair bit to do with him. He's a really sort of warm character, to be honest. He's very easy to talk to, and he's got that great balance of what I would say is supreme confidence, but it doesn't. It doesn't cross the line to arrogance. So I love that in players. He's got great confidence in his ability, but he's a very humble young man. So he's getting a lot of plaudits before he's even on an AFL list. And, I can say from what I've seen at training at Essendon, those plaudits are justified. So, it's going to be a challenge for him to withstand the hype. But from what I've seen, he's more than capable of doing that.
Do you think he looks good in a Bombers jumper?
Yeah, we're doing everything we can within the rules to make sure that happens. But, there is a pretty easy way for it to happen. I said this at the start of the year when he trained with us, and that's the finish last. But that was never on our list of priorities. So, we're really strong on building our culture, and, whether it's unlikely how hard he's going to get to us through the draft unless we can pull off some trade miracles. But, we want to be a club that all players look at and think, I think I can play my best football at Essendon.
Essendon coach Brad Scott with us. The players are making their way off, so just a couple quick ones to finish with, Brad. In terms of Mason Redmond, the 100th game today and the signature last week, how big a boost did that give to the message in which you're trying to deliver?
Oh, look, it was absolutely massive, and not just the fact that he signed, because, without being too flippant, a player signing, that's one thing. We could have signed him a long time ago if we'd been absolutely irresponsible with the offer that we put forward to him. But the club put forward a very, very good offer, but it was made clear that we desperately wanted Mason to stay, but that was going to be his decision, and he should assess all his options, because I saw it as a bit of a watershed moment to say, well, okay, we'll set the vision for the club, and Mason's been open in saying this time last year he would have left. So I think it shows great confidence in the vision we've got for our club.
And do you find it staggering they haven't replaced your role at AFL House? I know you've been asked about this, but the longer the season goes on, the less clarity it feels like that role is in terms of who's going to fulfil it.
I think it just speaks to the calibre of Laura Kane and the confidence that Andrew Dillon and Gil McLaughlin have in her. But Laura's been incredible this year, but the reality is she's probably taken on too much of the workload. But my understanding is they're pretty close to a resolution there.
You might have left too big a shoes to fulfil. And West Coast,
have been easy. It should have been very easy.
And West Coast in the last 4 of the last 5 weeks they've had over 100 marks. So what's the key in terms of trying to withhold the way in which they want to try and play?
Yeah, I think that the number of marks is one thing, and that's important, but it's where they're taking them that's the most important thing. So it's a matter of prioritising where we defend, and if they want to keep hold of the ball, they keep hold of it where we want them to have it. So we don't want it to be a low pressure game. We want to be up in the contest. So we're going to have to be on there, because they have shown some capability to possess the footy.
Thanks as always for your time, Brad. We'll let you address your players.
Great, appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
Brad Scott, the Essendon coach, joining us ahead of the match against the West Coast Eagles. Matt Clinch, Jess Webster, Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke with you, with Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Very precise in his direction. He wants this Bombers. We're a very goal-orientated competition where there's only ever one premier, but he's looking at it from the mindset. They were 15th last year. They're in a road to progression, and part of his role as a senior coach is to provide real clarity around the direction and the roles in which they're doing so.
And I think if you ask the players, have they got clarity around their role within the team, or clarity within how they're developing as a footballer? I know all will say yes, and I think that's all that you can ask for as a footballer, Berkey. When you go out on the field, I know exactly what I need to do and how I need to perform to help the team win. And then Monday to Friday, I know exactly what I need to do to continue my own development to be the best player I can be.
And the ultimate statement backing that up was when he said, this time last year, Mason Redmond wouldn't have signed. And that to me sort of screamed out that things have changed.
Their forward line, obviously, is a makeshift forward line at the moment. They've got Cole Langford leading the way, the leading goal scorer so far this season with 40 goals, and Peter Wright obviously missed the first half of the season. Harry Jones out through injury, so there's still some elements of their game which is going to improve.
I think that's been an unspoken problem for the Bombers. You look, last week is the perfect example. So many inside 50s against Sydney, but they lose the game. So the ball's been walking out of their forward line a little bit, so they're trying to find the correct mix of players that, one, are going to kick goals, of course, because, I've never seen a team scoreless and win a game of football, but at the same time, the ball can't come out of the forward line the ease it does. So last week, Errol Gordon has 37 possessions, but where he got those 37 possessions, a lot of them was across half back. Yeah. So turning the ball over in your forward half becomes critical. They haven't been able to do that, Essendon.
Is Langford the answer? He's kicked 40 goals. That's a
I think as a third tall, I think, yeah. Like him and Stringer, if he is at his absolute best, you've got two very good hybrid forwards. But the next problem comes around, well then, if you've got those two, they're not high-pressure players. Then you've got Peter Wright, not high pressure. Then you're going to rest the ruckman down there. They're not. So you're relying on effectively two players to lay tackles within your forward 50. It becomes tricky.
Essendon were 5th about a month ago, now 13th, and are in danger of missing out in the finals. Is it an opportunity miss? Is it disappointing to slide, or is this just part of the development that you're going to have up and down moments in the season?
Look, I think it's part of the development because they had a period they won their first 4 or whatever they won at the start of the season. They lost, I think, 5 or 6 in a row from after that Melbourne game. And that was like, oh, okay. But then they came back again and they were able to win games. And that's a good sign. But they've had a real opportunity, I think, over the last couple of weeks. And they've misfired. They've failed. So the reality is, win the last 4 games, you'll play finals. That's 13 wins. So they've got West Coast, North Melbourne, both winnable games. Yep. Should win. GWS at Giants Stadium, tough game. Then Collingwood last round. So, in a sense, their destiny's in their own hands, but their percentage is poor.
But if they miss finals, is it a disappointing outcome?
Yeah. I actually, you know what? I think any team that misses finals is a disappointing outcome. Now people will go, well, yeah, you develop, but show me a team that says at the start of the year we don't want to make finals. Like, to me, that's where you qualify for finals. It gives you a chance to win a premiership. So the goal at the start of every season for any team should be to play finals, in my opinion. Now, others might go, well, you don't need to play finals to have a successful. Yeah, okay, you develop players and all that sort of stuff, but you're going to get your greatest development playing in a final series.
I think you're right, Jess. 11 weeks, Essendon have been inside the top 8 so far this season. They've been as high as 5th, but I guess, Berkey, for some of those sides that are in the rut, the challenge between their best and their worst, trying to tighten that gap so more often than not, you're able to deliver your best, especially against the sides who are in the top 8.
I think all those ones that finish 9, 10, 11, 12, they'll all look back on at least probably 2 or 3 games. We go, oh, we blew that one.
Yeah.
Oh, we blew that one. And there's going to be a whole bunch of teams in that realm this year, and it's just the way the evenness of the competition.
And the problem with that is, I reckon silly clubs will go, oh, it's because we're young. You know, we lost those games. We just, we need a bit more experience and all that sort of stuff. Smart clubs go, I don't care if we're young. Here's the moments in the game that we didn't perform in. Rather than going, oh, we're a young team, that will come with development, another 20 games. That's rubbish to me. It's actually like, well, hang on a minute. You're professional players anyway. You should be able to perform at the critical moments regardless if you're 18 or 35. Doesn't matter.
And to me, a mark of a team's improvement is not necessarily how well they play against the top teams. It's do they beat the ones that they should beat.
Yeah.
That's okay, we lose to everyone. Now we beat the ones that we should beat and we're competitive against them, and the next iteration is we start beating those ones at the top, but we always beat the ones that we should beat.
So no Draper, no Stringer, no Ridley. Brad Scott said potentially for the home and away season.
Yeah, and that's
depending on how they close out the year.
And that's the part, those teams that Berkey's talking about, 9, 10, 11, 12, when they lose that quality of player, you see a drop-off in performance. Whether it's 1% or 10%, it's very hard for those teams in the middle of the ladder to replace those players. The teams at the top of the ladder can replace those players for a couple of weeks. So Port are going to be tested over without Aaliyah, without Charlie Dixon. They're going to be tested. So even now, Brisbane are tested without Will Ashcroft. He's played in the middle of the ground this year as an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, but now you've got to put somebody else into that role.
And it's also that the system helps replace that player. Yeah. So you can get somebody who comes in nowhere near as good a player, not as good stats outward, but they continue that system that doesn't fall down. What you'll find is with the Essendons and St Kildas, and even in that realm, even though they're in the finals, is that the system fluctuates. Yeah. And that's the issue, whereas a system in good teams, one, they have good players, but they also have the best systems going around. They can cover those good players when they aren't there.
The voice of Nathan Burke, Adam Romanascus, alongside Jess Webster, Matt Clinch and Lauren Borden. Down on the boundary, it's Essendon taking on West Coast. There's no late changes with Greg Clark and Alan Davey Jr., the subs this afternoon. We'll take you in the West Coast Eagles camp in around 7 or 8 minutes' time and catch up with Matthew Knights. We spoke to Brad Scott there about the AFL job, the head of footy. Interestingly, the Western Bulldogs CEO, Meat Baines, was joining the Friday night commentary team last night. He was asked whether he had any interest in the AFL's top job.
I certainly haven't had any conversations. Very happy, very settled at the Dogs, and whether it's on field or some of our bigger projects like the big redevelopment we're doing at Whitney Oval, got a pretty full plate.
If the phone rang and they said, hey, we got this job going, would it interest you?
If the phone rings, you always take the call from people that you have to deal with and deal with very closely in your current job, and you respect enormously, but we'll cross that bridge if we get to it.
So Western Bulldogs CEO Meat Baines with Corbin Minimas and the Friday night team. Brendan Gale reportedly pulling out of the AFL 2IC role under Andrew Dillon. And then the question is Simon Garlick and Meat Baines that Tom Harley, do they look for one person to potentially fill an overarching role, or do they focus on potentially dividing it into two roles and having one focus purely on the sort of head of footy, the Brad Scott role, which is currently vacant, and maybe beefing up the AFL Commission as well?
I think Brendan Gale saying no has thrown a spanner in the works. Like, the AFL were desperate for him. They waited for him to make a decision. Clearly, they weren't talking to anybody else. It was, well, Brendan, we want you. Do you want to do this job? And he's eventually said no to it. Now it's a little bit of back to the drawing board. How do they do it? We heard Brad Scott talk about Laura Kane and the job that she's been doing, which has been simply terrific. But is it simply now a case of we need more employees for different portfolios rather than giving one person multiple portfolios?
It's a bit like going back to the future, and remember the old Ian Collins role? So Collo was never in charge of the AFL. There's always somebody above him, but for all intents and purposes, he was the face. Yeah. He was the guy they went to when there was issues, and so I think they're looking for that guy. And I think at Richmond,
Brendan Gale.
His name just escaped me for a second. Brendan Gale, he could certainly be that role. He performs well in front of the media. He's got the history behind him. So Laura Kane is doing an outstanding sort of admin job behind, but she's not your Ian Collins person who's going to just, my word is law. Is it Meat Baines, that person? I don't know. I sort of see him a little bit higher than that. But Tom Harley, he's another one that I think he could potentially play that Ian Collins type role.
So the AFL releasing the statement, the reminder during the week around the standing the mark, which came timely given there was a bit of confusion over recent weeks around some of the different interpretations and maybe the pointing towards the scoreboard and some of the frustration that was bubbling on, and as a result 50-metre penalties were being played.
Who was the one Nathan Murphy, wasn't it, when he pointed? I have no issue with that. The umpire gave him a chance, and then he pointed to the scoreboard again, so the umpire said, no, bad luck enough, it's 50-metre penalty. I don't have any issue with that. My issue is if an umpire goes straight away. Like there's got to be a little bit of interaction between player and umpire.
They did in that game earlier. Brody Kemp was the first 50-metre penalty. That was immediate.
Yep.
And then it was the second one, Nathan Murphy, where the umpire said, be careful, and then said, yeah.
I go back to the St Kilda game earlier in the year. They had two players pointed at the scoreboard and both got 50s. Same. And we hadn't seen it since and sort of crept back in and they paid it. So it's not for the first time this year that we've actually seen that. Is standing on the mark the biggest issue in the game that we need to address? No, it's not. Is it completely different from when it started? Yes, it is. There's players who are standing on the angle. There's players who are moving around. It's completely different from when it started. But the one that they chose was if a player marks the ball near the point post and you're not in that marking contest, you can't run in from 9 metres out. You've got to stay 9 metres. Seriously, is that the biggest issue in the game that we want to get kerfuffled about?
Part of the frustration is just the inconsistency. They can go for weeks for not paying a certain free kick, and then all of a sudden it pops up again. And
given the AFL have their own platform at AFL House, there's no reason they couldn't record a video once a week discussing with the umpire the common themes that come out of their review, and bring the listeners, bring the viewers into the shed to understand what's going on.
Everybody talks about the final series and how well the final series is umpired. The reason why is it's because it's the same umpires in the final series. So that's where the consistency comes from. You're not having multiple umpires across 9 games umpiring. You've got the same umpires, the best of the best, umpiring the finals. And that's where everyone goes, oh yeah, this looks great. This is the version of football that we want to see week in, week out.
We had the head of umpiring came out to the Western Bulldogs AFLW team and gave us the pre-season talk, what they're going to focus on, and totally honest, from the talk to what I see going on out here, it's not close. It's like, and we spent a good half an hour on prior opportunity.
Yeah.
And what came out of it is, if you don't have prior opportunity, in other words, like if you haven't got a chance to fend, you don't take 2 or 3 steps to the ball, you don't try and dodge anyone, you don't have to legally dispose of the ball. You have to attempt to. So if you can pretend to handball and drop the footy, that's okay, play on. But since then, I've been paying particular attention to how it's umpired out on the AFL men's side of thing, and it's nothing like they explained.
Yeah, okay, so a bit of challenges there around the way in which it's adjudicated and the messaging getting through. The AFL has also released a statement around the contact with Marlon Pickett yesterday, reviewing the security and the match manager's report. In normal circumstances, we embrace player and fan interaction after a game. What happened at last night's game is not acceptable in the AFL. We'll work through it in the coming days. So always disappointing. Marlon Pickett showed his frustration, and that's why there's a fence between the players and the fans. So, yes, the AFL issuing the statement there. The full lead-up coming up for the Bombers and the West Coast Eagles, and we'll take you inside the West Coast Eagles camp. That's coming up next in round 21 of the AFL.
There's a bigger picture to be found, a wider viewpoint. There's more than one side to every story, and you'll find so much more with ABC News Online. Around the world and from wherever you are. Get a bigger picture of the stories that matter to you with explainers, live blogs and analysis. Your news, your way, every day. From Australia's most trusted news source. Download the ABC News app or head to ABC News Online.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
A big welcome to Docklands in Melbourne, a must-win game for the Bombers under Brad Scott to stay in touch with the top 8. There's 6 points outside the AFL's top 8, and a vital clash this afternoon against the West Coast Eagles, having lost 5 of their last 6. But we do get to see their number 5 draft pick, Elijah Sardis, making his debut in the all-exciting number 5. Matt Clinch with you for Grandstand AFL. Jess Webster to call the action alongside me. Adam Ramanaskis and Nathan Burke are your experts. There's no late changes with Alwyn Davey Jr. and Greg Clark, the subs this afternoon. The Bombers have dimmed the lights. They're not too far from making their way out onto Docklands. It is the 100th game as well for Mason Redman. So excitement for him as he's going to make his way out onto the ground for the Bombers. And Alex Witherden from the West Coast Eagles also celebrates his 100th game. The Eagles back on the winners list last week, their second win of the season, upstaging North Melbourne. And a chance to head straight inside the West Coast Eagles camp and head down to Lauren Borden. She's with their assistant coach, Matthew Knights.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'm outside the West Coast race with Eagles assistant coach, Matthew Knights. Thanks for your time ahead of the game. You're coming off a rare win for the season. After a tough season, though, that has been maybe a long season, has it made any difference in the mood throughout the week?
Oh, I think certainly when you get a W at any stage, it's a great tonic for your footy club and supporters and players and staff alike. So, yeah, it's been a good week, albeit it was got a little bit concerning in the last 3 minutes against North, but a great victory, and, you know, it should give the guys a lot of confidence coming into today. You know, at this ground, you've got to start fast. You know, it's a really quick deck, and you got to get motoring early. So, yeah, we're excited about today, and another opportunity for us to play some decent footy.
And starting fast, how do you do that against away sides, given you've conceded 8 goals or so in the last 5 away games, but a lot less when you're playing at home? Yeah,
and I think part of that is, you know, scoring is an element that obviously gets your team excited and, you know, gets you in the game. But I think if you can play good contest football, put a lot of pressure on early, play good defence, that, you know, probably your goals will yield on the back of that. And at the same time, that probably mitigates the opposition scoring. So I think where the contest method, you know, your players winning those loose balls and ground balls early and giving you great field position. So, yeah, hitting the scoreboard would be nice, but I think it's all about getting that contest right early, getting your CBs and clearances good, and off you go.
Adam Simpson said he might try something different in the lead-up. Have you done anything different this morning or since arriving in Melbourne?
Oh, every week we're looking to, you know, obviously change our prep, whether it's a physical prep for the players or, you know, the mental prep with the messaging. So, yeah, Simo's already, looking at different things to try and stimulate the group. And it's fair, our form away from home hasn't been at the level. So, yeah, and I'd give another opportunity today to start well against the Bombers. They're a pretty quick team. They play a mix of uncontested mark football as well as really attacking style. So they're a hard scout. So, it's a good opportunity for us to put them under pressure. And, I think if Darling and Allen can get us on the roll early with a couple of contested marks, it'd be great.
West Coast midfield coach Matthew Knight's joining us on Grandstand AFL. Looking at that midfield of Essendon, it's a pretty strong midfield, and it's somewhere that I guess West Coast needs to improve on. How do you look to attack Essendon today?
Yeah, I think they're, with Caldwell probably unheralded a little bit. You've got Martin on a wing who's done a hell of a job all year, and then you've got obviously the inside boys, Merritt and Parrish and guys like that. So they're quite credentialed. They're a really good age. They're all at that sweet spot with their age group. So, we just got, Tim Kelly really has to go to work. We might see Liam Duggan through there today, Campbell Chesser. And then Big Bailey. I think that Big Bailey Williams and the pivotal ruck contest with, Phillips is really big. I think Phillips is underrated for his tap work. And he's coming along. So Big Bailey Williams probably holds a bit of a key for us today to give our mids a good look at it.
Do you think you throw Elliot Yeo there in some point now he's in the starting lineup, not as a sub like last week?
Oh, yeah, we'd love to. I mean, Elliot's a proven big-time player around the ball with his clearances and his contest. So, I think at some stage today we'll probably get the itch in the box. Simo will probably get the itch to put him inside. You're spot on. But it's sort of, his second game back, found his way a bit last week in the back half. So predominantly he'll be back half today as a defender. But I'm sure if the game's on the line, the phone call might go down to be put him inside. He's unbelievable contest player.
And what about Shannon Hurn? We won't see him here today, but he announced his retirement at the end of this season, so he'll have a couple of games in Perth. You've been there for the back end of his career. What can you tell us about him and what's impressed you most about Shannon?
Yeah, I think we saw in last week's game, we saw probably Shannon in a nutshell, like the way he played against Nick Larkey and just his body work and his craft and his fundamentals. Just as an example for all young players at our club and the way he's gone about his football. And I think probably unheralded a little bit is his talent. He's combined his talent with that, beautiful ball winning ability, his long right foot kick that can get 65 or 70, and he's combined that with great craft and, talented, great craft and a terrific attitude is a nice mix for an AFL footballer. And I think he's got all three categories. Be lovely to see him get up for next week's game against Fremantle. I mean, I think he's got a couple of good ones left in him, but great career, great person, and he's going to leave a wonderful legacy at the West Coast Footy Club.
Seems like he's got his eyes on that one. Thank you for your time and good luck against Essendon today.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Good to chat.
Lauren Borden there catching up with Matthew Knight. It's always great to hear from Knight ahead of the match between the West Coast Eagles and the Bombers. Matt Clinch and Jess Webster call the action. Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke are your experts. After the emotional high of last week, Burkey, the West Coast Eagles just their second win of the season. The announcement of the retirement of Shannon Hurn. What sort of momentum can they carry across the Nullarbor to try and bring their best against the Bombers?
Well, hopefully some form of momentum. They've really struggled to gain any form throughout the year. So those two things combined hopefully has them up and about. And sometimes just seeing the finish line, getting that little bit closer, also has the teams that are down the bottom thinking, let's have a really big finish. They have the potential today, depends what sort of a nasty streak they've got in them, but they have the potential to really put a huge dent in Essendon's finals capabilities. And we always know teams down the bottom say, hey, if we can't get in there ourselves, let's muck it up for a few others. So they've got a lot to play for today. And individually, they're obviously going to make quite a few changes at the end of the year, you'd think. So, a few of them are probably playing for their spots, and whether that will daunt them and they'll be too scared to make a mistake, or whether that will free them up, we'll wait and see.
A real season from hell for the West Coast Eagles, Ramo, with the injuries and the losses, the confidence. They get Jeremy McGovern back in and Josh Rotham today. I guess the season of Oscar Allen has been the shining light with 43 goals for the season after not playing any footy last season. Tim Kelly leads the way with disposals for the year, and there's a fair gap between he and Dom Sheed, who's not featuring this afternoon. So how do you try and make sure that the team focuses on the collective rather than the individual once you get to this time of the year and players feel like they're playing for their careers?
Well, it's very, very difficult because a player will look at a poor performance by themselves individually and goes, well, is that the nail in the coffin for me and my football career? So that's where we listened to Brad Scott talk earlier about playing your role and what the value of that role is. So what Adam Simpson is valuing as a coach and the role that particular player is, that might not be 25 or 30 possessions. That might be 10 possessions and 5 or 6 tackles. And I think there's no better example than that at West Coast than one of their first-year players in Noah Long, who is playing this half-forward role where the ball is simply not in West Coast forward line this year, but the role he's playing and the value that West Coast have put on how he's going about that has been enormous for a kid that was picked 57 or 58 in last year's national draft. He's done a really good job at that. So the other part is, and this has always been, this is the tricky part for West Coast, because they've had so many injuries. There was a time in this year where they only had 2 players in their waffle team. They haven't made their young players necessarily earn their place in the team. And I think that's fraught with danger for any team. If you're just bringing a kid into the senior team and they're not ready or they're not playing good enough at the next level of football, or the lower level of football, they're not going to perform well at the higher level of football, Berkey. So that's where it becomes, I think, really hard for West Coast through that middle part of the season. They had players playing in the team that, one, hadn't played well enough, and 2, simply weren't ready. And that's why the result, what the result did. Now they've got some players back. They can start to sort of, particularly this last month of the season. Well, you know what? If you want a game, you've got to earn it. I hate football clubs that go, we've just got to get 50 games into these kids. Yeah, okay, I get that, but make them earn the 50 games. You can't take a game of AFL football for granted. So if you're just handing it to him, and then the kid, there's no standards around why he's got that game, well, guess what the next person thinks? Oh, I'm just going to get a game of AFL football. This is one of the hardest games to play in the world. And then to develop a team to compete week in, week out is even harder. So West Coast, they're at rock bottom. Let's not make any mistake about that. But what they can create is standards. And if they don't have those standards, they'll continue to be where they are.
Bailey Williams is one plus for me.
Yep.
I think he's been really good playing a lone hand pretty much every week in the ruck. He's a competitor. He's very athletic. And you get him in a good side with some better midfielders around him. He's going to be a really, really good player. He's a good Frankston lad. So if I'm a Victorian team, I'm his one. If I'm picking the eyes out of West Coast Eagles, he's my first pick.
One of 4 players who's played every game for the Eagles so far this season. Elijah Hewitt is another one who's getting some opportunities in the midfield.
Got to be a good player.
Alongside Campbell Chesser, who gets his chance on the wing or potentially inside mid this afternoon. Don't think we're going to miss Elijah Sardis out there this afternoon. He's big framed. He's 187 centimetres and 80 kilos for an 18-year-old who's had to wait his time to get his opportunity in the
he was
AFL.
injured. So the first half of the season he was injured, obviously. He had the knee injury. But again, I love hearing Brad Scott talk about, well, we didn't just go and throw him straight into the senior team. We made him play 7 or 8 games. And in those 7 or 8 games at VFL level for Essendon, he's been over the 30 possession mark a number of times. But it's also been about the way he's performed in those games. There was a small knock on his kicking and his kicking efficiency in the under-18 competition, but he's cleaned that right up now. So, to come in to an AFL team, you need to be able to kick the ball, and you need to be able to kick the ball efficiently. Turnover is what kills teams at the moment. Teams just sweat on it. We're in the generation of turnover football now, where teams just take the ball back the other way. So, if he's going to play as a midfielder for a long time at AFL level, he needs to be able to kick the ball well.
And the West Coast Eagles kicked 4 goals in the opening quarter last week from turnovers. Now they average around 23 points from that stat. And Jack Darling had 10 disposals in the first quarter. He was the leading disposal getter, starting up forward and in the back 50, providing some support to their defence. So will Sardis play midfield or half forward, do you think?
A bit of both.
Both.
You might even see him out on a wing because he hasn't got a big body yet. So obviously Merritt and Parrish will play huge, big numbers within the middle of the ground. Caldwell will play his minutes through the middle of the ground. So they're starting to what's the right word? Option up in that area of the game, Essendon, where for a number of years it's like, oh, they need these midfielders, they need this, and they've drafted really well. Ben Hobbs has had a really good year. He was another one that was made to earn it at the start of the year. Brad Scott just said, well, you go back to the reserves and you go and earn your spot, and I think that's held him in really good stead. I spoke about this earlier about Essendon. The key to Essendon's game today is how long they can hold the ball in their forward half of the ground. So, 60-plus inside 50s last week against the Swans, but the ball came out of their forward 50 very easily, and that's where Sydney were able to transition the ball. Joel Amati played really well last week because the supply was good to him. So if the supply is good to Oscar Allen and Jack Darling, they're proven goal kickers.
Sitting in the front row for us this afternoon is Lauren Borden. Welcome once more again to you, Lauren.
Thanks, Clinch. It's great to be down here. Pretty comfortable conditions for watching the footy after a pretty warm week in Melbourne, still with the roof closed, of course, as normal. Merritt has just won the toss for the Bombers, and they'll be kicking towards the locket end today. So that's the left-hand side of your radio dial. The crowd hasn't really been flocking in quickly, but they've slowly made their way in. It should be about half full today, the stadium. We heard Brad Scott and Matthew Knights both say they were expecting a pretty quick start here today. That's something they've been focusing on, so hopefully we get a pretty exciting first quarter.
Thanks, Loz. Looking forward to your contributions throughout the afternoon. What sort of number? Can the Bombers win large and rocket their percentage up, or will the West
Bombers,
Coast Eagles
no doubt the Bombers want to win large. And then for West Coast, I think it's a goal a quarter. If they can lose this game by 4 goals or under 4 goals, that's a terrific result for them because they'll be in the game for its entirety.
You've been a Nostradamus, Berkey. How do you see it unfolding?
Don't do it to me, Berkey.
Now, it's really hard to go out and think about percentage.
Yeah, of course it is.
Got to win the game first. You only start thinking about percentage in the last quarter at very, very best. But the Essendon, if they're going to go any further in this season, need to win this one comfortably.
The Bombers looking to bank the 4 points and stay in touch with the top 8 for the West Coast Eagles. They could move off the bottom of the AFL ladder with victory this afternoon. Round 21 of the AFL, Essendon and West Coast. Here's Jess Webster on ABC Sport.
First bounce is going to be recalled. You love it when that happens. You build it up and then have to do it all again. So
the only person who's more disappointed than that is Andrew Phillips, who just whacked it 30 metres forward.
Elliot Yeo playing full back again on Kyler Langford.
So we go again. Phillips wins the tap down. There is a free kick for a ruck infringement going West Coast way. So Bailey Williams to take the free kick for the Eagles out of the middle. Releases it to Cole, who sends West Coast to full forward. There's a big pack. Can they get a mark? It gets out the back. Bombers had the numbers through McGrath. Last line of the fence, tackled over by Long. It is a rush behind. West Coast on the board first with a minor. One behind plays Essendon, yet to score through 40 seconds in the opening term.
There's ruck coaches all around the country now rethinking what they're teaching because, to me, Andrew Phillips did a really good job in that centre bounce, but gave away a free kick.
McGrath kicks it long out towards Phillips, who takes the mark at right half-back. Hand pass to Merritt, back to McGrath. Dodging and weaving across the half-back line. Came to a complete hold. Eventually he hands it back to Zirk Thatcher. Chips it inside laterally. The defensive 50 and Laverty marks. Out to Redmond at left half-back. In his 100th game, the Red Dog sends them up the wing and Parrish takes the mark. Defensive side on the broadcast wing. Hand pass back to Redmond around the boundary line. Quick 1-2 with Nick Martin. Back to Redmond inside 50. It's all uncontested. And the mark is taken just outside 50. And Archie Perkins has it.
That'll do Mason Redmond the world of good because he was quiet last week. He signed a big deal and he had a quiet game, but then to get 3 possessions in that chain there to Archie Perkins now having a shot at goal.
Kicked a goal last week against the Sydney Swans, his first goal in 7 games as he veers out to the right, looking for every millimetre he can get. It's offline to the left. And a behind a piece through the opening 2 minutes here at Docklands.
Should I say it or should you say it?
Yeah, you say it.
He was never going to kick that goal, Archie Perkins, so get the ball moving there. It's outside his distance. Players know their distances.
Yo with the kick in for West Coast, straight up and down the middle. It's a good mark taken in the centre of the ground by Petrocelli. Hands it off to Hoff. The Eagles on the outer wing. Chain of hand passes ends up with Hunt, who slips a tackle from Merritt. Throws it on the boot. It's a high kick inside the arc. Through the fingertips of Durham, who follows up at ground level and then hand passes to Hind in the back 50. Has a bounce when he travelled 2 metres. That kick not the required distance to Hobbs, who gives it back to Hind. Kicks across the face of goal to Laverty, who's marked at the top of the defensive goal square. In space, we can take off. Chip it short to Martin, who's marked at left half back.
Nick Martin for the Bombers. Looks for options into the corridor. None present, so pulls his kick. Looking for Zirk Thatcher. Has a couple of metres on Kelly and he juggles the mark. Still defensive side of the broadcast wing. Brennan Zirk-Thatcher looks up towards the right, getting back Doven. McGovern over the top, spoils it down. Chance for the Bombers. Durham's onto it. Hand pass over the top. Archie Perkins involved again. Missed Sardis with his hand pass. He gathers and is tackled out of play. First involvement in the match as Jeremy McGovern lays the tackle. And a boundary throw in at left half forward for the Bombers. Scores level. Out of behind a piece through 3 minutes. Ailey Williams up against Andrew Phillips this afternoon. With no Nick Nat this season. Williams in front position, but Phillips trying to impose himself. Wins down the tap, straight to Elijah Hewitt though for the West Coast Eagles. Quick 1-2 as Cole got it back to Gaff. His kick partially smothered. Chance for the Bombers. Durham, hand pass to Merritt inside 50. Nick Martin can't take the mark. Spoiled down to Gaff, who gets the hand pass away. Hewitt, hand pass to Cole, tackled by Sardis, who tries to rip the footy clear. He's dragged away from it, and Wright gets a hand pass into the pocket, off the outside of the boot. Parrish to the top of the goal square, racing back, spoiled down by Edwards, and Hunt will clear for the West Coast Eagles.
Just hacks it in the direction of Petrocelli, who has to slip the McGrath tackle. He's caught. He's dispossessed. The umpire says play on. It spills to Edwards from left half back. Bullets a pass down the line. Knocked away from Allen by Zirk-Thatcher. Boundary throw in right half forward for Essendon on the outer side. Scores level through 5 minutes of the opening term here on Grandstand AFL. Behind a piece. As the Essendon fans saw the replay of that non-decision. Not happy. Umpire spins the ball back into play. Williams in front position for the Eagles is picked up by Hobbs. He's stripped to the footy, pushing the back, free kick Essendon. Hobbs to take the free kick just forward of the wing outer side.
And a chance to send the Bombers inside 50 for the third time. 2 inside 50s apiece so far. As Hobbs sends it long towards the 50-yard. Peter Wright flies, almost takes the mark. Elliot Yo's tackled as soon as he got possession. The umpire will ball it up 40 metres out from the Bombers' goal. Tossed up in the air. Bailey Williams wins down the tap. It spills down the way of Hewitt. It kicks a long ball towards the wing. Marek and Darling are both there. Laverty gathers first for the Bombers. Hand pass around the back to Zirk-Thatcher. Dodges and weaves through traffic. A driving kick inside 50. Right caught behind. Spoiled it down against McGovern. Quick clearing kick from Cole. Out towards half back for the Eagles. The Bombers have the numbers. Durham gathers. Hand pass to Kelly. Fires it out to left half forward and Hobbs has it.
Can send Essendon back inside the arc. Wright's going to get a good jump at this. It's knocked down to Langford, who on the right foot towards the goal mouth. And it's through.
It's touched.
It's touched on its way through, so it will be a minor score. Essendon, 2 behinds, plays the Eagles. 1 behind, 6 minutes played opening term on Grandstand AFL. That kick touched off the boots, it looks like.
Yeah, just got a fingertip to it on the smother.
Liam Duggan.
Yeah, really well done. But it seems like West Coast are trying to go a one-on-one around the ground, which is good, making their players accountable.
There goes Shannon Hearn. Liam Duggan does the kicking duties for the Eagles. His long clearing kick is marked by Mason Redmond. So another chance for the Bombers to head inside 50. I mentioned Rammer just the 21 disposals last week against the Swans as he kicks hard towards the boundary to Parrish. He plays on away from Petrocelli, a centering kick. It's over the head of Martin and McGrath. A chance for Cole for the Eagles. Hand pass away to Long. Rotham corralled as he gets the hand pass back to Long, trying to find an avenue out of defence. Gets the hand pass to Edwards. Hard up against the boundary line. The kick from Duggan. It's turned over but not 15 as McGrath gets the hand pass out to Hind for the Bombers. Centering kick into the corridor once more. An unbill to take the mark was Langford. Perkins hand pass forward. Slipping over was Menzies. A chance for Jeremy McGovern. Feeds the hand pass out. Cripps tackled and thrown to the turf. Ball spills clear. Still a chance for the Bombers. Perkins works it back. The hand pass to Merritt. Centering kick. Laverty on the half volley. Eventually gathers.
And sends a high ball inside the arc again. Wright's going to come from behind. Couldn't complete the mark. Sadis has a go. He's stripped to the footy. Now Hewitt for the Eagles. Ball still alive inside the arc for the Bombers. It does spill the way of Cole for the Eagles. His kick finds Kelly, who can send it down the line to Allen, who's marked defensive side of the broadcast wing.
There's no one in front of him, so he's got to actually stop, slow, go backwards, because all the Eagles have pushed into their back line.
It's been terrific defending by West Coast.
Allen,
Essendon had the 7 inside 50s, but they've held up really well so far, West Coast defence.
Allen to Cole to Yo, who does send it down the line to Cripps. He marks, gives it to Kelly, who takes off, has a bounce, kicks across the arc. There's a free player out wide in Edwards. Chips it into the pocket to Long. Had to collect on the half volley. Gives it to Duggan. 30 out towards goal. It's a low ball. And it's knocked out of play by Cox. And it will be a throw-in. 20 around from the Eagles' goal. It is Essendon by a point through 8 minutes of the first term.
Golden chance wasted. He was 25 metres out, all by himself. Drilled it low into the two guys standing in the goal square. 3 foot higher, West Coast got first goal of the game.
And they kick the one goal. Here's a chance for Long, who swings onto his right. It's right to the goal line. Getting back is Cox, and it's rushed through for a minor score. Sarah Thatcher, a bit of a shove. So the free kick, the score won't go. And yes, Liam Duggan with 13 goals for his career. 1 goal so far this season. He might get a better opportunity than that, only about 25, 30 metres out. As Nick Cox has it for the Bombers, sends it long towards half-back. Durham flies up over the top of Cole, can't take the mark. And it goes out of play at right half forward for the West Coast Eagles. It's the Bombers 2 behind, West Coast 1 through 9 minutes. Opening term on ABC Sport.
Durham was going for the big spoil there, but then all of a sudden thought, I can
mark this.
Brian in ruck for Essendon, palms it down, then chases after his own footy, collects, hand passes to Durham inside defensive 50. Good smother off the boot, it spills the way of Duggan for West Coast. His flying shot on goal is wayward, out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Essendon in the left back pocket. It shaved the post as it went out of bounds. So Thatcher would take the free kick for Essendon. They lead by a point. 9.5 gone first term.
Maybe the pointy end of the ground is in the right end for Duggan.
His reactions, though, to set shots or shots on goal is similar to my driving range. I'm throwing my head back. The long clearing kick for the Bombers. Up towards half-back, charging in Chesser. Made contact with O'Neill, and the Bombers take back the footy. Gathered by Durham, sends a high ball up towards half-forward. It's over the head of Archie Perkins and Rotham. Charging out, McGovern didn't gather. It's left for Duggan to try and clear it up. Hand pass away to Witherden. He can retreat it all the way back to Edwards, who kicks out to right half-back, and Hoff marks. Around the boundary line to O'Neill at right half-back for the West Coast Eagles. It's the Bombers leading by a point.
A scrappy start to this one as O'Neill kicks backwards to Rotham inside defensive 50. And then switches it to Witherden in the left back pocket. And continue it to the outer side. Short kick to Edwards. Chips it over the top to Hunt. It's marked in front of Martin, defensive side of the outer wing. Runs inboard. Neat chip finds Duggan inside the centre square. Gives it back to Hunt, who kept running. Loops a hand pass over the top to Kelly. Hunt will get it back. His kick's not a great one off the boot. Looking for Cole. Menzie got a hand in there for the Bombers. Picked up by Durham. His hand pass to Guelphy. And goes backwards to McGrath, and he chips it to Menzie, who's marked defensive side of the broadcast wing.
It's the turn and come inboard with a pass to Sammy Durham. He has it at left half back for the Bombers. They lead by a point. Into the middle of the ground. A searching kick that has to clear Darling. He takes the intercepting mark in front of Kelly. Swings onto his right. Looks inside 50. Cripps, it doesn't get to him. Laverty spoils it towards the boundary line. Cripps is back after it. Hand pass to Marriage. Back to Cripps. Hard against the boundary. Swings onto his right hand side. It's left all the way. He misses to the near side. Scores level at 2 behinds apiece through the opening 12 minutes of the match.
That spoil by Laverty is one of the hardest. Going back with the fly to the ball, then to get it to boundary side takes a lot of skill. And I know people say it's only a spoil, but a lot of players can't do that.
Heppel with the kick in, a long kick towards the wing through a couple of sets of hands, picked up by Hunt for the Eagles. Gives it to Kelly. His hand pass to Chesser. Weaves through traffic, then gives it to O'Neill on the logo. Broadcast wing, he chips it towards Duggan over his head. He did get a hand in there before it went over the line, so it will be a throw-in between wing and half-forward in West Coast attacking half of the ground. Scores a level here at Docklands through 12 minutes of the opening term.
If Cripps had his time again, he'd probably pass that one from the pocket. Had some players running the corridor, but had a set shot, snap.
Thrown back in, Caldwell gets the clearance of the Bombers, kicks up towards right at half forward, and Jeremy McGovern nudges him underneath. Takes the intercepting mark into the middle of the ground for Elijah Hewitt. Game number 11 for him as he spires Wiedering free at left half back, and Alex Witherden takes the mark. Game number 100 for him, the former Brisbane Lion, as he goes back across the half back line, and McGovern marks. Chips it over the top to Yo, playing in the defensive half this afternoon. Around the body to Hoff. He takes the mark centre wing and looks to advance forward. Sends it up to the right half forward, and the mark is taken. Jack Williams marks. He's still 2 kicks out from goal though. Allen and Darling want it deep to the goal square. He sends it in that direction. The Bombers have got numbers back. Laverty in front spoils it down. Spoils the way of Zerk Thatcher. Off the outside of the boot. Kelly one way, Hunt the other. Jaden Hunt brings it down. Taps it to his own advantage but couldn't gather. A chance for Dyson Heppel for the Bombers. The former captain kicks it out to the wing. Underneath it, Menzies can't take the mark. Witherden there with him. They scrap with the ball at ground level. Witherden gathers, tackled, lost it. And Parrish for the Bombers. Hand pass to Caldwell.
Who then releases Kelly by hand, chips it towards half forward. Langford presents 55 out from goal. Has a player running into the arc, and Caldwell, he takes the grab, 40 out.
That was terrific. So Jake Kelly's in the marking contest with Jaden Hunt inside West Coast forward 50. The ball then spills out, and he's able then to gut run to get that handball just past centre and deliver the ball to Kyle Langford. So really good transition play for the Bombers.
Great game from Jai Caldwell last week against Sydney. 27 disposals, a career best 11 clearances. Here he is, 40 out, 10 in from the boundary on the approach for the first goal of the game. It's missing to the near side. So still searching for our first goal of this contest here at Docklands. It is Essendon 3 behinds, playing West Coast 2 behinds, 15 played opening term.
The Bombers had all the play in the first 6 or 7 minutes, but the Eagles have really bounced back well, controlling the ball by foot, getting the ball forward. It's just that last kick inside 50, they haven't been able to find a free target yet, but they're moving the ball around quite well.
McGovern in to Jaden Hunt, out to Chesser, who takes the mark at left half back, and he chips it back to Yo. So the Bombers having lost 5 of their last 6 matches. The West Coast Eagles with just 2 wins so far for the season. Both sides needing something to get them going this afternoon as Rotham marks at right half back. Returns it back to Alex Witherden. In his 7th year, the Eagles defender now works it all the way back to left half back. And they're giving up ground now as Cole takes the mark. Back to Witherden. Good for those that play fantasy footy as they're gathering stats, but not great for spectators. As Rotham now receives it at right half back. Call to play on, so looks up the wing. Petrocelli in the direction in the end of Bailey Williams, but working his way to the front was Bryan. And he takes the mark for the Bombers, intercepting mark on the wing.
Up to 30 marks already, West Coast Eagles.
Bryan chips in board to Caldwell.
Compared to 15 for the Bombers.
From the centre square. Kicks it long, looking for Wright. Had a jump at it, couldn't complete the mark. Spills to Yo of the Eagles, who gives it to Rotham. He's kicked to the broadcast wing, a one-on-one. Williams against Hine. Williams got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. Gathers at ground level, hand passes in board to Kelly. From the wing, it's a one-on-one up ahead inside the arc. Allen against Laverty. Free kick to Oscar Allen.
No. That's definitely a free kick against Laverty. He had no eyes at the ball. He just basically went and bumped Oscar Allen, who had his eyes on the football. If you're going to do that as a defender, you've got to have your eyes on the ball somewhere. So Laverty's clear purpose in that contest was to try to knock Oscar Allen off the line of the ball, and the umpire was right there on the spot, and Oscar Allen deserves a free kick.
He's 30 out, slide angle to the right. Oscar Allen, one of West Coast best this season. A sharp shooter, and he gets us underway at Docklands. The Eagles have the first. 1-2-8, they play Essendon, 3 behinds, 16.5 played on Grandstand AFL. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke, your experts.
Well, I think the Eagles have started well. Berkey referenced the 30 marks. Now, a lot of those 30 marks have been in the back half of the ground for the Eagles. But that's the way to play against Essendon. You've got to make them defend. Essendon have been notoriously lazy defensively, allowing teams just to whip the ball around, eventually get through them and score. And that's the perfect example there. So that ball was in Essendon's forward half of the ground. The West Coast were patient with their build-up there. And then they finally get it into their forward 50. And it's Oscar Allen versus Laverty with nobody else around. Because Essendon's midfielders and other defenders simply didn't push back hard enough.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Oscar Allen with the opening goal of the match. It came in the 19th minute mark. Darcy Parish for the Bombers. Gets the clearance. Hand pass to Perkins. Away to Merritt. Hand pass to the run of Dyson Heppel. He looks up towards half forward, and Caldwell marks on his chest. turns and comes inboard. Spots up Archie Perkins. He's still at the edge of the centre square. Hand pass back to Merritt laterally to McGrath. Inside 50 now. The hand pass to Martin. A centering kick doesn't get to Menzies. Spoiled away by Witherden. It bounces out to the top of the 50. Parrish gathers for the Bombers. Swings onto the right. Bangs it as long as he can. Right's in the back. Can't take the mark. Phillips is there as well. Hewitt's tackled with the footy locked to his chest. The umpire waves play on. Eventually the footy does come clear. Durham jams it on the boots and snaps through the Bombers first. 18 minutes gone. It took 16 minutes for the opening goal of the match, and then we have 2 in 2 minutes. Trying to make sense of that. The Bombers back in front by a point. 1-3-9 to the West Coast Eagles. 1-2-8. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Adam Simpson's just sitting next to his players on the bench. He's been pretty fidgety early with his reading glasses and settled into it, had a smile after Oscar Allen's goal and has sent the runners straight back out after they got one back quickly, the Bombers.
Just good forward craft there from Essendon. Get the ball to a dangerous spot and fight for it. The West Coast Eagles will be a little bit upset that they didn't manage to cause a ball up there. There's a bunch of players laying on the ball.
It was a ball up.
Yeah, pretty sure. I think everyone thought it was, but there was one Essendon player on the bottom, might have been Hobbs, who just thought, no, I'm going to keep going. And the umpire let him keep going and end up with a goal. So well played.
Back in the middle, Williams rises high and ruck for the Eagles. Couldn't take it cleanly. Spills to Edwards in the middle of the ground. And now off to Cole, who jams it on the bridge towards half forward. Absolutely nobody there for the Eagles. Lands straight down the throat of Mason Redman, takes the intercepting grab, and he chips it short to Merritt. Wants to give it back to Redman. Loops around the back, then kicks it up towards half forward. Caldwell can take the mark. 2 kicks from goal. Hand pass away to McGrath from half forward. A centering kick. Getting back with the flight of the ball is Cole for the Eagles, and he chips it to Allen, who's a long way from home and marks it right half back.
Oscar Allen helping out the defenders. Kicks up to Rotham, who marks it right half back. Essendon leading by a point. 1-3-9 to the West Coast Eagles. 1-2-8. Matt Clinch and Jess Webster calling the action. Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke are your experts, with Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Back inside the defensive 50 to Yo. Kicks out to left half back, and Hunt takes the mark. Looks up to the wing. Edwards has space. He marks a few metres clear of Hine. He can advance it up to Darling by foot. They've almost got it at left half for the West Coast Eagles. With one-on-ones further afield, but that's where the momentum dries up. Jack Darling veers out to the right. Looks to drive it long inside 50. Jack Williams had already led. Bailey Williams is there as well. It clears to the back of the pack. Welfie's onto it for the Bombers. Hand pass away to Merritt. Pulls his kick beautifully. Spotted Menzies. Out the back. He marks in the middle of Docklands. No one really further afield. Treadswater with a hand pass forward to Parrish. Fends off the tackle of Cole. Hand pass just missed McGrath. Can't gather, and Cole's onto it for the West Coast Eagles.
Hand passes inboard to Long, who gives it to Kelly, chips it forward to Edwards. His hand pass to Duggan from inside the centre square. A long kick to the pocket. Allen in good position. Couldn't complete the grab. Picked up by Merritt of the Bombers. His hand pass over the top to Hines. From right half back, chips it down the line to Durham, who's marked just inside the field of play. Essendon by a point, so we took into time 1 of the opening term.
That was outstanding by Zach Merritt. This is the problem with having so many forwards push up the ground. And Menzies gets the ball and there's nowhere to go, Berkey. No one to kick to.
Durham with a long kick up towards Bryan. It's worked underneath him and over the back. Menzies tries to top it to his own advantage. Yo slipped over. Hand pass around Hunt. Perkins tackled immediately. West Coast take it back. Hunt with a hand pass to Darling. So continuing to float up the field. He sends it around the boundary line. Allen can't take the mark he was crashed into. No whistle. The Bombers take it back. Merritt receives the chip inboard from Redmond, and Oscar Allen very slow to rise.
Merritt hand passes to Redmond. Just a required distance to McGrath, who marks on the outer wing and takes off. Has a bounce. Runs to half forward. McGrath's long kick to full forward. Free kick, whistle on play for a hold. It's going to Peter Wright at the top of the goal square.
Yeah, it's against Josh Rotham, so it just didn't allow Peter Wright to get a run at the ball. And a defender is allowed to do that, but you can't also hold him. You can bump and you can bump off the line, but you can't put your arms around him. And on that occasion, that's what Josh Rotham did.
We started the match with 5 consecutive behinds to both sides. This for the 3rd goal in a row. Peter Wright, 20 out, dead in front, and he's missed. Oh, I'd like to have that kick again, Peter Wright. A minor score, Essendon by 2 points, 1-4-10 to West Coast 1-2-8, 22 and a half played opening term.
I think that's the best summation of it. The West Coast Eagles through Elliot Yeo brings them back into play. Long towards Bailey Williams, in from the side, can't complete the mark, could have the arm chopped by Zerk Thatcher. Spills down the way of Hobbs, hand pass away to Jake Kelly, swings onto his left, up towards Guelphy, and a good wrestle with Witherden. It gets to the back, right gathers, chips it inboard, Hobbs marks, he's on the run from 45, sends it long towards the goal mouth. Cole's there, spoils it down, Menzie front and centre, over his shoulder, just misses to the right-hand side. And the Bombers all of a sudden 1-5-11 to West Coast 1-2-8, leading by 2 points.
It's important that West Coast hang on here and don't concede a couple of late ones, because they've played well, got themselves into this game. They just haven't capitalised their momentum when they've had it.
Lovely kick from Yeo from the defensive goal square, finds Kelly at right half back. He wants to chip it inboard. He finds Witherden, centre half back. Continues the switch to the outer side. Cole can mark. Kick down the line, looking for Long. It's an ill-directed kick, and Hine takes the intercepting grab for the Bombers. Just forward of halfway. Essendon by 3. Hine now called to play on. And chips it to Sardis, the first gamer. Lovely delivery inside 50 to Guelphy. Not paid the mark. Umpire says play on. Picked up by Duggan, who hacks it out of there to the outer side, and Allen marks.
And gets the hand pass away to Marriage through the middle of the crowd. Long kick towards full forward. Unable to take the mark. Hewitt sockers it towards the goal mouth, and it dribbles through. West Coast with their second goal of the match. The goal umpire had a good look at the right goalpost just to make sure it didn't hit the padding. And much to the disappointment of the Bombers defenders, through it trickled. West Coast back in front by 3 points. 2-2-14. To the Bombers 1-5-11, and a good fly in the end from Elijah Hewitt for his 4th goal of the season.
Oh, hang on, we're waiting for something.
No, I don't think there's a review on that
blood
one.
draw.
So it's at the other end, I think, where you hear the boos of the crowd. It's Guelphy, who everybody thought took the mark, but simply didn't hold it long enough. It was great concentration by the West Coast defenders, where they spoiled the ball late and then got it out of that defensive zone. Oscar Allen took the mark, and ball goes forward. I think Elijah Hewitt's going to be a good player. You look there, Laverty's coming back hard, but still to stick his knee in Laverty's back and create the contest. Ball spills at ground level, and Hewitt was simply quicker. Got the ball to boot and kicked the goal.
From the restart, Williams for the Eagles. Couldn't get a clean possession away. Picked up by Parrish of the Bombers. He hand passes to Merritt. Spears a kick to half forward, and Wright marks 55 from home. Can wheel inboard. Wind up. Decides to go for home. It doesn't have the accuracy. Through for another minor score. West Coast 2-2-14, leading Essendon 1-6-12. 25 gone opening term.
As the West Coast Eagles through Witherden, kicks up towards left half back, and Chesser takes the mark on his chest. Eagles 2-2-14 to the Bombers 1-6-12, and that'll do us. So the West Coast Eagles, having won the opening quarter against North Melbourne last week, where they kicked 4 goals to 1, and produced their best in the opening quarter here against the Bombers to win just their 5th first quarter of the season, and potentially against the narrative of the script, with the Bombers hoping they might be able to win large this afternoon. The West Coast Eagles might have other ideas, with neither side really able to display their best in that opening term. The Eagles 2-2-14 to the Bombers 1-6-12, with goals to Oscar Allen and to Elijah Hewitt for the West Coast Eagles. And the Bombers' sole goal coming through Sammy Durham. Of course, the match getting underway very shortly. It might have just got underway. The Adelaide Crows and the West Coast Adelaide Crows and the Gold Coast Suns. That's from the Adelaide Oval. There is an ABC call of that game available. Just click on the AFL ABC Listen app and click on the AFL Extra button. That's how you find that one, with Rory Sloane, the sub, once more for the Adelaide Crows this afternoon. Great to have your company on Saturday afternoon footy on Grandstand AFL, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team. AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Williams got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. Gathers at ground level, hand passes inboard to Kelly from the wing. It's a one-on-one up ahead inside the arc. Allen against Laverty. Free kick to Oscar Allen. Oscar Allen, a sharpshooter, and he gets us underway at Docklands. The Eagles have the first.
Harris gathers for the Bombers, swings onto the right, bangs it as long as he can. Wrights can't take the mark. Phillips is there as well. Hewitt's tackled with a footy locked to his chest. The umpire waves play on. Eventually the footy does come clear. Durham jams it on the boots and snaps through the Bombers first. Marriage through the middle of the ground. Long kick towards full forward. Unable to take the mark. Hewitt sockers it towards goal mouth and it dribbles through. West Coast with their second goal of the match.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
The West Coast Eagles had the lead after the opening quarter by 2 points, 2-2-14 to the Bombers 1-6-12, and a pretty scrappy opening quarter here at Docklands. Matt Clinch and Jess Webster calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. The thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport.
Well, West Coast to come with a clear plan today. So 44 marks in that opening term. They're going to make Essendon defend. And I mentioned that through the middle part of that quarter. It's where Essendon previously over previous years have been pretty poor, where they'll just allow mark after mark and teams to really dictate where they want to move the ball. So tackles in that quarter, 8 to Essendon, 4 to West Coast. So it's a really uncontested possession, uncontested mark game at the moment. West Coast then, at the opportunity, want to take the ball forward and catch Essendon's defenders out. 2 occasions. So the first one is Oscar Allen. He gets the goal against Laverty because Laverty was 15 or 20 metres off him and then gave away a free kick. The second goal, again, inside forward 50 for West Coast, where it's a one-on-one with Laverty and Elijah Hewitt. Hewitt sticks the knee in the back and then he's able to get the ball at ground level and kick the goal. So a clear plan for West Coast is to deny Essendon as much ball as they possibly can today. The other hand, I think Essendon have got to get their hands dirty. Clearances in that quarter were 5 apiece. So if they need to turn the game back into a contested style of ball, 17 inside 50s for 7 scoring shots. So clearly didn't take the opportunity in that quarter, but they've got to win the ball back. West Coast had 115 possessions in that quarter. That's a lot of football, Berkey.
Yeah, well, West Coast, they've come to use the footy. They haven't come to tackle. They had 4 in that whole first quarter. So there's no bruises on the Bombers players at the moment, so they still should be fresh. But it's great for West Coast to be kicking the ball around like they are and having those 44 marks, 115 possessions. The key to the whole thing is they cannot miss the very first opportunity to go forward and not take it. Because what happens then is Essendon just get numbers back. And what we've seen, when Essendon get numbers back, the Eagles forwards aren't good enough to actually beat a whole bunch of them or find space. But when they do take that first opportunity to go forward, we saw a handball to Oscar Allen through the middle to get it to a one-on-one. They got a goal that way. They actually got 2 goals by handballing the ball through the middle of the ground and actually getting it to one-on-ones inside 50. So they can't think that just maintaining ball with their feet is going to bring them success. It's use your feet to get to a spot where then you can go bang and get it to an open forward line. For the Bombers, I think they just fell into the trap of the uncontested style a little bit. Sometimes your opponent can lull you into playing their way. And I don't think that is really Essendon's way. I think Essendon want to play a bit of a harder, faster brand of football through the middle rather than just chipping the ball around. So getting back to Essendon style would be my message for them.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. At the Adelaide Oval, the Crows are the opening 2 goals. They lead by 12 points. Taylor Walker and Lockie Murphy, the goal scorers, 2-1-13 to the Gold Coast, 1 behind. So the Bombers had 5 set shots for 5 behinds. West Coast had 3 shots that didn't score in that opening quarter, in which a pretty even and contested match, but the Eagles holding a 2-point advantage, having taken a couple of their opportunities. Second quarter underway. Bailey Williams up against Phillips for the Bombers. Phillips wins down the tap to Parrish, kicks inside 50, right on the lead. Marks on his chest. Out to the left, and McGovern flush right in the middle of his back, having claimed the mark.
Well, he's had enough opportunities in the first quarter, Peter Wright. So 2 behinds in that quarter and jumped at a number of balls. But that's probably the first occasion where he's had a genuine one-on-one lead with McGovern.
So Peter Wright out to the left. Will shoot from just outside 50. Delayed start to season 2023. Trying to springboard their second half. It's offline to the left, but it's trying to work back. Just not enough. 1-7-13 to the West Coast Eagles. 2-2-14, just a minute into the second quarter.
3 behinds now for Peter Wright as Witherden from the kick-in, chip short to Hoff. He'll kick it laterally back to Witherden in his milestone game for the Eagles. Last line defence. West Coast leaders 1 behind. Early stages, second term. Witherden short to Kelly, who's marked at right half back.
It's better from the Bombers. Forcing Kelly to kick long. They didn't do that in the first quarter.
He goes in the Darling direction, has a couple to beat. Kelly in front position, knocks it over the line for a throw in. Centre wing position, out of side here at Docklands. It's the Eagles by a point, a minute and a half played, second term.
A big long punt kick like that down the ground should be a win for Essendon. Yeah. They should say that that's what we need them to do every time that they get it. No more chipping around. Deny them what they want.
Thrown back in. Phillips one down the tap against Bailey Williams. Got it away to Merritt. The hand pass away to Jake Kelly, who kicks it in the middle of the ground, and Heppel marks. And retreat back to halfback. Zerk Thatcher wants to bring it out towards the broadcast side. Hine has a few metres space, and he takes the mark between wing and half forward. Turns and looks inboard, which has been the goal afternoon. Redmond dropped the mark, regathers, cuts past Marek. Hand pass back to Hine at right half forward. Looks up, congested forward 50, kicks for Langford. Caught behind. And now it's Witherden, punches it out of play. A boundary throw in, 50 metres out from the Bombers' goal. West Coast leading by a point, 2 minutes gone, second quarter.
Umpire spins the ball back into play. Phillips against Williams in the ruck. Phillips in front position, palms it straight down to Hunt for the Eagles. Jams it on the boot, and the intercepting grab's taken by Hind. Half forward for Essendon, 55 from home. A lot of numbers up ahead. It's congested forward 50. Caldwell offers a short lead. Hind instead decides to shoot it into the pocket. That's a wonderful kick. And Perkins has taken the grab. 35 out, 20 in from the boundary.
And that's the beauty of moving. So Kyle Langford leads, and his direct opponent there on that occasion is Xavier O'Neill. He comes with him, so that opens up the pocket behind. Then the next Essendon player leads in Archie Perkins into that space. Hind's good enough to nail that kick because the West Coast defender's 4 or 5 metres behind him.
16 goals for the 21-year-old Archie Perkins. Here he is on the approach. It looks good off the boot. He snuck it home. And Essendon have regained the lead. 2-7-19 plays West Coast. 2-2-14. 3.5 played. Second term on Grandstand AFL. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
Yeah, you caught it, Rama. Langford was just standing in the pocket and just came forward, not really expecting to get the ball, but drags his play with him, creates a hole, and the player, Perkins, leads into a hole. It's what you do at training all the time. You're just trying to create holes in that forward line, so their forward coach will be pretty impressed with that one. And a great kick by Hind. And most importantly, for Essendon, which they've been pretty poor at the moment, a set shot that went through, not quite through the middle, but it went through
it
the
worked.
most important two and gives them 6 points. So hopefully that changes their fortune in front of the big sticks.
Nathan Burke and Adam Ramanauskas, your experts on ABC Sport at the Adelaide Oval. The Crows 2-1-13 to the Suns, 2 behinds. Back in the middle of the ground, bounce favoured Phillips, although good battle from Bailey Williams. Gathers the footy, somehow squeezed a kick forward in the direction of Darling. Was he held? No whistle, spills to the back. Oscar Allen gets it away to Marek, outside of the boot, dribbles it through. A centre bounce clearance goal. And West Coast's best passage of play of the afternoon to take back the lead by a point. 3-2-20 to the Bombers, 2-7-19. My Marriage able to get on the end of it. Jack Darling probably a little bit unlucky he didn't get a free kick.
He's very unlucky not to get a free kick, but it's the work of Bailey Williams in the middle of the ground there. So a terrific ruck contest with Phillips, and then was able to get the ball himself, get it inside forward 50. Bar, no doubt Darling should have got the free kick, but Oscar Allen comes to him. Then a little handball to Ryan Marriage. He's been pretty good. That's his That's his 8th goal now. His 7th goal now for the season since coming in the mid-season draft. So he's going to be. I think he's going to be a good player for West Coast as that sort of medium-sized forward.
6 lead changes so far. Saturday afternoon footy under the roof. Back in the middle, Phillips squeezes a kick forward through the hands of Martin. Durham tried to run onto it, couldn't take the footy with him. It's picked up by Hunt of the Eagles. He gets the hand pass away. Duggan has a fumble. Martin has a go. Inside the centre square, hand passes to Durham, who gives it to Merritt. He jams it on the boot, and it just bounces into space at half forward. Coming through as Kelly gives it to Cox. Slipped the Darling tackle. Hand passes defensively to Laverty. His kick smothered off the boot. They contest for it inside the centre square. Duggan picks it up. Kelly brings him to ground. Ball locked up.
Great pressure, West Coast.
Good defending.
Yeah, continue to force Essendon backwards.
Do you think it becomes contagious, the over-possessing the footy?
Oh, of course it does.
And now West Coast inviting the pressure as Kelly gets the clearance. Hand pass away to Hunt. He's able to link up with Gaff. Feeds it to the wing. Rotham's kick around the boundary line. It's the intended target.
I think it was touched.
It was touched, was it? As O'Neill is taken over the boundary line. I was just looking for the umpire to give a conclusive verdict, and it is a boundary throw in.
Tommy Cole started this game really well for West Coast. 14 possessions. Jaden Hunt, 11. Luke Edwards, 10.
Thrown back in, Bailey Williams and Phillips. Phillips taps it down straight to Jake Kelly of the Bombers. He knocks it onto Parrish, centre wing. Looks to drive it long towards half forward. Perkins is outnumbered but takes the mark, 2-on-1. McGovern thought he had a piece of it. Witherden came late. A centering kick for Langford, who takes the mark directly in front, 40 metres out from goal.
No, he's got to be much better than that, Alex Witherden. So McGovern had his name all over that ball, but Witherden didn't want to get between his man and McGovern, so he allowed Archie Perkins to come in from the side and mark that ball. All it needed was just that little bit of contact from Witherden, and McGovern marks that ball, and it's going back West Coast way.
What a mark it was from Perkins as well. As Langford with a behind next to his name, looking to wrestle back the lead for the Bombers, directly in front, 45 metres out. That's much better, as Langford sends it straight through the middle, and a 7th lead change so far in this opening half. Just 8 minutes gone in the second quarter, and the Bombers starting to right some of their wrongs in front of goal. 3-7-25 to the Eagles, 3-2-20. Lauren Borden's on the boundary.
It's amazing how much technology is used these days on the bench. So Ben Hobbs has been shown footage of the first 2 centre bounces of this game. He's now gone onto the field to replace Parrish as he learns the centre bounces himself and gets thrown in the midfield. He's now gone on and is trying to implement that.
It's handy information for players because quite often, in the heat of the moment, you've got one coach upstairs, you've got a headset on, and you're trying to explain, I want you to move to the left or right, come past this way. They've got no idea what you're talking about. So to be able to show vision, and a lot of players are visual learners, of exactly what you need to do. It's such a great teaching tool.
Back in the middle, Bryan and Ruck for the Bombers, straight down to Hewitt of the Eagles, who gives it to Kelly. His hand pass to Cripps from centre half forward, over the head of Darling, out the back. Bombers have the numbers through. Cox, Marek got him.
Dives on it.
Did dive on it, and another few players dive on top of them. Ball locked up, 20 metres out from the Eagles' goal. Essendon by 5.
Elijah Sardis on debut at half forward for the Bombers. Just the 2 touches so far through the opening quarter. Excuse me. Thrown up. Here's a chance for Andy McGrath. Kicks a clearing ball towards half-back. Guelphy got rid of his opponent, Hunt. And Wright tries to tap it back to Guelphy. That'll work. Hand pass out in front of Nick Martin. Can't get onto it. Racing back Hewitts. Taps it on to Hunt. Gathers for the Eagles on the wing. Gets the hand pass forward. Chesser. Good hand pass inboard. Works it back to Hewitt. A dribbling kick inside 50. Cox gathers for the Bombers. Hand pass to Heppel. Rode the tackle from Cripps. Got it away to Bryan. Awkward tackle as he lands with his knee buckled underneath him. He's okay as he gets back to his feet, and Darling locks it up at right half forward for the West Coast Eagles.
That could have been bad if he kept twisting.
That could have been very bad.
He does look okay, Nick Bryant, and will contest this stoppage against Jack Williams. Chasing after it is Kelly. Couldn't take it with him as a free kick is for high contact as Chesser ran into Hobbs. He'll take the free kick at half-back for Essendon. Chips it to Merritt, who's found space on the outer wing. Essendon by 5. 7 lead changes and a quarter and a half of footy under the roof as Merritt chips inboard to McGrath, who's marked defensive side of the outer wing.
Andy McGrath wants to play on immediately. Veers out to the right. Cripps laid the bump. If you've been watching any footy over the last week or so, if there's contact as they get the kick away, it's a free kick downfield, and Guelphy will receive it.
What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. He was in the air still.
Guelphy inside 50. Langford was shoved over. No whistle initially. And then the umpire adjudicating in the middle of the ground says it is the Bombers' shot on goal, and I think it's going to be Kyle Langford's. He just for a hold.
So the umpire, we've got 4 umpires now. So the umpire that is right at that contest doesn't call a free kick. The umpire that's outside Essendon's 50-metre arc that comes in and calls a free kick.
So for a hold against Josh Rotham, rather than Langford had gone for the dive forward, I'm not sure how much.
Well, I'm not
contact
sure
is there.
how he can actually see it's holding. He's in front of the contest.
Kyle Langford with the last goal of the match, looking to try and double up. He comes in on a 45-degree angle, put him down for 2. And the Bombers burst out to the biggest lead of the match, 11 points, 4-7-31 to the West Coast Eagles, 3-2-20. Kyle Langford with a rather fortunate free kick, his second goal of the match.
I know the umpires have been red hot on kicking, knocking plays after they kick it. But seriously, this one, he was still in the air. Neither foot had come down. The ball had just gone, very close to smothering it, and all of a sudden it's a free kick down the other end. I didn't see the free kick to Langford. I was still watching the replay of the other one, but
I think West Coast can feel harshly done by.
Yeah.
2 free kicks there. The one against McGrath, then the one for Langford for the goal.
First time we've had back-to-back goals in a match.
Essendon by 11. It was West Coast by 2 points at quarter time. Essendon trying to keep their finals hopes alive. We're back in the middle. Bryan against Jack Williams in ruck. Bryan palms it down to Caldwell. He's tackled immediately by Neil. Ball spills loose, picked up by Jack Williams, who gives it to Edwards. Jams a kick forward inside the arc for the Eagles. Allen in a one-on-one. Knocked away from him. Picked up by Redmond of the Bombers. His hand pass to Cox. Gives it back to Redmond. Inside defensive 50. Kicks out wide to Durham, who's marked at halfback.
Bombers leading by 11 points. Sammy Durham at right half-back. Looks for options along the wing. Sends it as long and as high as he can. Menzies the target. Working his way. Jack Williams, bit of a shove on Bryan. Gets to the back. Caldwell can't take it. With it and can for the Eagles. Hand pass to O'Neill. To Edwards. Looks for options back inside defensive 50. Spots Rotham, who takes the mark. Corralled by Phillips. Looks for options up the city wing. Sends it as long as he can in the direction of Oscar Allen. In a good tangle with Laverty. Umpire says Laverty held on. Eagles take the advantage. Petrocelli charges forward. Gathers. Corralled by Hine. Looks to kick towards half forward. Caldwell in front. Can't take the mark against Witherden. Back onto it. Stripped of it in a tackle. Edwards gets the hand pass to Hunt. 55 metres out from home. Good centering kick. Finds Jack Williams. Pretty much directly in front. 40 metres out from goal.
Well done by Hunt. I wasn't sure what he was going to do with it. It was a good lead by Williams straight up the ground and hooked it back, because the Essendon players were thinking, I'm not sure whether you were going to go to the square, so I hedge my bets. I'll go there or I'll half chase you. But lowered his eyes, found a really good target. Needs to put this one through, though. They're not going to get a lot of opportunities. Need to make the most of them.
Just their 15th inside 50 for the match. 22 for the Bombers. Jack Williams out of contract at season's end. Comes in. That's a good kick. And the West Coast Eagles are making the most of their chances. They close the gap once more, back to a 5-point lead the Bombers' way. 4-7-31 to the West Coast Eagles, 4-2-26. 14 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport. At the Adelaide Oval, it's the Crows 4-1-25, leading the Gold Coast Suns 2 behinds. Time on in the opening term there. Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke.
Look, it was a terrific kick by Jaden Hunt. So I think the easy kick there, Berkey, as you said, is just to go along to the square. But, you know, to pull that kick there, doesn't matter who's defending, because it's into that little pocket of space, and it was a really easy mark for Williams and a simple finish.
3-2, the Bombers' way in this second quarter. From the restart, Bryan palms it down to Perkins. He gives it back to Bryan. He's tackled immediately by O'Neill. He will have a stoppage adjacent to the centre circles. Umpire tosses the ball in the air. Tracking it as Martin for Essendon, gives it to Redmond. Now hand passes to Parrish. Chips it to half forward. It's not a great kick. Duggan with the intercept and grab for the Eagles. Hand passes to Chesser, who gives it to Hunt on the City wing. Back to Chesser. Loops the hand pass over the top to Marek, who gives it back to Hunt. Up to half forward. His hand pass looking for Jack Williams. Can he keep it alive at half forward? He can. Kicks towards a dangerous position. Allen has a couple to beat. Hewitt at ground level couldn't take the footy with them. Heppel happy to see over. Boundary throw in 10 metres around from West Coast goal. It's Essendon by 5. 15 and a half gone second term.
On the SMS 0437 774 774 if you want to get involved. Simon from Largs Bay, Bomber supporter, watching 2 bottom 6 teams. So hard to watch that continues to play certain players in the same manner. From the throw in, a chance for the Bombers through Zerk Thatcher trying to clear. Gets the hand pass away to Hine. Kicks out to Durham. He marks it right half back with Darling offering chase. He leaves him unattended on the mark. So Durham eventually from the edges of the crowd goes forward. Into the middle of the crowd for Heppel. He looks forward, missed Jake Kelly. Gaff takes the intercepting mark. A basic skill error from Dyson Heppel.
Gaff hand passes to Witherden, dockside wing, kicks inside forward 50. Allen in a one-on-one against Zerk Thatcher. It takes an excellent grab as Allen turns around and said that was not to my advantage. Zerk Thatcher is developing nicely for Essendon. He chips short to Hind at half back, one way then the other. Hand passes, kicks to Heppel, not the required distance, so he hand passes it back to Hind. Now to Zerk Thatcher, top of the defensive goal square, chips it forward to Parrish, who's marked at centre half back.
Pass to Parrish. Spots Laverty across half back, sends it to him. It's over the head of Heppel and Allen. Takes the mark at right half back. Looks into the middle of the ground, kicks towards Sardis, had to wait for it a while, spoiled down by Witherden, didn't get a disposal, spills out the way of Redmond, can't gather, sliding in Bailey Williams, over the top of him is Heppel, they all turn to the umpire, he's going to pay hold of the ball. And Bailey Williams on the very bottom of the pack had the tough task of trying to knock it out with 2 players on top of him. Not enough effort in the eyes of the umpire.
Heppel kicks it laterally to Parrish. And inside the centre square, kicks up towards half forward. They got a free player out in Kelly, who's marked. 55 out from goal. He hand passes to Martin. 55 out from goal. Shoots it into the pocket. Langford on the mark.
It's an extremely difficult matchup for Elliot Yeo. So Langford's been Essendon's best forward for this year with the amount of goals that he's kicked. So this is going for now goal, what's that? He's kicked 43 now. But Elliot Yeo is not a defender.
Langford 35 out, 10 in from the boundaries, kicked 2 in the second quarter, make it 3. And the Bombers lead is back out to 11 points, 5-7-37 to West Coast, 4-2-26, 19 played, second term Grandson AFL. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke, your experts.
And just further to that, Berkey, a lot of people say, well, sometimes you just got to do the job. Yeah, it's okay to do the job, but, why not put Elliot Yeo on Jai Menzie or somebody like that? That's not as dangerous. So, put a regular defender on Essendon's most dangerous forward in Langford. So Langford's kicked 3 now for the half, and it's just through forward craft that he's been able to kick those goals, Berkey.
And what you're not getting from Elliot Yeo is any form of attack or joining in the attack because he's staying back on Langford, so you don't get any of his creativity as well. So there's got to be another defender, even someone who's going to learn, because
they're going to play there long term.
Yeah, Yeo's not going to be there long term.
Just 33 games for Elliot Yeo over the last 4 seasons. He's had such a wrestle with his body. Phillips wins down the tap in the middle of the ground. Merritt somehow flicked it up to Parrish. Gets the hand pass on a runner Hine. Straight through the middle. Langford comes charging out. Can't take the mark. Yes, he can on the second bite. Yeo thought he might have had a touch in there. And charging at him, the umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt and no 50. And Kyle Langford all of a sudden is hot. He's got the hot hand in this second quarter. Shooting for his 4th goal in this second term.
That's the work out of the middle of the ground. Set a clearance there. You go into a forward line, and again, how does Elliot Yeo defend that if he's not used to playing as a defender?
Kyle Langford starts his approach outside 50. Shooting for his 4th to extend the Bombers' lead. They've got their radar now. And this incredible season of Kyle Langford continues. Up to 44 goals for the season. The Bombers leading goal kicker. 192 centimetres, the 26-year-old in career best form. The Bombers lead by 17 points, 6-7-43 to the West Coast Eagles, 4-2-26. 5 goals to 2 so far in this second term through 20 minutes.
How Zach Merritt got the ball out there.
Little flick.
That's the old crow throw, I think. So
Teddy Winton flick pass.
Yeah, but and then it was to Parrish. Then Nick Hines he's had a good half of football. His run's been really good. He's a leading possession winner for Essendon in this quarter with the 7. But it was a beautiful kick going inside forward 50. And I look at Elliot Yeo now. Langford's basically got his 4 goals all on the lead. Elliot Yeo's sitting a metre behind him. Might be time to sit a metre in front of him. Just try to change his starting position.
Langford's career best is 5 goals. He's got 4. And only in this second quarter is back in the middle. I don't know how Williams disposed of that. The umpire said it's a free kick for high contact going Eagles' way to Kelly. Bombers fans not happy as Kelly hand passes to Hoff from the centre square. A long kick inside the arc. Darling got hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark. Cox wins it at ground level for Essendon. Gives it to Laverty. His hand pass picked off by Williams. He gives it to Duggan. Screws a kick around the corner. Essendon have numbers on the last line of defence. Heppel to Hind. By hand, his hand pass over the top close to the line. It trickles out of play for a throw-in 30 around from West Coast goal. Essendon by 17 points. Time on second quarter Grandstand AFL.
The biggest Saturday afternoon crowd in at Docklands, but there's a lot of red and black as their last home game for the season here at Docklands. They played Collingwood at the MCG in round 24. Chance for the West Coast Eagles as O'Neill is tackled over the boundary line and a throw in the right forward pocket for the West Coast Eagles, 45 metres out from their goal.
You don't want to be having to beat the top team last round of the year to sneak into the finals.
Glass half full, you're in good form then.
Be a repeat of all the Carlton heartbreak we saw last season. It's from the throw in. There's no chance to clear. The umpire circles, and this time will pay holding the ball, and it'll be the West Coast Eagles free kick.
He dragged that back in. Ben Hobbs out of that ruck contest, so could have got the ball out. Decided to drag it back in, and then I think is it Cripps?
It's Cripps. He had, I reckon, 4 Eagles on top of him, and Jamie Cripps has ended up with a footy, which for West Coast fans is probably a good result.
But it's no different to Bailey Williams in front of us here. No. A little fumble, drags it back in, free kick to Essendon.
Jamie Cripps with 8 goals, 9 so far this season after the ankle injury against the Dockers early in the year. They thought he might be out for the year. He's just inside 50, shooting out for the right. It won't quite have the journey. Phillips rushes it through for a minor score. And the Bombers lead is 16 points at the 23-minute mark of the second quarter. Meanwhile, the Adelaide Oval, the Crows 5-1-31. And the Gold Coast Suns 3 behinds, heading towards quarter time there. So the Crows trying to keep life in their season.
On with the kick-in duties, no one stands the mark, so he can run 10 metres straight up the corridor. Kick not the required distance to McGrath. He gives it back to Hind. He has 3 bouncers running into the centre square. Kicks up towards half forward. Perkins has to come from the side, and he takes the grab. Cole was standing underneath it, but Perkins got his 2 mitts to it. Takes the grab at half forward. Runs inboard. Kicks it into the pocket. Parrish in the contest. Couldn't take the grab. It's Bill so long for the Eagles, who hand passes it to Kelly. Hand passes backwards to Duggan at right half forward. Right half back, rather. He kicks down the line. It's going to go out of play. The umpire says toss it in. Wing position out of sides. Essendon by 16, 24 gone, second term.
So a throw in on the outer wing. Bombers leading by 16 points, having taken control in this second quarter, 5 goals to 2. Whistle from the non-officiating umpire. A hold. And the free kick is going the way of the Bombers. Ben Hobbs is going to take it. Centre of the wing. It's to chip it laterally towards the boundary line. Zach Merritt hasn't moved, and he takes the mark. The Bombers captain. Looks to try and drive it towards half forward. In the direction of Perkins and Wright. Unable to take the mark. Cole flies in front. Takes the intercepting mark. A bit worse for Ware as he isn't able to put too much weight on his left ankle, but will take the kick on right half back for the West Coast Eagles.
Big 4 minutes here, especially for the Eagles. they're going okay at the moment. If they concede another one, it's probably a bit disappointing going into half-time. But if they can kick one and go in 10 points down, they'll be fairly buoyed by that.
Cole chip short to Hunt. Right half back. Will wind up and kick it long down the line to a 2-on-2. Jack Williams in the contest through his fingertips. Out the back is Merritt. Tries to tap it to Heppel. It goes out of play. Umpire says toss it in between wing and half forward. Eagles into attack. It was Essendon by 16 after the Eagles led by 2 points at quarter time. Jess Webster and Matt Clinch calling the action this afternoon. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke, your experts, and Lauren Borden is on the boundary. Ball back into play. Brian palms it down to Hobbs, who whacks it forward only as far as Chesser, who jams it on the boot for the Eagles. Inside 50, no one home. Zerk Thatcher taking the easy intercepting grab for the Bombers.
As he looks for options, the lead comes and he spots up Dyson Heppel. At left half back, swings onto his right hand side. Around the boundary line, Merritt takes the mark. Planked on that outer wing. Half pass to the runner, McGrath. Takes a bounce and now a second. Gets the left half forward, inside 50, just over the fingertips of Perkins. It gets to the back, rights onto it. Half pass away to Parrish around his body. Another one for the Bombers. A sixth goal in this second quarter to the West Coast Eagles' second. And the Bombers are out by 22 points, the biggest lead of the match. 7-7-49 to West Coast 4-3-27. The Bombers with the last 3 goals of the match.
A little bit too easy then, Rama. I think it's McGrath taking the ball, having a couple of bounces along the wing. It was just a kick inside 50 that ended up hitting the ground, but big Peter Wright should not be able to pick up the footy and handball to Parrish all by himself.
You go back to the intercept mark by Zerk Thatcher, and that was too easy. He didn't have an opponent, Zerk Thatcher, so West Coast worked extremely hard to get the ball inside their forward 50, and then Zerk Thatcher standing there all alone. He's then patient enough to find Heppel, and then it's away from there. It's a kick to Merritt. McGrath's away.
Essendon with 5 of the last 6 goals of the game. We'll have a recall bounce in the middle. Essendon simply have to win today if they are to keep their Slim Finals chances alive, as Williams palms it down for the Eagles only as far as Brian, who gives it to Parrish, kicks Essendon into attack. McGovern in front position against Wright, can gather from half back, kicks into the middle of the ground. It's a good one, finds Bailey Williams. Sweeping hand pass to Kelly on the outer wing. He chips it forward to, it looks like O'Neill out there. He chips inboard to Kelly. 2 kicks from goal.
Up to possession number 7 so far for Tim Kelly in this second quarter. 14 for the match, inside 50. Darling caught behind, had to spoil late against Redmond, gave away the free kick. Chopping at the arms, a late whistle from the umpire. Free kick the Bombers' way, 30 metres out from their defensive goal.
The 2 closest didn't blow the whistle, but the 2 furthest away simultaneously blew their whistle.
It's bizarre. It is bizarre.
Can't get sucked into watching it too closely through the binoculars, otherwise you miss the non-officiating umpire. Redmond in his 100th match kicks out towards half-back. Sardis with a bit of a shove. Worked Hoff underneath it. Cleared a path for Martin. He gathers and runs the boundary line. 2 bounces as he gets to right half forward. Long kick looking for Langford. In from the side right. Langford shovels the mark. Couple of metres in from the boundary in the right forward pocket. And Essendon fans are enjoying the Kyle Langford show.
Well, he might bring up his 50 this game, the way it's going at the moment. Started with 40.
Well, Neil makes the point from Coburg on the SMS, 0437774774. It was Paul Curtis who kicked 4 goals for the Roos in the second quarter against West Coast last week. So a chance for another player to get on top. Kyle Langford has 4 goals straight so far in this second quarter, shooting for his 5th. Tight pocket, right side. It's the wrong side of the right goal post. And a minor score. Bombers lead by 23 points. Langford doing his damage in this second quarter. 4-2 for the match. But 4 goals won so far in this second quarter.
Witherden from the kick in. Finds McGovern in the right back pocket. Kicks down the line. Darling the target, and he takes the grab. A long way from home at right half back. Essendon by 23. It was West Coast by 2 points at quarter time. Bombers have dominated this second term. Darling long down the line to a contest through the hands of Laverty. Jack Williams at the back. He's coughs it up to Laverty. Gives it to Cox. To Kelly to McGrath. He had a fumble as Cripps applied the pressure. Dispossesses him of the footy. And they all dive on top of it. The umpire's circling and says, I'll have it. Ball up at right half forward for the Eagles.
Essendon by 23 points as we nudge towards half-time. Thrown up. Ryan got it down to Parrish. Kicks end over end up the wing. Perkins could have been shoved in the back. No free kick. Hewitt kicks up to half forward. Marriage marks. He's still 2 kicks out from goal. 65 out from home. Sends it long towards Bailey Williams and Darling. Williams flies. Can't complete the mark. Spills to the back. Cox with the hand pass away to Nick Martin. Works it to Redmond. Gets a clearing kick into the middle of the crowd and Merritt marks all on his own.
It's opened up for Essendon as Merritt gives it to Laverty. Kicks to right, just inside the arc, and he's got it. He has players screaming for it further ahead. Right, wheels around, but the siren is gone as Menzie was all alone in the pocket. Right, didn't know how long it was left. He was in scoring range, tried to do the team thing, but the buzzer beats everyone. But it is a dominant second quarter to Essendon. They head into half-time with a 23-point lead, 7-8-50 to West Coast, 4-3-27. Your goal kickers for the Bombers, 4 to Kyle Langford, all coming in this second quarter, and singles to Darcy Parish, Archie Perkins and Sam Durham. And for the Eagles, all singles, Elijah Hewitt, Oscar Allen, Jack Williams and Ryan Marrick.
A 6-2 second quarter from the Bombers. Meanwhile, at the Adelaide Oval, second quarter action there. It's the Crows 5-2-32 leading the Gold Coast Suns 3 behinds. The thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport.
Clinchy, can you just check, is that possessions 59 to 95?
Correct.
For that quarter?
That quarter, yep.
Yeah, so Bombers absolutely dominated possession in that quarter, whereas the Eagles dominated possession in the first. And the inside 50s was 13 to 11. So despite that domination of possession, 95, they only took the ball inside 50 13 times.
Clearances were 13 to 7. That was the most notable stat that stood out. But much different quarter, that second quarter.
Yeah, completely played differently than what the first quarter was. And I think part of that was Essendon saying, you know what, we're not going to allow you to have 44 marks again and 115 possessions. And we're going to close that down. But I think they fell into a little bit of, this is the way the game's playing. We'll start to chip the ball around and not go really quickly as well. When they did go quickly, they're 13 inside 50s. 6 goals? 6
goals in that second quarter.
Yeah, 6 goals and quite a few points from their inside 50s. So when they get it in there and they get it one out against their Eagles opponent, they look really, really dangerous. And as we said, Langford with 4 goals was outstanding. We're not sure about the matchup on him. Elliot Yeo, I don't think he's the man. It'll be interesting to see what changes they make at half-time. But, yeah, I just get the sense that Essendon have figured them out. And for me, it's West Coast. Okay, what else have you got? Plan B sort of worked in the first quarter, didn't work in the second. So what have you got now? Essendon, I think they're now saying, you know what, we're in the game now. We know what's going on, and here we go.
If it becomes a skill game, Essendon will win. That's just how it is. So if the ball's in general play, like Essendon looked dominant, and that was evident in that quarter with 6 goals to 2. West Coast came with a plan in that first quarter and were able to execute it. The second quarter, they simply weren't able to execute it. That's just really how they only took 15 marks for that quarter. In the first quarter, they take 44. So plan works in the first quarter, doesn't work in the second quarter. Essendon capitalised, kicked 6 goals in that quarter. So
it felt like a bit of that was on the Bombers' intent, though. They were happy to play sort of bruise-free footy in that first quarter and not take too many risks, and then in the second quarter.
But it still is bruise-free footy. 20 tackles to 18 in Essendon's favour. So there's no pressure on there. It's simply now about West Coast. Okay, if we aren't kicking marking, we need to be on our opponent. So Essendon take 28 marks in that quarter and able to move the ball and do what they want. We're on the biggest concern, if I'm a West Coast supporter right now, is the ease that Essendon are getting the ball in the middle of the ground. So centre clearances is one part of it. But then on Oregon, 3 or 4 occasions that quarter, their Essendon players, when Essendon won the ball back in their defensive 50, there's 2 or 3 players sitting in the middle of the ground. And that's how Essendon like to flow their game. So, then they get their runners coming, Redmond, Hine, and Hines had 15 possessions in that quarter, 13 of those kicks.
Yeah.
So, once he's rolling, that becomes a real problem for the Eagles. The Eagles, on the other hand, Jaden Hunt had a really good half. Tommy Cole, as a defender, had a good half. Kelly's worked pretty hard. Luke Edwards has worked really hard in that half of football. I'd love for West Coast to think about the Langford matchup. Okay, if you're going to go, Elliot Yeo's going to be a defender for the rest of his career, I get it. But I don't think he is. And I don't think that matchup is for him. I think the Elliot Yeo matchup is more like a Menzie, that type of play. Get him out of the goal square so he can actually win the ball a little bit himself and create and, use his own foot skills. So
they've got Peter Wright, they've got Phillips, who's resting down O'Brien when they're not in the ruck. And
McGovern's there. He's taken Peter Wright, so that's sort of that part of the matchup looked after. And I get it, they're a bit short down back at the moment. So, but I don't think Elliot Yeo is the right matchup for Langford. He'll kick another 3 or 4 goals.
He's not going to help you win the game.
No.
So you might as well put somebody else who's going to learn.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Obviously no Tom Barris, no Shannon Hearn, who's announced his retirement at season's end. The other stat that stood out like a sore thumb was 10 marks inside 50 for the Bombers to 1 for the West Coast Eagles. And a lot of that pressure, as you mentioned on Rammer, the ability to move it inside 50 and isolate the one-on-ones.
Well, Langford took 5 of those.
Yep.
So, he's taken half of those marks inside forward 50. So the stat is, it is what it is. But you got one player taking half of those marks inside forward 50. And I look at it, and you're not getting that players rolling back. Like McGovern's been so good at rolling back at times because he's had Barras there. No Barras today. Obviously, he needs to play on a player. But then you're relying on a guy like Witherden to protect McGovern when he is rolling back. But he lets Perkins come in and take that mark,
which is what Jack Darling is trying to clearly do to get back to help.
Yeah.
But it's asking a bit of him to cover the ground at that stage of his career. And
trust me, we've seen West Coast play a lot worse in first halves interstate.
Yeah.
So I thought in the first quarter they were pretty good, Berkey. That quarter, Essendon got a bit of a run on.
In some ways, they were too good in that a lot of their players had a lot of possessions.
Yeah.
And what tends to happen in the next quarter is you say, okay, I've got a lot of possessions. I'll do the same thing. I'll just start running out wide. When you get it, I'm just going to run into a hole, run out wide, and I'm going to get those possessions again. But the other team don't let you get those possessions, turn the ball over, and because you've run out wide and out of the way, you then can't defend either. So you're too far spread across the ground. And Essendon, as you said, used the corridor really well and bang straight down the middle. So it's a case of
sort of overinflate your ego a little bit, doesn't it?
It does. You think, I'm in for a good day here.
You guys do the grunt work, and I'll do the downhill skiing.
Yeah, I'm going to hang out here, but then you turns over and you're hanging out there and you're garden grass and you're not doing anything. So, I think it's a game set, a game plan reset, and a mind reset for the West Coast Eagles.
Cole Langford's playing his 20th game this season. The first time he's played 20 games or more in his AFL career. It seems like he looks like a pretty natural forward to me.
Well, I think he's in the All-Australian conversation as that sort of third tall. You've got Toby Green, who's kicked 49 goals, and you've got Langford that's now kicked 43. The other forwards are key forwards that have kicked big amounts of goals. So we play the game differently now. You've got one, maybe two big key forwards, but then you want these hybrids. And he's doing a good job of it this year.
Who was the last Bomber to kick 50? Was Peter Wright kick 50?
I think he did last year, yeah.
53, I think, off memory.
Yep.
Then before that, it would have been Lloyd or Lucas, I imagine.
Been a while.
53 goals from his 22 games, Peter Wright, last season.
Langford's career best is 5. He's got 4.5
time. Joe Danaher got 60 odd in his All-Australian year.
Yep. All right, we'll pause here at Docklands with the Crows 6-2-38 leading the Gold Coast Suns 5 behind. So a pacing there, and the Bombers leading by 23 points here at Docklands. We'll get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says opponents of the voice to Parliament are looking to mislead and confuse Australians ahead of the referendum. The federal opposition used Parliament last week to question whether the voice to Parliament would lead to a national treaty with Indigenous Australians. Mr Albanese's at the Garma Festival in northeast Arnhem Land. He says the No campaign is sowing confusion.
The No campaign seem to have given up on finding arguments of why people should vote no on what is actually before the Australian people, and are therefore saying, look over here, look over there, at a range of other issues that are actually not what is in the referendum.
The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the United States is pausing a number of assistance programs for Niger. It follows last week's coup in the West African nation. Countries from the West African bloc ECOWAS are demanding the reinstatement of Niger's deposed president, saying they've agreed to a plan for possible military action against the military junta. Thousands of people have gone on a rampage through a park in New York City after a video game giveaway descended into a riot. The BBC's Andrew McNair has the details.
Police have described the scenes in Manhattan's Union Square as a riot. People caught up in the chaos likened it to a war zone. The influencer Kai Cenat told his more than 10 million followers he'd be giving away 300 PlayStation 5s, prompting thousands to flock to the area. Video footage appears to show people flinging bottles and chairs, setting off fireworks and clinging to the roof of Kai Cenat's car as he tries to escape. Police said people took spades and axes from a nearby building site and that several officers were wounded. They told reporters the social media star has been detained and wouldn't rule out bringing charges against him.
A crackdown on prison officers in Ecuador has seen a number of wardens and other staff members arrested. A wave of violence in Ecuadorian prisons last month left at least 31 people dead. Authorities say raids on prison officers have turned up drugs, banned weapons, explosives and ammunition. Police in Victoria are continuing investigations into a fatal shooting in an inner-city Melbourne suburb. Courtney Withers reports.
Police tape marks off Alameda Crescent in South Yarra this morning as multiple officers here continue to investigate the circumstances surrounding the shooting. Police say emergency services were called to the street after a number of shots were fired at a man walking along the Crescent at about 20 minutes to midnight. The man suffered life-threatening injuries and later died in hospital. The circumstances surrounding the incident are yet to be determined. However, detectives say it appears to be targeted. Residents who live inside buildings on the cornered-off Crescent have been prevented from driving in.
Police are investigating a fatal house fire in Victoria's northeast. Emergency services were called to Dees Street at Benalla following reports of a fire early this morning. The body of a person who's yet to be formally identified was found inside the property. Arson and explosive squad detectives are attending the scene. Tasmania's leading greyhound trainers had his licence suspended by the Office of Racing Integrity. Eliza Closer explains.
Anthony Bullock is being investigated after drone vision taken last month by animal rights activists allegedly showing gruesome and disturbing images of his greyhound training facility at Exeter. The Office of Racing Integrity on Thursday said it was aware of a video circulating online showing conditions inside the property. In a statement, Director of Racing Justin Helmick said it was appropriate to suspend Mr Bullock's licence until the conclusion of the inquiry. A report in relation to the inquiry will be publicly released once it's completed.
The WA Police Union is urging the state government to prioritise comprehensive social programs targeting at-risk people to help reduce crime. It comes after figures from WA Police revealed the number of assaults against officers had increased by nearly 20% in the past year to 1,447. The rate of assaults against officers increased in 10 of 15 policing districts. Switzerland is set to face Spain in the FIFA Women's World Cup round of 16 in Auckland. Switzerland were unbeaten through the group stage with a 2-0 win over the Philippines and scoreless draws with Norway and New Zealand. Spain's coming off a 4-0 defeat to Japan, but has put in a strong performance against Zambia and Costa Rica. Japan will also take on Norway in Wellington. ABC News. You can get more news at any time just by downloading the ABC Listen app.
You'll always find top drama on ABC iView.
Tell me what you got.
Always intriguing with The Messenger and Smother.
I don't know who to trust anymore. People think I'm a psycho.
Always dramatic with Vandervalk and In Our Blood.
She really doesn't like you. The world needs beautiful things right now.
And always different with In Limbo, Bay of Fires, and so much more.
I'm back for an encore.
A surprise holiday.
You'll always find the best drama.
Happy.
Streaming for free on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Bounce favoured Phillips, although good battle from Bailey Williams. Gathers the footy, somehow squeezed a kick forward in the direction of Darling. Was he held? No whistle. Spills to the back. Oscar Allen gets it away to Marriage. Outside of the boot, dribbles it through. A centre bounce clearance goal.
Kelly is marked. 55 out from goal. He hand passes to Martin. 55 out from goal. Shoots it into the pocket. Langford on the mark. Langford 35 out. 10 in from the boundary. He's kicked 2 in the second quarter. Make it 3.
Phillips wins down the tap in the middle of the ground. Merritt somehow flicked it up to Parrish. Gets the hand pass on a runner Hine. Straight through the middle. Langford comes charging out. Can't say the mark. Yes, he can on the second bite. Oh, Langford starts his approach outside 50. Shooting for his fourth to extend the Bombers' lead. They've got their radar now. Around the boundary line, Merritt takes the mark. Planked on that outer wing. Half pass to the runner McGrath. Takes the bounce and now a second. Gets the left half forward. Inside 50. Just over the fingertips of Perkins. It gets to the back. Rights onto it. Half pass away to Parrish around his body. Another one for the Bombers.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at Docklands in Melbourne with the Bombers leading by 23 points, 7-8-50 to the West Coast Eagles, 4-3-27. As round 21 of the AFL continues, the Bombers with a chance to stay inside, or in touch with the top 8. There's 6 points at the moment outside the top 8. They'd have to win most likely 3 of their last 4 goals of the match. 3 of their last 4 games of the match, and Kyle Langford with 4 goals is what I'm trying to spit out. He's the leading goal scorer for the Bombers. Meanwhile, at the Adelaide Oval, it's the Crows 7-3-45, leading the Gold Coast Suns 1-5-11. So the Suns have their first goal of the match, but it's taken to the second quarter to do so, and Adelaide looking to keep their slim finals hopes alive. They'd have to win every game from here onwards. At the Adelaide Oval, 2 goals to Darcy Fogarty leading the way for the Crows, and Taylor Walker, another goal scorer. So they've been sharing the load for the Adelaide Crows in their match against the Gold Coast Suns. Later on this afternoon in the twilight, it's Hawthorn taking on Collingwood. Tonight, depending on where you're listening, the Cats taking on Port Adelaide from Kardinia Park, and the Giants up against the Sydney Swans. I feel like enough have been sort of promoted to that match between the Swans and the Giants. The Giants going for a club record 8th consecutive win. The Swans with the retirement of Lance Franklin. So Nathan Burke, Adam Romanascus, Matt Clinch, Jess Webster and Lauren Borden with you for Saturday afternoon footy. It probably deserves a bit more attention than what it's got, Berkey.
If Buddy was playing, it was probably get a bit more attention than what it's getting. But yeah, certainly in terms of shaping the season and the top 8, the Giants, they've been fantastic. I think they've absolutely gone under the radar of late. What they did last week against the Western Bulldogs at Ballarat, an unfamiliar ground, and everything was outstanding. So, yeah, I think they are sneakily putting themselves into contention.
I think promotion's going well in Sydney. It's a sellout from what I hear at Giants Stadium.
Really?
So I think, promotion probably concentrating locally. But I agree with you, it's a massive contest tonight. It's going to be fun to watch.
What would capacity be at Giants Stadium? 15,000?
Very good question. A little bit more than that.
You reckon? Okay.
Yeah, maybe 25 to 30.
Yeah, I think 22-ish.
Okay.
I reckon. Let me have a look. 25?
25, yeah.
Ramos gesturing hand signals, which is very good. In the NRL today, round 23, Melbourne Storm had a loss to the Penrith Panthers last night, 26 points to 6. So the Penrith Panthers look very much the seem to beat once more this season. In the early match today, the North Queensland Cowboys and the Broncos, that match just getting underway. The Dolphins and Newcastle later on this afternoon. And South Sydney, the Rabbitohs taking on Cronulla. And all of that is available, of course, on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the NRL button. And the Bledisloe, well, we almost saw a shock result. The Wallabies up against the All Blacks, but unfortunately New Zealand prevailing there. But a far tighter scoreline than what we experienced last week. 23-22, the All Blacks were able to defeat the Wallabies. So that match taking place in Dunedin. And after the Wallabies led 17-3 at half-time, the All Blacks were able to fight back in the second half. So New Zealand get a victory, but the Australian hopes were enhanced with Eddie Jones yet to get a victory so far in the lead up to the Rugby Union World Cup in France. And of course the Matildas, the Women's World Cup taking place, the round of 16 matches. It's all available on the ABC Listen app. So today, Switzerland taking on Spain. That gets underway just after 3 p.m. Sunday it's Sweden and the United States. On Monday, England and Nigeria. We can't wait to bring you coverage of the Australians taking on Denmark with Ned Hall and the team. That's on Monday night and Tuesday. Colombia taking on Jamaica. A big surprise with Brazil being knocked out and Jamaica advancing through. So Sam Kerr given another week. Feels like the merchandise is flying out the shops for the Matildas, Berkey. You live in hope?
Oh, I do live in hope. And the pleasing thing was, in their very most important game that they've probably ever played, they actually played their best soccer. So that's a really good sign for me, and hopefully they keep going from strength to strength.
You on board, Jess? On board the Matildas?
Yes.
We've all got to be on board the Matildas Monday night.
Absolutely.
So
it's un-Australian if you're not.
Let's all get behind them. It's no different to any Australian team. The Boomers are coming up in the World Cup shortly, and we've all got to get behind them. So when we have our national teams competing, let's get behind them.
The shock was that the Australian Diamonds were beaten by England in the Netball World Cup.
Yeah, they were.
It's before we get to the knockout stages, so a bit of a straightener for Stacey Murkovic's Chargers, just to remind themselves that it's not a lay-down misère. They're going to have to bring their best netball, especially against England, who some of the quotes that they played the better netball in the final term, no doubt they'll be printed on the change rooms for the Diamonds. Second half about to get underway. Bombers by 23 points. Here's Jess Webster.
Phillips to take on Bailey Williams in ruck as we get the second half underway. Perkins has a fumble. It's picked up by Merritt, who gives it to Parrish. Hand pass back to Perkins from the centre circles. Pumps it long into attack. Wright's on the end of it.
He's just completely misread that. Jeremy McGovern. Was there a little nudge there, Berkey? It didn't look like it to me.
I think he got
under it.
Out of position, and then tried to accentuate it as if, he nudged me and give me a free kick.
So Peter Wright, 3 behinds to his name so far this afternoon. Another gettable shot for him. 30 out, pretty much directly in front. Makes the most of his opportunity this time. Wright's on the board, and we have a new game-high lead to start this second half. Essendon by 29, 8-8-56 to West Coast 4-3-27. A minute played in this third term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, it's good play through the middle of the ground there. So Phillips gets the tap, and then it's Perkins, Merritt and Parrish all involved. So they all got their hand on the ball, and eventually it was Perkins that just put the ball in a dangerous spot. And as mentioned, Jeremy McGovern, who we don't usually see just completely misjudge a ball, but he got so far under it, and it was a pretty simple mark in the end for Peter Wright.
6 of the last 7 goals in the match going the way of the Bombers. They're out by 29 points.
Looks like Rotham is the man for Langford in this quarter.
After West Coast led by 2 points at quarter time, back in the middle of the ground. Tap one down the way of the Bombers, but it's Duggan who gets the clearance. Sends it inside 50. Darling almost juggled the mark. Not paid. Locked up 45 metres out from the Eagles' goal. Hewitt tries to break clear. Heats tackle. Brought down, holding the ball. Found his way back into congestion, and Laverty laid the tackle.
And if you're wondering where Elliot Yeo is, he started this quarter on the bench.
Right. Jaden Laverty takes the free kick for the Bombers. Sends it out to right half back. The mark is taken by Menzie. Jai Menzie looks around the outer side of Dockland, sends it as long as he can, he shanks it. Merritt's the only one really there who flies and takes the mark. It might have been touched off the boot. Hine gets the hand pass forward to Durham, who then put on a block, gave it back to Hine, kicks inside 50, here's Lakeford again. Not sure he was necessarily leading out from the goal square, but he was able to work his way to the front and take another mark. He's at the locket end, and he's playing like a key forward this afternoon.
Well, why he's such an effective forward this season for the Bombers? He's on the move. So he continually makes his direct defender turn their heads.
He'll have to kick from 50. He veers out to the right, shooting for goal number 5. Just misses to the right-hand side. 4-3 for Kyle Langford this afternoon. The Bombers holding a 30-point advantage 3 minutes into the third term.
Well, if you are Rotham, you've been told, hey, our first plan, Yo, didn't work on him, so we're going to put you on him.
Just play on him.
Yeah, just play on him. I want you to cut him down, not give him 15-metre head start.
With it in from the kick in, he was dumped as he kicked it, so it'll be downfield free kick to Darling at right half back for the Eagles. Hand passes to Duggan running along the interchange gates, loops the hand pass over the top. Marek close to the line, received from Edwards, then tackled over the line by Cox. How the umpires see it, throw it in. Wing position, Dock side of the ground, Essendon by 30 points. 4 minutes played, third term of Grandstand AFL. Jess Webster and Matt Clinch calling the action this afternoon. Adam Ramanaskis and Nathan Burke, your experts, and Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Toss back in, Bailey Williams in front, tries to parry it down to Kelly. He's tackled immediately. Merritt locks him up with support from Cox, and the umpire will pull it up.
Just looking at Kyle Langford's stats, 8 disposals, 6 marks, 4 goals, 3.
So a lot of your disposals being used in front of goal. As the
efficient.
umpire waits, and there's a bit going on. Kelly didn't like the attention when he was down on the turf. He's wrestling with Parrish, and now a free kick is going to go the way of the Bombers. I assume that's for retaliating. Tim Kelly was not impressed with the treatment he was receiving. He's still wrestling with Zach Merritt. Eventually Hobbs is going to get the free kick at left half back. So Parrish and Cox involved. Merritt in there now as they're eventually separating. Kelly needs to be careful he doesn't make contact to the face of Merritt as he shoves him away. Hobbs sends a long ball up towards Peter Wright. Bailey Williams sets himself in front and takes the mark. Right half back for the Eagles, around the back to Gaff.
He's running backwards, Gaff, and then kicks across the ground. And then finds Robin. Chips it into the centre square. Cole marks. Hand passes it back to Gaff. A low bullet pass looking for O'Neill. He dropped the mark, follows up at ground level. He was caught dispossessed. Noah Long picks it up, gives it to Darling. His hand pass to Space. They scrap for it on the wing. McGrath picks it up, gives it to Hind. Under pressure, kicks around the corner is a good one. Finds Durham, wing position, City side. Essendon by 30. Durham's just forced to hold it up and then kicks backwards to Redmond.
He looks for options into the middle of the ground. Merritt's the target, spoiled away from him. Gaff trying to wrestle with him. It spills the way of Heppel. Hand pass picked by Duggan. Straight through the middle of the ground. It opens up in front of him. Gets the hand pass away. Cripps charging through the middle. Just has to find Allen. The kick is wide of him. Taps it to his own advantage. It won't come back. And Zerk Thatcher slides in front. They wrestle with the ball at ground level. Eventually Petrocelli gets there to offer support. Breaks the tackle. Can't clear Redmond with a kick inside 50 looking for Marriage. Mason Redmond racing back in his 100th game. He marks in the left back pocket.
How to stuff up what should have been a sure shot for goal.
It's a long down the line. Sardis, the first gamer, reaches up high and pulls in the mark. Defensive side of the broadcast wing. Kicks down the line. Bryan in a one-on-one against McGovern. Got a good piece of it. Couldn't complete the mark. It's picked up by Wright of Essendon. Hand passes to Martin. He goes backwards to Kelly. His hand pass deflected out of bounds by Chesser. And we'll have a throw-in right in front of the interchange gates. Essendon by 30. 6.5 gone, third term.
A lot going on off the ball as the umpire is readying himself to throw it back in. Parrish is alongside Kelly. Hobbs against O'Neill. Thrown back in. Clears the two rucks, and Petra Kelly gathers for the West Coast Eagles. Kicks out wide of Oscar Allen. He reels it in at right half forward, just in from the boundary. In front of Laverty. Darling's leading towards the goal square. He's going to chip it backwards, and Alex Witherden marks. Darling leads to the right forward pocket. Witherden sends it in that direction. Marek sets himself as well. They compete against each other in the end. Gathered by Jack Williams. Hand pass to Allen around the body. It's out on the full. This is everything out to the right-hand side. Actually didn't execute it all that bad in the end. Just the final kick wasn't all that great. Bombers leading by 30 points.
Fine from the back pocket. Runs across the face of goal. There's a couple of bounces. And flares the kick out wide to McGrath. And passes to a running Laverty against the boundary line. Kicks down the line, and best position is Elliot Yeo for the Eagles. Takes the intercepting grab. Bombs it back to half forward to a one-on-one. Cripps involved. It's knocked away from him. Spills to Long. He's caught immediately and brought to ground. Umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up at half forward for the Eagles. Now, the sub's been used so far today. Alwyn Davey Jr. for the Bombers and Greg Clark for the Eagles.
Tossed up in the air. Bryan wins down the tap over the shoulder. Free kick going West Coast way. To go the way of Jack Williams. He wants to feed the hand pass wide. To left half forward. Duggan gathers inside 50. Looking for Allen or Darling. Darling competes. Can't take the mark. And it spills out in the left forward pocket. 15 metres around from the West Coast Eagles goal. The Bombers 8-9-57 to West Coast 4-3-27. 9 minutes gone in this third term. And it's just the one goal has been scored for the Bombers. That came through Peter Wright. Thrown back in. Bryan takes front position. Jack Williams tries to wrestle from behind. Spills down the way of Cripps. He's beaten to it by Hind. Hand pass to Hobbs. Good sidestep. Blazes up towards halfback. Sardis takes the mark in front. On to Boo. That'll give him a bit of confidence as he's able to claim the mark. In front of Hoff. He chips it around the outer wing. Parrish right in the middle of the back from McGovern. He'll receive a free kick. Sardis maybe just a little slow with his delivery.
Parrish, defensive side of the wing. It's a great kick off the boot. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Eagles on the City wing.
Neither side has come out in this third quarter and shooting the lights out.
Not quite. 1 goal, 1 to Essendon. The Eagles yet to find a score in this third term.
It's been ordinary to say the least.
Yo at halfback. Kicks across the ground to Rotham, who can continue the switch to Witherden. Marks in front of the interchange gates. Defensive side of the dockside wing. Thinks about chipping in board. He does. He finds Long. Chips it into the centre square to Hunt. It's a nice kick towards half forward. Now there's a chance for the Eagles. Duggan marks. Hand passes to Gaff, to Kelly from half forward. Centre and kick to the top of the goal square. Darling got hands to it. Wanted the free kick. Nothing doing as Kelly dives on top of it, and they all dive on top of him. Stoppage, 15 out from the Eagles' goal.
He was under a fair bit of pressure there, but you want to see Jack Darling catch those. Big, strong man, centre forward. You've got to catch those.
Bryan and Jack Williams comes down to Hairpull. Hand pass to Jake Kelly under enormous pressure. Only 10 metres out from the Eagles' goal. Marrick gathers. Tackle by Laverty. Spiels to Cripps. He can't gather 15 metres. Straight to Darling. His kicks off the shin. Straight in the path of Cripps. He's tackled and thrown to the turf. And it's only about 18 metres out from the West Coast Eagles' goal. They need to get it in the hands of the right ball user. Thrown up quickly in the air. Bryan wins down the tap. Slaps it towards the boundary line. O'Neill lost his footing. Thought he was taken high. Threw the head back. The umpire didn't see it that way.
No sympathy.
Now he's going to be paid holding the ball.
No sympathy from the umpire whatsoever. He was clearly laying on the ground thinking, I've got a whack in the head. But the umpire said, no, bad luck.
Ben Hobbs just set himself on top. Careful not to make contact with the head after the initial potential contact, and got the free kick. In the left back pocket, sends it up to Peter Wright at full stretch. 2 metre Peter has it.
He looked to hand pass to Hind, instead just kicks a long kick towards half forward. It's off hands. Hoff receives from Edwards. Looks the hand pass over the top to Hewitt. His kick around the corner. It's all Essendon on the wing as Wright takes the diving intercept grab. Front of the interchange gates, it's Essendon by 30 after West Coast led by 2 points at quarter time. The Bombers by 23 at the half. It's Wright, kicks long to a big pack. 50 metres out, it's offhand, spills to Kelly of West Coast. Hacks a kick around the corner, bounced in favour McGrath. Rotham now can collect for the Eagles. On the wing, hand passes to Allen. Hand passes to Gaff, who then shares it back to Rotham. Close up against the boundary line. 2 kicks from goal. Chips it inside forward 50. Is a one-on-one. Heppel v Cripps. Free kick to Cripps.
Got to set it. Their forward structure, the Eagles, they've got to sort it out.
Yeah.
3 times they've come flying through the middle of the ground and then had to stop and go backwards and sideways because there's 3 Essendon players inside their forward 50 and no Eagles.
Yeah, they can't reset quick enough.
No.
Tough shot for Jamie Cripps to start his approach from outside the boundary line. 40 out, 5 in from the boundary. On the approach, he'll shoot towards goal. It looks great off the boot. It is a super kick from Jamie Cripps. And brings the margin back to 24 points. Essendon 8-9-57 to West Coast 5-3-33. 13 goal third term Grandson AFL, Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
And you're spot on, Berkey. It's happened a number. Now, West Coast are committing numbers up the ground to try to apply pressure to Essendon and their ball movement, but that's all well and good, but you've got to turn around. At least one's got to be there, because on that occasion it was just the patience of Rotham in the end, really, that held the ball. Otherwise, you just bomb it in there and you kick it straight back to Essendon and it comes back the other way. So Cripps got back there eventually, But if you looked across the 50-metre line, there was another 2 Essendon players there. So it is a matter of maybe having one anchor and then your others up.
Adam Romanascus with you on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Bailey Williams wins down the tap against Phillips. Spills the way of Caldwell, can't take it. Like a pinball, bounces around. Hobbs trying to get the hand pass away to Martin. Lost his footing on his back. Hand passes straight to Jaden Hunt. He knocks it forward to Cripps. Through the middle of the ground goes Petruccelli with speed to burn and straight over the goal umpire's hat. Electric from the West Coast Eagles out of the middle of the ground. Big ball to be won by Jamie Cripps, and he got it to Petruccelli, and it was lights out from that moment onwards. The Eagles with a couple of quick ones on the trot to pull it back to an 18-point ball game the Bombers' way. 8-6, 8-9, 57 to the West Coast Eagles, 6-3, 39. 14 minutes gone, third term.
Well, apart from the kick by Petruccelli, which was a lovely kick, steaming inside 50, the rest of it was just grunt hard pressure.
Yeah.
And there's no excuse for the Eagles not bringing that all the time, because that wasn't talent. That was just, we're swarming, we're going to chase the player with the ball, we're going to knock him over, we're going to just bang the ball our way. Smarts by Cripps to just tap it instead of taking possession, but Petruccelli was the bit of skill. Luckily, that was the last bit through the goal.
Couple of quick goals to West Coast Eagles. Back in the middle, Bailey Williams has a fumble. Ball spills loose, picked up by Perkins of Essendon. Hand pass to Durham, didn't get a favourable bounce. Has time to gather, get past a couple of Eagles, and now he's off. Hand pass is inboard to Perkins. Lovely delivery inside forward 50 to right. It was knocked away from him. Picked up by Sardis, who gives it to Hobbs. He's stripped to the footy, holding the ball. Free kick to West Coast in defensive 50. Luke Edwards, the recipient.
Difference there, I think it was Hobbs ran through 2 West Coast Eagles players, Kelly and another one. So great pressure, gets him a goal. Poor pressure, almost has a goal against.
Kelly at right half back, brings it by foot up to Petruccelli, marks centre wing in front of the 2 benches. Essendon leading by 18 points, but the Eagles with 2 goals to 1 so far in this third term. Short to Duggan, who plays on. Around Durham on the mark. On his left boot, sends it long in the direction of Darling, and Oscar Allen in from the side. Rises above the pack to take the mark. The Big O in full flight.
It was a rather elegant leap over the top then, wasn't it?
Oh, it's a beauty. Look, he's got a beautiful set of hands. It just makes you wonder when this West Coast become a really strong team again, how good Oscar Allen is going to be. Like he's a 60-plus goal kicker a year in my mind.
24 years of age. Has 1 goal so far this afternoon on a 45-degree angle, 35 metres out. It's flat. The shot on goal, and it just drifts to the right and slams into the right goalpost. It should be a certainty into the record. It's not to be, and it's a 17-point lead the Bombers' way rather than a 3rd straight goal on the trot.
Chance gone begging for West Coast as Hine brings it back in for Essendon, runs his full measure, skies it towards the outer wing. 1-on-1, Bailey Williams v Phillips. Williams couldn't complete the mark. Spills to Hewitt of the Eagles, who can take off. Breaks a tackle, scrubs the kick inside forward 50 at the feet of Darling. Couldn't take it cleanly. Has another go. Big contest there. Hobbs came in for Essendon. No free kick, ball is locked up 40 out from goal.
That was terrific by Hewitt. First the fend off on Sardis, a scrappy kick inside forward 50, but went after the ball again and just attacked it.
Bailey Williams wins down the tap inside the forward 50 for the Eagles. Darling gets it to Gaff, screws it back. Petruccelli almost juggled the mark against Heppel. A few Eagles players appealing for the mark. The umpire said it was touched on the way through, and Heppel had a piece of it.
They're having their moment here, West Coast.
Left forward pocket for the Eagles, 15 metres out from goal. Bailey Williams down to Petruccelli, stripped of it, spills away a Parrish, just hacks it out to half-back. Race after that, getting there first should be Chesser. Hand pass left a bit to be desired. Jake Kelly for the Bombers gathers. Hand pass to Nick Manu, sold Chesser one way and charged out the other. He streams up the wing. Hand pass to Menzie at left half forward, corralled by Witherden. Around the body, kicks towards Sardis. And the debutant takes the mark. He played on though, stepped off his line, swings back onto the right in front of Hoff. Long kick to Peter Wright, can't take the mark. Spills down to Caldwell in front. Hand pass to Wright. feeds it back to Cox. 40 metres out, onto the left, straight up the chimney it goes. Have a go at that. Right flies from one direction. Unable to spoil it down was O'Neill. Spills down the way of Langford. He'll retreat out to left half forward. Parrish gathers, blazes away inside 50 once more. And this time Cole will take the mark. A couple of foot skills from Darcy Parrish. Just haven't been his best this afternoon as the Eagles take the mark through. Tom Cole in the right back pocket.
He'll kick it long. It's touched off the boot, so it ricocheted to half forward. Guelphy picks it up for Essendon. He's hold his teammate in a bit of trouble. And ball trickles out of play. It was Sardis.
I think if you want to be an $800,000 midfielder, you've probably got to have elite foot skills, don't you?
Yep.
Essendon by 17 as we tick into time on of the third quarter. Eagles have kicked the last two.
It was more the panic. The kick went where he wanted it to, but he just didn't need to kick it there.
Ball back into play. Parrish, hand pass to Langford, but it comes up the Eagles' way. Petrocelli leaves the hand pass to Allen. Sweeping hand pass to the wing, finds Cripps. Just bangs it forward to space. Darling will run on to this. Has a couple of bombers to contend with close to the line. And over and out for a throw-in, 40 around from the Eagles' goal. Essendon by 17, 20 played third term.
Just smart by Jack Darling. Knew that there was nobody in front of him, so if he tried to tap the ball back in play, Essendon would have taken it away, but absorb the tackle, take the ball out of bounds, get a restart inside forward 50.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Bailey Williams down to the front, looking for Cripps, just can't link up with him as it rolls out of play. 11-5, the inside 50s West Coast way in this third term, but it's the Bombers who lead by 17 points. And led by 23 points at half-time. This goes with 2-1. First time they've kicked back-to-back goals this match. Phillips wins down the tap for the Bombers. Duggan could have been dumped by Redmond. Released the tackle at the last moment. Holding the ball. The Bombers will take it at left half back, and Mason Redmond in game 100 will be rewarded for his tackle.
Kicks towards Phillips. As Gaff came in from the side and knocked it to ground, it spills away with Langford. He's tackled by Yo. Ball spills loose at half forward for the Eagles. Picked up by O'Neill. Gives it to Bailey Williams. Sweeping hand pass to Duggan. 50 out. Kick around the corner is a great one. Jack Williams. Once, twice. Couldn't complete the mark. Should have taken it. Ball spills loose. Edwards has a go to Darling. His hand pass almost a turnover. It's picked up by Petrocelli. Runs headfirst into Merritt, who wins the footy. Now Caldwell streaming out. Defensive 50. Stripped of it by Yo. Holding the ball. Free kick. Hot in the kitchen out there, and now a chance for the West Coast Eagles to kick their third goal in a row as Elliot Yeo will line up from 50 out.
It was a great kick by Williams to Williams. He just couldn't get onto the spinning ball. Would have had a shot from 15 metres out and 45-degree angle. This one's same angle, but about 35 metres extra further out.
So Elliot Yeo started this game playing at fullback. Here he is now.
Take a big kick.
It'll draw the margin to within 11. If he can capitalise, he can't. It slams into the behind post, out of bounds on the full.
So Elliot Yeo there, he came off his line with his first step. That's where an umpire needs to be directly behind or directly in front of the kicker. So as soon as he comes off the line, the person on the mark can then move and try to smother it.
As it stands at the moment, they're not allowed to
They're
move.
They're allowed to move.
Yeah, it's a good pickup. It's Jake Kelly for the Bombers. Up towards Phillips, who rises at halfback and takes the mark. Over the top of Jack Williams.
Because Elliot Yeo virtually kicked that ball next to the man on the mark when he was way off the line.
Gained about 5 metres. As the Bombers work it through Phillips to Nick Martin across halfback. Hind has it. He's corralled by Long, one way and then the other. Hand pass to Zirk Thatcher. Feign the hand pass back. It was a good option in the end. He chips it over the top and Perkins takes the mark. Inboard he comes. McGrath marks and plays on. He looks up, thinks Bailey Williams, I'll take you on, and then kicks inside 50 and turns it over. Straight to Cole for the West Coast Eagles, who takes the mark.
He chips it forward to Kelly. It's laterally to Gaff. Looping hand pass over the top to Long from the outer wing. Kicks up towards half forward. Allen has 2 to beat. And the ball is over the line for a boundary throw-in. 70 around from the West Coast Eagles goal. It's Essendon by 17. 23 played in this third term.
And where West Coast have got back into it this quarter, they've had 20 tackles. So they've applied pressure to Essendon to force turnover.
They had 20 in the whole first half.
That's right. 18 they had in the first half,
Half-time at the Adelaide Oval, the Crows leading the Suns by 28 points as Gaffs kick inside 50. Almost Jack Williams at the back, he couldn't gather. Darling cleared a path for him, and now the footy is stock underneath the Laverty. Tyson Heppel.
It's like Williams ran to the right spot, read it, but then didn't expect it to come there.
Just couldn't get down to his bootlaces. Thrown up, Bailey Williams doing the ruck work, tries to tap it down into the path of Kelly. He couldn't gather. Jack Williams lays the tackle. It spills out, though, the way of Andy McGrath. Sardis got a tough bounce. Gathered by Hunt. Gets the hand pass inboard. Gaff looks to lower his eyes and kicks to Jamie Cripps. Just a 15 as he takes the mark in front of Long. On a 45-degree angle, he'll have to shoot from right on 50.
That's far better inside 50 work. Instead of just bombing it, because there's a whole stack of players. There's at least 16, 17 inside their forward 50, the Eagles. So just lower their eyes. Jamie Cripps kicked a ripper not long ago and needs another one.
Looking to try and continue the surge for the West Coast Eagles with the last 2 goals of the match. Cripps from 50. It's out to the right. Flying from the back. Allen just couldn't hang on to it. Had a big piece of it on the behind line. Eventually went across. So what's that? The last 2 goals, but they've had the last 4 scores, plus Yo with 1 out on the full. The Eagles trailing by 16 points.
Bombers are struggling to get it up their end, inside 50.
Hind with the kick in. Spears a pass to half-back. Cox marks.
And that's credit to West Coast pressure.
Cox hand passes to McGrath. Down the line he goes to Heppel, who's marked on the wing. Ships it looking for Sardis in a one-on-one against Hunt. Knocked away from him, tries to hack it off the ground. It was out of play, so it'll be a throw-in at right half forward for Essendon. The leaders cut to 16 after leading by 23 at half-time. 25 gone, third term on Grandson AFL.
Voice of Jess Webster, alongside Matt Clinch, Adam Romanatskis, Nathan Burke and Lauren Borden with you on Saturday afternoon footy. Thrown back in, Phillips does his own work against Bailey Williams, kicks towards Parrish, hand pass to Hind, tackled by Marriage. Not sure he got a clean hand pass away. Play on's the call, dug it over the top, and the umpire will ball it up.
There's no way Hind handballed that ball.
Here's the whistle. Umpire throws it up, 45 metres out from the Bombers' goal. Beautifully tapped down to Tim Kelly. Kicks out towards Darling on the wing. Worked underneath it. Heppel races back for the Bombers. Tackled by Allen. Spills down. They have the numbers, the Bombers, though. Laverty gathers. Feeds it back to Jake Kelly. Centre half back. Kicks into the middle of the ground. The mark is taken by Hind.
He can take off Hind. Chips it forward to Caldwell. He's marked 2 kicks from goal. He wheels around, kicks it to a dangerous position. Langford got upstairs, couldn't complete the mark. Williams has a go for the Eagles. Guelphy also attacks it. It spills to Kelly, who gives it to Gaff and now to Hewitt. Centre half back for the Eagles. Bombs it long, looking for Allen. Zerk Thatcher almost completed the grab. He got a push, in fact. Advantage is paid. Essendon through Heppel. Can send it to half forward to a contest. Off hands, picked up by Marrick of the Eagles. Gives it to Kelly. His hand pass too long. In the bullseye to Gaff, to Edwards. Are under pressure, the Eagles. Ball spills loose. Whistle on play. Free kick to Essendon for a hold.
Zach Merritt, their captain, is going to take it. He veers out to the left, looks up towards half forward. Langford on the lead once more. Marks 55 metres out, swings onto his right, looking for Peter Wright. It's just wide of him. Spoiled away by Jaden Hunt in the mismatch. Did well to get back to offer support. And Wright's locked up by Marriage, and the umpire will ball it up.
Yeah, he did a really good job there, Jaden Hunt. That kick from Langford needed more height to allow Peter Wright to jump at the ball, but Hunt was good enough to get that spoil in.
He knew they had the mismatch, just couldn't quite execute it. As Chess's kick bumped as he got it, straight towards the boundary line. Umpire says throw it in. He did the big wind-up. I think in other circumstances it would have been insufficient intent, but then when he rethought about it, thought, no, he was bumped as he kicked it. That's probably not intentional.
Funny that.
So a throw in. 65 metres out from the Bombers' goal. Thrown back in. Phillips in front. Bailey Williams flips it to the back. Caldwell's onto it for the Bombers. Hand pass to Hind. Cuts around a tackler. Kicks out wide and Parrish marks. Right on 50 out to the left. Bombers leading by 16 points. Darcy Parish long to the hot spot. Where are the Flyers? Peter Wright comes over the top of Duggan. Can't take the mark. Spills down to Cox. Last one standing. Jams onto the boot but misses to the left-hand side. Right as the siren sounded for three-quarter time. Just the 3 goals scored in that third term. So just the 28 minutes in that third term in which the Bombers hold a 17-point advantage. 8-10-58 to the Eagles, 6-5-41. The West Coast Eagles winning the quarter with 2-1. Dominating the inside 50s in that third quarter in times, 14-10. Even though the Bombers had 22 tackles to West Coast's 11. Three-quarter time at Docklands. It's the Bombers leading by 17 points, and it's half-time at the Adelaide Oval with the Adelaide Crows leading by 28 points. The goal kickers for the Bombers, 4 goals to Langford, individuals to Wright, Perkins, Durham and Parish. While for the West Coast Eagles, their goals have come through Cripps, Allen, Hewitt, Marriage, Petruccelli and Williams. That's Jack Williams. The Bombers leading by 17 points at three-quarter time on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen.
A lot of us want to know exactly how a major Silicon Valley bank could have failed, how a former comedy star is holding off a nuclear superpower, and how did a country a lot like Australia end up with 100% inflation. I'm Matt Bevan. Join me for a new season of my podcast, If You're Listening, helping you make sense of major news events shaping our world with new episodes weekly. If you're listening, hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Perkins has a fumble. It's picked up by Merritt, who gives it to Parish. Hand pass back to Perkins. From the centre circles, pumps it long into attack. Wright's on the end of it. 30 out, pretty much directly in front. Makes the most of his opportunity this time. Rother. Close up against the boundary line. 2 kicks from goal. Chips it inside forward 50. Is a one-on-one. Heppel v. Cripps. Free kick to Cripps. On the approach, he'll shoot towards goal. It looks great off the boot. It is a super kick from Jamie Cripps.
Hawks trying to get the hand pass away to Martin. Lost his footing on his back. Hand pass it straight to Jaden Hunt. He knocks it forward to Cripps. Through the middle of the ground goes Petruccelli with speed to burn and straight over the goal umpire's hat.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
The Bombers looking to keep their hopes for a September appearance still alive, leading by 17 points against the West Coast Eagles at three-quarter time here at Docklands as round 21 of the AFL continues. The Bombers 8-10-58, leading West Coast 6-5-41. Just the 3 goals scored in that third quarter in which the West Coast Eagles kicked 2, and maybe an indication of the excitement around the electronic boundary as they took on the running man. The Bombers fans were finally given something to cheer about. Matt Clinch and Jess Webster calling the action. Lauren Borden on the boundary, Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke are your experts. For the majority of our listeners, the next stop on ABC Sport is the MCG as it's Hawthorn taking on Collingwood, and to preview that clash, it's a very good afternoon to Joel Peterson.
Good afternoon, Clinchy. Beautiful skies here at the MCG. It's a crisp day, but there's not too much wind around, and there's already a nice, healthy smattering of spectators, especially over on the Shane Warne stand side of the ground. Expecting a big crowd in here this afternoon for Collingwood and Hawthorn. It may be 16th and 1st on the table, but it does shape up as being a little bit more competitive than that. Hawthorn, of course, ran St Kilda pretty close last week before the Saints kicked away at the end of that game, and Collingwood coming off just their 3rd loss of the season here against Carlton last Friday night. Smashed in contested balls, so you'd expect it to be a pretty hot start from the Pies this afternoon. 4 changes for Collingwood. They bring back big man Ned Reeves, Jack Scrimshaw, Kaczynski comes back in, and Harry Morrison. Bobby Hill and Ash Johnson are the 2 additions for Collingwood. The sub for Collingwood is Oleg Markov. For Hawthorn, it is Cam McKenzie, and there are no late changes to the sides that they named on Thursday night. So big crowd expected, could be around 60 or 70,000, and hopefully they're treated to a pretty entertaining game of footy between the Hawks and the Pies. Gets underway in just under an hour from now. Clinchy.
Thanks, Joel. We look forward to joining you, Andrew Mays, Mick Malthouse and Brent Harvey from the MCG. In the Women's World Cup, of course, coverage available on the ABC Listen app. Spain lead Switzerland 3-1. And here at Docklands, it's the Bombers leading by 17 points. Meanwhile, at the Adelaide Oval, third quarter just getting underway, and it's still the Crows who lead by 28 points over the Gold Coast Suns. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Essendon's decided to make their sub at three-quarter time. It'll be Jai Caldwell who's coming off. He looked a little bit proppy when he walked out to the three-quarter time huddle and spent it the entire time with the doctors, so wasn't walking too freely, which means Owen Davey Jr. will come on for the final quarter.
Thanks, Loz. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke. For West Coast fans that feel buoyed by it's been a better effort, especially on the road. For Bombers fans, maybe a little unfulfilled that they thought it might be a bit more promising in terms of results.
No, I've been really impressed with West Coast. The second quarter wasn't great, where it was 6-2, but to win that quarter, I just thought their pressure was really good on them. They forced Essendon into mistake in that third quarter, and they were able to capitalise a couple of times. Their forward line is a bit out of whack the way they set up, but like I said, they're getting their forwards so high up the ground to make sure Essendon just can't walk through them and score. So the beauty of this is they're in it in this last quarter, and that's where their younger players are going to get their most development.
The Eagles can get the first of the final term. That'll all of a sudden make this game very interesting. Final term about to get underway. Bombers by 17 points. Bryan up against Bailey Williams. Need to get a decisive tap. Williams tries to lunge back after it. Parrish can't get the hand pass away. Little toe poke by Hobbs, though, out into the path of Cox. He's tackled immediately, and the umpire will ball it up as Edwards lays the tackle. So Davies Jr. into the match for Caldwell, as Lauren Borden told you. Greg Clark, the sub, not used for the West Coast Eagles as yet. Parrish slides in, tries to gather. Hand passes straight to O'Neill for the West Coast Eagles. Tackled and brought down. Holding the footy. Hot whistle from the umpire.
He dropped it.
Said he took on the tackler and dropped it.
Merritt to take the free kick for Essendon. Runs inboard and then kicks to half forward. Great mark taken by Hoff. Centre half back for the Eagles. Flares the kick out wide to Long, who had to mark in front of Redmond. Hand passes inboard to Yo. Has a bounce on the outer wing. Loops the hand pass over the top to Chesser, who can paddle it to his own advantage. Throws it on the boot towards full forward. Darling in a one-on-one. Great work from Laverty. It spills away of Marek. He's dispossessed. Cox is there for Essendon. His hand pass picked off by Darling, who picks it up. He's tackled to the ground. Ball up 10 metres out from the Eagles' goal. Essendon by 17. Early stages, final term.
Good tackle by Zirk Thatcher there. Oscar Allen was running full pelt. Didn't get into his back. Dislodged the ball. Well done.
Bailey Williams trying to get away from Bryan. Darling lays the tackle, trying to lock it in. It's only 15 metres out from their goal. As Hobbs has given support from Hine to get back to his feet. He's on the move here. Where's O'Neill and Cripps, Petruccelli. Umpire throws it up 20 metres out from the West Coast Eagles goal. Bailey Williams knocks it down. Cripps trying to gather. Hand pass to Petruccelli over his shoulder. It's offline to the right and bounces through for a minor score. First score of the final term are behind West Coast way. Bombers leading by 16 points. 2 minutes gone.
Might have been better to flick out a handball to young Long. Then hard to say.
Hines straight up the corridor, and he's turned it over from the kick in as Duggan takes the mark. 70 out from goal. Kicks it to the pocket. Kelly's found space and is on the end of it. He marks 40 out. 45-degree angle to the left.
That was a poor kick by Nick Hine. Duggan awake to it going up the middle of the ground. And then Tim Kelly's able to flare wide and find some space.
26 disposals and 7 clearances last week for Tim Kelly in their win over North Melbourne. This an important kick to start the final term here at Docklands. We'll kick it from 45 out. Tim Kelly has absolutely sprayed it. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Essendon, right back pocket.
They've created some chances. Even in that third quarter, they created chances. It should be a lot closer than what they are.
They had a string of 4 shots on goal in a row. Yo kicked one out on the full, and now Kelly. The Bombers out of half-back. Hines kick, didn't hit the intended target. Hobbs onto a Tim Kelly. Hand pass to Duggan, away to O'Neill on the left. Long kick over the head of Darling, trying to get back. Should be front on contact. Jake Kelly spoils it down. Hine gathers. Centering ball inside the defensive 50s. Able to work it back to Nick Martin. Feeds the hand pass around the back to Laverty. Nothing really on offer around the city wing, so gives the hand pass away to Martin. He has to try and jag it back over his shoulder. Miss Jake Kelly. Redmond toes it through half forward. Onto it, Witherden. Sends it back long inside 50. Zirk Thatcher underneath. Comes in from the side to take the mark against Oscar Allen. just looking a little bit wobbly out of defence, the Bombers.
He chips it to Hind on the last line of defence. And chips it to Cox, who's marked in the right back pocket. Essendon by 16. Cox will wind up and kick it long to a contest on the wing. Bryan in best position. He takes the grab over Kelly. And then his hand pass releases Merritt running in front of the interchange gates. Has a bounce, runs to half forward, kicks long to Peter Wright in the pocket. Off hands, out the back is Witherden. Can hand pass to Hoff, who kicks it out wide to Rotham, who should mark in space, and he does at left half back.
He feeds the hand pass wide still to Duggan, who spots Kelly all on his own. They're out here, tries to get it forward to Darling. He gathers, hand pass into the pocket for Cripps. Back to Darling, swings onto his right under pressure. It's curling back. It gets there. Eagles with the first goal of the final term, and this game is on. Bombers lead by 10 points. 8-10-58 to the West Coast Eagles, 7-6-48. And all of a sudden, the West Coast Eagles with the last 3 goals of the match.
Probably give some credit to Elliot Yeo, who went back with a flight of the ball against Peter Wright, but still didn't give away a free kick. And from there, the ball was just untouched from one end of the ground to the other. And good finish by Darling. I thought they might have overdone the handball slightly. But, boy, oh boy, what are we up to? 10 points now. Game on. Bombers, they need to turn things around because they're playing some pretty ordinary football at the moment. Just need West Coast to be clean and they'll capitalise.
So here we go. 10 points the margin, 5 minutes into the final quarter. West Coast have kicked the last 3 of the game and we're back in the middle. From the restart, Kelly tracking it for the Eagles, wins possession, gives it to Cole. Hand passes into the path of Hewitt, the young gun for the Eagles, has a fumble, then collects, tackled by Parrish. Forced to a stop, ball up on the outer side. It's West Coast by 2 points at quarter time, Essendon by 23 at the half, 17 at 3/4 time, and the Eagles are coming in the last.
Here's a chance for the Bombers. Andy McGrath took on the tackle, got it away to Nick Martin, shoveling a hand pass forward as Durham gets it away to Sardis under enormous pressure. Martin's tackled, loses the footy, holding the ball. Just as Sardis got the kick away. Is it 50? No, it's not. Alex Witherden is making that exact point that Nathan Burke is. Why isn't it 50? As the ball now has to be returned to Liam Duggan. The boundary umpires are going kicking it. Not quite Peter Carey's efforts back when he marked the ball.
That's why he's a boundary umpire.
All of a sudden, the West Coast Eagles have some real pep in their step as Duggan goes short to Gaff. Can send it out to the far wing where the mark is taken by Cole. Gets past halfway, kicks to Darling on the lead. Laverty right there with him, spoils it down. Gathered by Chesser, hand pass away. Hoff just dribbles a kick inside 50. Redmond doesn't have it. Bailey Williams plays a big bump. Hand pass away from Phillips. It's high contact against Bailey Williams. It's going to come back.
You know what? I like that from Bailey Williams.
So straight into the head of Mason Redmond.
Wow.
He was sort of charging out with no real control.
It was a bit of
chin.
Yeah, I like the aggression. Your big man, ball's on the ground inside forward 50. Make the opposition earn it.
I hope there's no repercussions from that.
No, definitely not.
I just saw it on the replay. I'm going to agree with all of you. He threw his head back.
Yeah.
Essendon work it to down the outer side. Sardis, again, another nice mark from him. He's got it 2 kicks from goal on the outer side. Runs in board, wheels around, kick looking for Wright. Got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. It's picked up by Langford. Hand passes back to Durham. His hand pass to space past Langford, and now the Eagles come up with it through Chesser. His hand pass to Rotham at right half back. Kick down the line to a one-on-one. Darling v Laverty. Laverty brought it to ground. Running after it is Parrish. He can collect. Hand pass to McGrath. Has a bounce in the middle of Docklands. Kicks it long to full forward right from behind. Couldn't hang on. Bailey Williams tackled, dispossessed. Umpire says play on. Eagles still with possession as Witherden finds Hewitt.
The umpire third in line in the middle of the ground has called it.
You're joking.
Yep.
The umpire in the middle of the ground.
Number 7 called it.
Oh, wow.
The other 2 didn't, and number 7 who was standing in the centre circle
There's
called
2 umpires that are inside Essendon's forward 50. Haven't called that. Then the umpire in the middle of the ground. Oh, unbelievable.
It's like the Women's World Cup where they delay it and then go to the VAR. Let's just have a look now just to be sure.
It was absolutely holding the ball. Yeah. But how 2 umpires ahead can't make that decision?
So Matt Guelphy on the approach. He's only 15 metres out. Slight angle to the right.
Oops.
And he's missed.
the Bombers.
So maybe you said the free kick was there. Maybe the football gods are equalising. I'm not quite sure. But it's a minus score to Essendon. Their leaders 11 points, 8-11-59 and 7-6-48.
I think the Bomber fans are starting to get a bit antsy too. They're starting to sort of groan at the mistakes. Starting to get a bit sort of, hey guys, pull your fingers out. We're a bit worried.
McGovern straight down the middle for Gaff. Gets it to Duggan. Kicks out of the wing. Bailey Williams works it forward to Edwards. It's not the afternoon in which Bombers fans thought they'd be in for. Wrestling for it in the final term. Inboard comes Williams to Gaff. Beats the half pass away to Witherden. He loads up on the right boot. Long kick towards Marek and Oscar Allen too far back. And Dyson Heppel takes the mark. Allen just couldn't quite make up the ground, and Heppel takes the mark 15 metres out from his defensive goal. Kicks for Phillips on his knees. He lunges forward to take the mark. 6 of the last 8 scores have gone the way of the West Coast Eagles, including a couple out on the full. The Bombers have kicked 1 goal in this second half as Phillips around the back to Redmond. Chips it forward to Heppel, who marks it right half back. Essendon lead by 11 points at the 10-minute mark of the final term. Heppel veers out to the left, sends it long towards half forward. It's over the head of Perkins, spoiled away by Hoff with good support from Witherden. It comes down the way of Hunt. Hand pass to Cripps through the middle of the ground. Jack Williams couldn't pull it in with his fingertips. And Zerk Thatcher with a hand pass to Jake Kelly. Durham, the Bombers have their chance.
Kicks to half forward. Robin almost completed the mark, but it spills away of Hoff. Hand passes inboard to Edwards in the centre square. Unsure where to go, then caught by Merritt holding the ball.
The Eagles forwards, they've got to move. Yeah. Darling's tired, but he's got to move. He was looking for something in the middle of the ground. They gave him nothing.
Merritt's kicks towards half forward. Redmond's floated forward and taken the mark 70 out, and he wants to take off. He runs to the arc. He shoots towards goal. A moment of brilliance from Mason Redmond. The biggest roar of the afternoon from the Bombers fans. An important goal in the last quarter gives Essendon some breathing space. 17 points, the margin. 9-11 to 65 to West Coast. 7-6-48. 11 played. Final term. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
Well, yeah, Burke's spot on. So that's not Luke Edwards' fault. Because he gets that ball and he has to then turn around. Because there's the West Coast forwards were simply standing there and too close. There was no option for him to kick that ball. Terrific tackle by Zach Merritt. Like Zach Merritt held him up and nailed that tackle. And then the reality is Redmond just took his man on the mark, ran to 50 and kicked the goal. And Essendon absolutely needed that.
He took the moment, didn't he, in game 100.
And then his signature celebration.
The red dog as he goes by was able to send it sailing over the goal umpire's hat. The bounce is going to be recalled as it's sprayed out to the right. The Bombers get some breathing space. Just their second goal of the second half to extend the lead to 17 points. Bryan in the middle, trying to do the rock where Jack Williams is tackled. He can't break clear. The umpire says no prior opportunity. In the outer of the centre circles, tossed up in the air. Bryan's reaching over the top, does the roving as well. Kicks towards half forward and Davey Jr. marks. Centre half forward, feeds the half pass away to Merritt. Charging through 50 for a captain's goal. Just landed short as McGovern marks up against the left goal post. Only millimetres out from the line.
Essendon by 17. McGovern kicks towards Edwards at half-back. Has Petrocelli in space on the wing and goes to him now. Can mark in front of the interchange gates and take off. Kicks towards half-forward, looking for Allen on the lead. Zerk Thatcher brought it to ground. Allen chasing after it. Picked up by Cripps, who had a fumble. Zerk Thatcher goes in. His hand pass picked off by Allen, who had a fumble. Then turns tackler. Forces a stoppage. 30 out from the Eagles' goal. So a goal apiece in this final term. Essendon by 17 at three-quarter time. Darling got the Eagles to within 10. And the last goal of the game to Mason Redmond. A chance for the Eagles in attack from the stoppage. Gaff laying a tackle against Martin, and we'll do it all again. 30 from home.
Jack Williams bouncing on his toes as he competes here with Bryans. Tap down to Petrocelli. Hand pass to Cripps. Swings onto the right. They're still in it. Jamie Cripps with his second. As he was brought down in a tackle just as he got the kick away. And the West Coast Eagles are back within 11 points. The Bombers 9-11-65 to West Coast 8-6-54. This match is going down to the wire. 13 minutes gone, final term.
Yeah, he's got up a little bit sore here. Just through that contest beautifully.
Nick Cox it was who laid the tackle. And
there's nothing wrong with the tackle. I think it just looks like his foot may have got caught under.
Coming to the bench now, Jamie Cripps. Looks like potentially a left ankle. We'll get Lauren Borden to check that out.
Right on like Petruccelli. He was the one moving through the stoppage. He hit it with pace. He made something happen, and lovely handball to Cripps out the other end. And under pressure, a good finish in the end. But Petruccelli, that's what you want from your fast guys. You want them to actually make something happen and hit a pack with pace and speed.
So Cripps becomes West Coast's first multiple goal kicker this afternoon with his second. It's brought the margin back to 11 points. And we're back in the middle. Bailey Williams against Phillips, who palms it down to Hobbs. There's a whistle on play for a hold. Free kick advantage paid. Hobbs takes a bounce, runs to half forward, kicks into the pocket, through the fingertips of Brian Langford out the back. Can't keep it alive. Ball trickles out of play. Throw in 20 around from the Bombers' goal.
That is so courageous by Jeremy McGovern. Nick Bryan steaming out a full forward. Knee straight in the middle of the back of Jeremy McGovern, but stopped a certain mark.
Essendon by 11, 15 gone, final term on Grandson AFL. Ball flung back into play. Phillips palms it down only as far as Gaff, who dribbles a kick towards the boundary line. It's picked up by Cox, who's pushed over the line by Long, and will have a throw in. 70 around from goal. Essendon by 11.
Gaff only had the 5 touches in the first half. He had 10 in the third, and he's up to 22 now. So second half far better than the first. And they need those experienced players getting their hands on the footy.
At the Adelaide Oval, the Crows by 13 as the Suns make a fight back there. Phillips wins down the tap. Got it away. Archie Perkins with a hand pass to Hobbs. Off balance. It goes out on the full. As it flares out to the right, and the West Coast Eagles will take back the ball.
Just quickly over to Adelaide, 9 minutes to go in the third. Gold Coast bouncing back. It's 8-7-55 to Adelaide, 6-6-42 to Gold Coast.
And a bit of spirit there on display.
A fracker.
As Josh Rotham sends it up towards Bailey Williams, couldn't quite take them up, but did slap it on to Gaff, who gets the hand pass away. Here's a chance for Hoff across the half-back line. It's a high ball in which, left in a weight underneath it was Jaden Hunt. He takes the mark and bounds off the half-back line. Puts it out in front of O'Neill. Can't quite gather. Racing back Redmond. Tackled and taken across the boundary line. Xavier O'Neill is pretty happy to get it across the boundary line for a stoppage. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
But he's definitely a left ankle for Jamie Cripps, so he was pointing to it. He was just going through a little bit of a fitness test. He's now shaking his head, was talking to the doctors. Greg Clark is getting ready to come on, so it just remains to be seen if it is for Cripps.
Thanks, Loz. Ball in at half forward for the Eagles. And it's palmed down and out of play. We'll do it all again. So Essendon by 11. 17 gone, final term. 2-1 the way the Eagles in this final quarter. Essendon led it by 17 at three-quarter time. Slim finals chances are on the line here at Docklands. Williams takes it out of the ruck from the throw-in. He's dispossessed, picked up by Edwards, who gives it to Chesser. Kicks around the body towards half-forward. Bounces past Allen. Chance for Darling out the back. He can gather. He's stripped to the footy by Durham. The umpire says play on. Heppel picks it up for Essendon. Gives it to Hind. Hand passes along the boundary line. Chesser meets it. Hind tackles him. And we've got a stoppage at right half forward for the Eagles. Essendon by 11.
$18 minutes gone. Final term. Under 10 minutes to go in this match. A chance for Hind. He's tackled by Petruccelli. The umpire will ball it up. Lauren Borden.
Cripps wants to get back out there. Cripps will stay on. It's Jack Williams who's been subbed, which means Greg Clark is coming on. He's on for his 20th game and he has never won a match, Greg Clark.
Yeah, it's a good stat, Loz. And Adam Simpson's coaching from down there on the bench.
He is coaching down there. He's been pretty relaxed pretty much throughout the whole day, just kind of celebrating the goals and getting around his players, really. Hasn't put the headset on once to talk to upstairs.
So might be pulling the levers from upstairs. As the kick for the Bombers around the outer wing. Menzies can't take the mark from the Heppel kick, and it goes out of play for a boundary throw-in. Centre wing outer side. Bombers lead by 11 points. Is that a little unusual? Simpson's leaving it for the coaches upstairs?
No, just communicate with your players. If he's got trust in his assistant coaches.
I see Ken Hinkley, like one, and Chris Fagan sometimes coaching from the bench as Perkins tries to bust his way clear. Tackle by Tim Kelly. The Eagles will take it back.
Chips it in board to Cole. His hand pass releases a running Hunt from the outer side. Kicks it towards full forward. Long's gotten out the back. Great closing speed from Redmond.
No.
It's not a free kick. Bombers on the last line defence. Redmond to Hine, back to Redmond to Kelly, back to Redmond all by hand. Has a bounce. Exits defensive 50. He can still run Redmond. He kicks down the line to Brian in a one-on-one. Yo in best position, couldn't complete the mark. It spills to Davey, who has a fumble. Eagles still with a chance on centre wing. Heppel laying an important tackle and locking the ball up on the logo broadcast side.
Desperately unlucky West Coast not to get a free kick. Redmond clearly chopped the arms of Noah Long.
Feels like they've had a couple of West Coast they've been on the wrong side of as Bailey Williams competes. Ball spills down the Bombers' way. Heppel to Nick Martin, away to Sardis on Naboo. Kicks towards half forward. Menzies shoves his opponent Hunt underneath. Gets the hand pass to Langford. Didn't get the hand pass back. Swings onto his right. He's got Phillips, pushes forward. And he marks just to the right of the top of the goal square. On a 45-degree angle, he'll kick from no more than 10 metres out.
He's a ruckman. He's a ruckman.
Isn't it always the way, though? You should get one at one end, and it zips down the other end, and the other team get one.
Mark Murphy, who played alongside Andrew Phillips, says his goal-kicking approach hasn't changed. Come in and kick it as hard as you can and hope that it goes straight. Andrew Phillips to know Sam Draper getting a golden opportunity. Can he strike here to steady for the Bombers?
Oh.
He swings it out to the left.
He kicked it hard, though.
Missed that by a good 5 to 10 metres. The equivalent of a fast bowler losing control and it going to first slip.
Right, give him another one.
Bombers by 12 points at the 20-minute mark of the final term.
There's a bit of karma going on around here today.
Elliot Yeo with the kick in, straight up and down, straight down the corridor rather to a pack inside the centre square. It's off hands, Cripps up the back. He hand passes to Kelly, hand passes to Long inside the centre square. Chips it over the head of Marek, but he can run onto it. He can gather it half forward. Kicks around the corner. Cripps is marked 40 out from goal. Wants to play on centre and kick to Darling. He's got it. 30 out from goal directly in front. Coast to coast from the Eagles. And this, keep saying in this final quarter, but this is a very important kick. The Eagles haven't been within 6 points since Jack Williams' goal at the 13-minute mark of the second quarter. Jack Darling knows how to kick goals. And he's got the Eagles to within a kick. Game on here at Docklands. Essendon 9-12-66 plays West Coast 9-6-60. Margin is 6 points, 21 played, final term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, just Elliot Yeo, there's still plenty of time remaining in this game, but take the game on. So Phillips misses the set shot. Elliot Yeo from the kick in, straight up the middle of the ground. McGovern competes, and then it's ground level. I love that little kick by Marek. It could have easily gone long to the goal square, but just over to Cripps. Then Cripps again, composure, plays on inside 50 where he's right on the boundary and finds Jack Darling with the lead up the middle of the ground.
Darling with 2 final quarter goals, and hang on, this game is right in the balance. Essendon leading by 6 points. Bounce back in the middle. Favours Phillips. It'll be recalled. That's to the suspense as to who will get this all-important centre clearance. Bailey Williams up against Phillips. Edwards is in there alongside Duggan and Kelly for the West Coast Eagles. Thrown up. Phillips taps it down straight to Kelly. Spins out of a Parrish tackle. Almost brought down. He was. Great tackle from Perkins. Almost looked like he was going to break clear, and Archie Perkins got him at the last moment.
He was out, Tim Kelly.
Yeah.
He just bobbled the ball at the last minute, and that allowed Archie Perkins just to hold on to the tackle.
Big ball to be won by the 21-year-old Bomber. He sends it out to the wing where Heppel marks. Inboard to Merritt. Wants to squeeze the kick to Sardis. He plays on Naboo. Inside 50. Steadies. Can he finish? No. Just misses to the right-hand side. The famous number 5 on his back. The Bombers fans were out of their chair. It just drifted right. And all eyes were on the goal umpire. A 7-point lead. The Bombers way.
Oh, what a moment that would have been for the first game up. 7 points to margin as McGovern straight down the middle to a pack. Darling in front, knocked away from him. Duggan had a go. Long overran it. Parrish out the back for the Bombers. He's tackled by Long. And it's a ball up at centre half forward for Essendon. 7 points is their lead. Their finals chances are hanging by a thread. Williams and Phillips contest the ruck. It spills to Merritt. Hand passes inside forward 50. Davey overrun and is picked up by Perkins. Hand pass over the head of Wright. Govan out to meet it. Ran into a brick wall. Ball up. 30 out from Essendon's goal.
Well done, both players. McGovern had to pick up the ball, and then Guelphy had to lay the tackle. Well done.
Thrown up, Phillips wins it down. Still a chance for the Bombers, although it's Duggan who, his kick is rather fortunate in the end. Around his body, found Hoff in the right back pocket. Gets the hand pass away to Witherden. He works it up to Edwards at right half back. Hand pass back to Witherden. Perkins comes charging at him. He's able to work it up the wing and long marks on his chest. Eagles trailing by 7 points. Kicks laterally out to Tim Kelly. Takes the mark 5 metres in from the boundary on the wing. Under 5 minutes to go in this clash. Kelly's going to go back to centre half-back, where McGovern takes the mark. Jeremy McGovern looks for options in the middle. There aren't too many. Waits for Duggan to lead into space that he marks. Back edge of the centre square. In the middle of Docklands. Wheels onto his left. Bangs it long down the middle. Oscar Allen comes charging out and takes the mark. Uncontested in the end. Marriage provided a good block. And there was no body contact on Oscar Allen, who can put the West Coast Eagles within a point if he can kick straight here.
Good kick by McGovern too. There's just no mucking around. It's late in the game. Let's just bang it straight down the middle.
1-1 so far this afternoon for Oscar Allen. He starts his approach outside 50, comes in from right on 50, through it goes. It's a 1-point ball game. Oscar Allen with his second, and the Eagles are right in this match. 6-2 so far in the second half, the West Coast Eagles way, and it must be said, apart from a second quarter where the Bombers kicked 6-2, they've completely outplayed the higher placed Bombers this afternoon. 10-6-66, the Eagles trailing Essendon, 9-13-67.
And it's 4-1 in this quarter, and West Coast have just looked much better. I guess their aggressive ball movement is what's impressed me in the past 6 or 7 minutes. At every opportunity, let's go up the middle of the ground. Let's be aggressive. Let's give our forwards a chance. And now anyone's game. 4 minutes remaining in this game. 1 point of difference, Berkey.
Good clearance here.
Back in the middle, Bryan with the tap down at Parrish, tackled by Kelly, dispossessed, picked up by Duggan, gets the clearance for the Eagles, a high ball inside forward 50, Darling in a one-on-one, couldn't complete the mark, ball spills loose, Gaff has a go, he hand passes it to space, it's close to the boundary line, Redmond and Gaff happy to see it over, throw in 50 metres around from West Coast goal. It is Essendon by a point, 26 gone, final term on Grandstand AFL.
It's not where the Bombers fans wanted to be in a wrestle in the final term against the 18th place West Coast Eagles. A chance for an almighty upset. Bailey Williams wrestling with Bryan. It comes down to the front. A chance for Duggan. Spins out of traffic at left half forward. Screws it into the pocket. Charging out, it won't get to Oscar Allen. It's out on the full. Leading into the right forward pocket, and Dyson Heppel will take the free kick. Can the Bombers show enough composure? There's still 3 minutes to go. That's a long time to go to shut up shop. Heppel veers out to the left, kicks as far as he can. Bryan's there, Wright's worked his way down. Bryan had a good piece of it. He's not paid the mark. He knocks it out to Parrish. Hand pass to Hobb, to Merritt. Through the middle, hand pass to Wright. Back to Zach Merritt. He lunges a kick forward. Langford's out the back. Yo getting back, gets a fist to it. Charging in, a chance for O'Neill. He tries to knock it out to Witherden. Still a chance for the Bombers. Sliding inside us. Merritt gets a hand pass smothered. It spills to Parrish. He kicks out to Menzies. Can't take the mark. Yo claims he's got it. The umpire says he does.
Oh, Yo, take a bow.
Yeah, great 2 efforts.
First one running back, full pelt to Langford. Just wasn't watching the footy, but stuck his hand up just at the right time, and that time there, just recognising the dangerous Essendon play, getting over. It was a lucky mark. He went to spoil it, landed in his hands, but great effort.
Yo to Witherden, an aggressive kick into the corridor. It comes off as Hunt takes the mark. Hand passes to Petrocelli. Kick out wide. Kelly's found space on the wing. He can mark and take off. He runs to half forward. Into the arc. Marrick's got it. Marrick has marked. 30 out, pretty much directly in front. This to put West Coast in front.
Look, take a bow up the other end of the ground, Elliot Yo, and then Witherden's kick into the middle of the ground. It was just ultra aggressive. Essendon need to get a spoil on it, but Jaden Hunt took a terrific mark, and then it's away. The ball's in motion again.
Ryan Marrick, the 18-year-old out of Druin, mid-season pick last year, has put the Eagles in front as his teammates run to him. West Coast by 5. 29 minutes gone. Final term at Docklands. The Eagles 11-6, 72. Essendon 9-13, 67.
Well, goodness me, you're right. It was just that kick from Witherden into the middle of the ground opened the whole game up. And then Tim Kelly was sitting out all by himself. He just didn't panic either. Took his time, just waited for Marrick to get himself free, leading at the play with the ball. You never go wrong leading at the play with the footy, and most importantly for the young man, probably the most pressure he's ever been under kicking a footy, and he put it straight through the middle.
Look at this setup. Look at this setup from Essendon now with their two wingers.
Just over 90 seconds to go. Bailey Williams wins down the tap to Kelly. Tackle, dispossessed, knocks it out to Petruccelli. He's tackled immediately. Desperation from both sides as the umpire circles and will ball it up.
Why has the umpire chucked up the last two centre bounces?
And then the bounces have all gone skew-if. Thrown up in the air. Phillips can't knock it clear. A chance for Tim Kelly. Knocked off at Parrish. Gets the hand pass to Laverty. Time of the essence. Bangs it long towards Peter Wright. Wrestling with McGovern. Through traffic. Menzie. Over the top. Length at top of the goal square. Bombers back in front. Cole Langford with his 5th goal. And Docklands erupts. Bombers fans sitting on the edge of their seat. Break into celebration. Just over a minute to go in the final term. And Essendon are back in front by a point. Cole Langford out the back, able to finish from the hand pass from Jai Menzie. And what a seesawing final term we've had. A minute and change to go.
That was terrific by Menzie. That's where you want your small forward front and centre. You know, McGovern had perfect position against Peter Wright in that marking contest, but it came to ground. Menzie just hit that contest at absolute speed. Then just a little flick handball over the top to Langford.
It's all or nothing now. The Bombers' finals hopes are hanging by a thread. Out of the middle, Hewitt. He's caught. Umpire says play on. Redmond brought to ground. Stoppage inside the centre square.
Again.
Essendon by a point.
Again, the umpire chucks it up in the middle, whether it's because it's close.
Less than a minute to go. From the ball up, Parrish feeds Hobbs. He hacks it towards half forward. There's no one there for Essendon. Yo can collect for the Eagles. Can gather at half back. Wants to take on Wright. He has a bounce. Has a second bounce, Elliot Yo. Hand passes to Robin in front of the interchange gates. Gives it to Noah Long. Kicks the Eagles inside forward. 50. Zerk Thatcher! With perhaps a game-saving mark on the last line of defence.
Eagles had to bring that one to ground.
Yeah.
Time now, the enemy for the West Coast Eagles. Zerk Thatcher kicks as long as he can towards right. Durham, big fly in from the side. Spills down boundary side. Parrish gathers. Kicks end over end as far as he can. Time might run out now. Rotham races after it. He gathers at left half back. Swings out to the right hand side. Has to kick as long as he can towards McGovern. Marrick's there. It's spoiled down. The siren sounds. And the Bombers find a way out of jail. They avoid the trap draw and they break the West Coast Eagles fans' hearts with a goal in the last 90 seconds through Cole Langford to prevail by a point.
Boys who play this scramble game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They'll try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
It wasn't sort of anticipated that it would be one of these tight finishes, but the Eagles, they set the tempo early, leading by 2 points at quarter time. The Bombers by 23 points at halftime on the back of a 6-2 second quarter. before the West Coast Eagles fought back in the third. It was a 17-point lead the Bombers' way at three-quarter time before the Eagles took the lead in the final term at the 28-minute mark. The Bombers prevailing by a point, 10-13-73 to West Coast 11-6-72.
Up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly on.
For a few moments, Brad Scott's season would have flashed before his eyes as it looked like they were heading off the cliff, and a loss to the 18th place West Coast Eagles. But they just found the answer in the last 90 seconds of the match to prevail by a point. And their September hopes are still alive by the barest of margins. The Bombers prevail by a point. 10-13-73 to West Coast 11-6-72 in front of 30,742 fans. What a match at Docklands. You just never quite know with our game what you're going to get sometimes. Cole Langford was the star with 5 goals. He kicked 4 goals in the second quarter. Peter Wright with a goal, Perkins a goal, Durham, Parrish and Redmond the goal scorers for the Bombers. Meanwhile, for the West Coast Eagles, 2 goals to Jamie Cripps, 2 to Allen and 2 to Darling alongside Marriage. Individuals to Petrocelli and Hewitt alongside Williams. The Bombers winners by a point as they record their 10th win of the season. By the smallest of margins, just a 1-point result to have them 2 points behind Carlton in 8th position, who is still to play the Saints tomorrow afternoon. Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke on ABC Sport.
Oh, well, what a terrific finish. And I think a lot of credit has to go to West Coast in that last quarter there. I just love their aggressive ball movement. From about halfway through that quarter, they just started taking the ball up the middle of the ground, giving their forwards so much more of a chance in that last quarter. They had 16 inside 50s and 5 goals won in that final quarter, West Coast. But it just that ball movement brought their midfielders more into the game. You know, Tim Kelly was terrific in that last quarter with 8 possessions and a couple of clearances in that last quarter. Duggan was really good. So, you know, credit to West Coast first for making a game of it and fighting it out right to the very, very last moment. Even, you know, the Zerk Thatcher mark right at the end there, just West Coast needed to bring that ball to ground. Some great lessons for Essendon in this game. Regardless of your opponent, you've got to come to play. And there was moments in this game, where they did come to play in that second quarter and they were able to kick 6 goals to 2. But that last quarter, they were allowing West Coast to play whatever style of game they wanted. When a team's playing ultra aggressive, you need to protect the corridor. And they didn't want to do that, Essendon. They didn't want to protect the corridor. They were protecting out wide still. And that's what allowed West Coast to kick 5 goals to 2 in that last quarter. But you come back to fundamentals always in football. And the fundamental of getting front and centre to any contest for a small forward is paramount to their whole career. John Menzies gets front and centre, gives the handball over to Langford, and the last goal of the game wins it for the Bombers.
Can there be 2 winners in a game?
Yeah.
I think we've got 2 today.
Well, we nearly did. It was quite the margin.
Nearly did. But,
Jeremy McGovern has just called in the West Coast Eagles players just before they made their way down the race. So they'd be incredibly proud of their fight and their spirit, but unfortunately they just couldn't hang on there in the end.
Yeah, well, the Bombers, they keep their season finals hopes alive. And the West Coast Eagles, they keep their ability to finish last alive.
The number 1 pick.
They got the number 1 pick, so...
Fremantle Bulldogs in Adelaide to come for West Coast.
So what you're saying, Berkey, is everyone's a winner in one way or another.
Exactly. Everyone's a winner today. And I think that the Eagles are winners because they've really got some contrasting style of play that Adam Simpson can sit there and go, hey, look, guys, if we play this way, conservative, early, you know what, it's going to keep us sort of in the game. But if we actually want to win games, well, then we have to play this style of football. And we have to take a few rests through the middle of the ground. We have to run and carry the ball and get the ball quicker inside forward 50. So there's a style that will make you competitive and there's a style that will make you win. And they had both of those, especially in that first and last quarter. But for the Bombers, boy, they're in strife. Their defensive efforts at time today were quite ordinary. Without Langford up the front, who kicked their
5
most of the goals, 5 for them, 5 out of 10 or so. That was a pretty poor effort right across the game from the Bombers, and just their decision making and their kicking and their skill just didn't look good today. If they're going to factor in the finals, they need to find some form very, very quickly in the last month.
Living on a prayer is playing out, so the Bombers fans at least can see the humour of it all.
I think that's fair.
Given the fact that they were on the right side of it by a point.
But if you look at it today and you go with West Coast, what do they gain out of this game? So Ryan Marich, I thought, kicks 2 goals, one in the critical moment, puts West Coast ahead, but it's then that little chip over to Cripps where he creates a goal then for Darling. So there's a tick there. I thought Petrocelli played a good game. Elijah Hewitt looks like he's going to be a player. He's got some power, aggression, speed. Noah Long, I mentioned at the start of the game, I thought had another really strong game. Luke Edwards probably had his best game for West Coast this in his short career. So there's some ticks there. And I think in close games you get ticks.
Yep.
Whereas in those blowout games, it's hard to find the ticks. So, West Coast win last week in a great game of football with North Melbourne. They come out today, take the lead late in the game, a goal to Essendon at the end, and they lose it, unfortunately. But that's the plan now. That's the plan now to make sure that you can compete. And competing in the final season, a final month of the season, should give you some level of momentum going into a pre-season where, okay, guys, we are good enough. We've got to go into this pre-season and we've got to work hard. We've got to get back to. We can't be performing the way we did, obviously. So playing well and gaining momentum is critical for West Coast in this last month.
So the Bombers are 10th on the AFL ladder with that win. They were 13th at the start of the round. They're just 2 points behind the Blues, who play the Saints tomorrow. So they keep their finals dreams alive.
Well, they're going to win the last 3 games.
They probably have to win the majority of their games from
all
here
of them.
onwards. So
it's 13 wins, we're all saying.
North Melbourne, GWS, Collingwood is their last 3. So on today's evidence, they'd have to be a little bit more efficient than what they were.
Yeah, I think that not more efficient. I think they've just got to play a more aggressive style of football. What they had 59 tackles today, so that was just enough. But they didn't apply any pressure, and I thought they were outplayed. They were outplayed in the first quarter, and they were outplayed in the last quarter. The third quarter was pretty even, and it was really their second quarter where they were able to get some level of ascendancy in this game. But it wasn't a great game of football by Essendon by any stretch.
The Bombers with Mason Redmond playing his 100th game make their way off Docklands, just a bit distracted by what's going on at the Adelaide Oval as Will Powell is being stretchered off. The Crows lead by 11 points. The Suns have been coming charging home in this third term. It's fourth term, the start of the fourth term. So we'll keep an eye on there, but that didn't look good for Will Powell, who's being stretchered off the ground, and the Suns fans who are at the Adelaide Oval, heavily outnumbered, but they are making a fight. The Bombers winners by a point. Speaking about up for the fight, let's head down in the rooms with Lauren Borden.
Well, they're coming to the rooms here, but it's quite interesting. They might not be going in to sing the song straight away. Meriden and McGrath have just gone and walked straight through into a meeting room. Oh, they're coming back out now. So actually, I thought it was a bit more serious than this. I think they've just gone to get Sports Drink for Sardis, who's going into the middle. So I thought it might have been a little bit of a, we nearly let that one go against the bottom of the table. But every person here is getting a different coloured bottle of Sports Drink. Sardis makes his way into the middle. A lot of kids around here lining the very front as Essendon comes in to sing.
Our boys who play this great game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fit. They all try their best, but they can't commit as the Bombers fly up.
Well, it looks like a swimming pool in the middle of the circle now with all that Sports Drink for Sardis celebrating first win in his first game. And we'll try and get a quick interview with someone and probably send it to the next game.
Yeah, thanks, Loz. Time might be against us. We head to the MCG in around 3 minutes' time for the Hawks and the Pies. And meanwhile, for our ACT listeners, you'll be heading to the NRL. The Bombers winners by a point. You see the Will Powell, is it a knee injury? Jess? Did you?
It looks like, from what I can gather, it potentially is a leg. So he broke his right ankle a year and a bit ago, and it looks like it's his opposite leg. A pretty severe injury, was taken off on the stretcher. It doesn't look good.
So no good. The votes in the ABC Football of the Year, Nathan Burke.
Rama, I didn't realise what a great handballer he was. As soon as he gets near the end, every week it's just bang, both.
I know you love the responsibility, Burke.
I'll take it on. I've gone Tim Kelly. I thought he was a really good four-quarter performer for the Eagles. He had 30 possessions, went at 80% by foot. Langford kicked 5, so I'm going to give him 2. And I think probably the best midfielder was Zach Merritt, who had 29-11 scoring involvements. Didn't have the most possessions, but I think his two-way running as a midfielder is probably sets him apart from the other ones who got more possessions than him. So Merritt 3, Langford 2, Tim Kelly 1.
The votes from Nathan Burke in the ABC Footballer of the Year. The West Coast Eagles have the Fremantle Dockers in the local derby
and
next
they'll want
week.
to win that.
So
I think they will
Shannon
want to
Hearn
win
will
that.
play that game. So if they can take that sort of style and endeavour in which they play with today, they'll be right up to it against Freo.
I think that style that they showed today, that holds up. That holds up. So that, they stopped Essendon's run. Essendon loved to possess the ball and go quick, but West Coast were good enough to do that. They're good enough today. They should be good enough again next week. So important month of football for West Coast. We're all talking about the number 1 draft pick. But why I say important month? Because it's important for individuals to save their career.
No late changes at the MCG, so Cam McKenzie and Olive Markoff for the subs for Collingwood and Hawthorn. For listeners that weren't with us for the whole game, Rama, Elijah Sardis, his first game, pick 5 in 2022 from the Oakley Chargers after having his knee injury at the start of the season. How do you assess his debut?
No, I thought it was okay. Like he
could have kicked a big goal in the last quarter that would have sealed it.
A huge goal in that last quarter. I'm just looking. There you go. He's had 10 kicks, 4 handballs, so 14 possessions for the game. Couple of tackles, couple of inside 50s. So, it's one of those ones you're so excited to play your first game of football, but it's a good one to get out of the way as well. And he's a couple of pre-seasons away. You can see the body's still a bit slight. You look at he tried to tackle Elijah Hewitt, who's a fellow first round draft pick, and Hewitt was able to push him off.
Yeah.
So a couple of years in the gym, but he looks the good Elijah Sardis.
So he was able to make his debut this afternoon and be on the right side of it in the winner's circle. Thanks very much for everyone's work. Berkey, Cats or Power tonight?
We saw the Cats last week and they were ordinary.
They were ordinary.
Against Freo,
Power need to bounce back. If Power are any good and they're legitimate, they need to bounce back, and Power should win easily.
Okay.
On the Cats tonight. I think it's the last chance for the Cats at Caninia Park. No Aaliyah and no Charlie Dixon. So I know Blitzarves and Hawkins are missing, but I think the Cats.
Who'd you tip, Jess?
Cats at home, I think.
Sorry,
Berkey.
Changed my tips again. That's it here from Docklands. The Bombers win us by a point, 10-13-73 to the West Coast Eagles, 11-6-72. And at the Adelaide Oval, it's the Crows who have found an answer, 9-11-65, leading the Suns 8-6-54. For our New South Wales listeners, you're off to the NRL. For everyone else, it's to the MCG for Hawthorn and Collingwood.